for those of you who need the tuning.
What's going on, guys?
I'm a waste of time and space, drifting through my selfish ways. I don't.
What's up? We doing good today?
I got, yeah.
I've been lazy, but I'm back.
Distort all reality. I can't say how I got, yeah. I'm a waste of time.
Okay, we good on everything? Good there. Good there. Make sure it works. Good. And then let me activate the Twitter chat in case anyone for some reason watches there. And then on Facebook, because everyone watches on Facebook. Obviously. There goes my cat.
Still, I feel the need to change me from the inside.
Alright. Sudan to Lesotho. South Sudan, obviously. And then the DRC, I think I might need. I actually don't know what the fastest will be here. I'm assuming South Africa I need, right? Yeah. And then Mozambique and Tanzania, I think. Hell yeah. I know my Africa still, somehow. I'm not just another name. Even if you can't see it now, I'm proud. Uh-oh. I don't know. Somalia to Armenia. So Egypt, Sudan, we're gonna need. I'm assuming Ethiopia, right, is the port of both, and then Israel, Syria. I'm hoping it's just Iraq, Iran. I didn't need Iraq. Oh, does Turkey border Armenia? Yeah. Close enough. Okay, South Korea to Kosovo. Or sorry, South Sudan to Kosovo. Well, Sudan, Egypt, Israel. Kosovo is going to be faster to do. Instead of going through Russia to do like Syria, Turkey, Bulgaria, Serbia. Hell yeah, easy. Goated. It'll take time. That's fact. I'm not just another face. I'm not just another name. Even if you can't see it now, you're proud of what's to come. It's 8 p.m. but or 9 p.m. even. But I got up at like 4 p.m. I guess. My sleep schedule is not doing well, folks. We're gonna have to fix it at some point. But you know what? Maybe. Actually, I don't know when I could fix it. I was gonna say maybe we could fix it on election night, but I don't know when we'll know the results of the election. So I don't really. If I stay up all night election night, I don't know if I want to stay up all day the day after, because there might be important news on that day that I want to be able to stream to cover, right? I don't know. We'll see. I saw, this is an important article. I think Trump mentioned this on Joe Rogan, that he said he did not like the CHIPS Act because you can just do tariffs. Don't you know tariffs are magical and actually fix everything? Never mind the fact that like, there's a Dutch manufacturer that's like the only manufacturer that makes some of the equipment that these firms use for like advanced semiconductor manufacturing. So, if you tariff everything, you're tariffing those as well, which means if Intel wants to build a factory here, they have to pay more for any like the equipment that they can only get from the Netherlands to build their shit. So they're probably just not going to build it here. They're just going to build it in Ireland or somewhere else. And then, I mean, again, you're tariffing everything. So literally all the equipment, steel, steel's an input for it as well. Like, you're going to pay more for that shit. But, of course, obviously, Trump thinks tariffs are just magical. Obviously. Why on earth does Trump want to cancel the CHIPS Act? Here, I'll give you guys Subway Surfers. A second Trump presidency would truly be a gift to Xi Jinping. I wasn't planning on writing another post about Trump and China, but then a student journalist named Luke Ratto asked House Speaker, "What's up, Hunter? Welcome to the stream. Should it 1K subscribed in the next couple of days?" Nice, thank you, Hunter. I really hope so, yeah. If you guys have not subscribed, do that. Then a student journalist named Luke Ratto asked House Speaker Mike Johnson whether he and Trump would repeal the CHIPS Act if Trump wins the election. Johnson said yes, of course he did. I expect that we probably will. Johnson later appeared to walk back his answer, but Trump has already denounced the CHIPS Act. So it's likely that Johnson, who generally does Trump's bidding, was telling the truth. Yeah, this is the clip of him on Joe Rogan. It's so bad. You should play it with tariffs. My reaction to this is, what on earth are you kidding me? The CHIPS Act was a bipartisan bill whose only purpose was to preserve or regain U.S. manufacturing capacity in the all-important semiconductor industry in the face of a huge Chinese push for dominance of that industry. The bill has been successful so far, spurring private investment plans that dwarf the amount of government spending involved. Again, yeah, we gave like $52 billion in direct subsidies, but we got so much more just private investment from it. Most of the subsidy money hasn't even been dispersed yet, but there are actually some factories that have like already been built, right? And it fears that the CHIPS Act projects would get bogged down in regulatory or labor disputes have been proven unfounded so far. The TSMC labs in Arizona, probably the highest profile project funded by the law, is now in operation and is achieving better quality than the company's factories in Taiwan. Many American technology Immediatel? How do I pronounce this? Immediately? Wait, he just spelled it wrong? Immediately hailed this news as a great victory for the USA. Wow, people have no idea how big of a deal this is. The US just won everything. It's not just one factory, though. Thanks to the CHIPS Act, it was expected to actually gain market share throughout the whole industry after losing it steadily for many years. Obviously, I mean, we're giving subsidies. And a bulk of these investments are going to red or purple states, with Arizona, Texas, Ohio, and North Carolina among the beneficiaries. I'm in North Carolina. I know we got quite a bit of investment from both the infrastructure bill and the CHIPS and Science Act. Actually, there's another website that tracks it. I don't remember what exactly it is. Ooh. Fuck, I wish I remembered it. I don't remember the exact website. I have it linked somewhere. But it shows that North Carolina, the best state, got a lot of money too. And apparently this is just broken. Cool. The manufacturing of the CHIPS Act is bringing back to America is helping out some of the same places that were hit hardest by the China shock of the 2000s. So to repeat, why on earth would Donald Trump and Mike Johnson cancel a bipartisan law that's spurring hundreds of billions of dollars in private investment into a critical strategic manufacturing industry that's mostly benefiting red states? I do not know the answer to the question, but it can't be good. In my attempt to be as honest with my audience as possible, I always talk very openly about what my biggest concerns are. I'm mildly concerned about climate change. We're making big progress against it, but we could go faster. I'm mildly concerned about U.S. unrest and institutional chaos. I think we're on a path to national healing, but I think Trump would delay that process. I'm mildly worried about bioweapons, government deficits, and about aging population, but I'm very worried about the People's Republic of China. In the earlier 20th century, the U.S. steered the destiny of the world for one simple reason: it could manufacture the most stuff. American production won World War II, overwhelming the Axis countries. In the Cold War, the U.S. held a decisive manufacturing advantage over the Soviet Union, meaning that barring a nuclear exchange, the outcome of a contest between the communists and the free world was never in doubt. But in the years since the turn of the century, this unassailable advantage vanished. In 2 short decades, China took the US's mantles as the workshop of the world, zoomed past us, and never looked back. China's manufacturing prowess inspires awe and dread. It is unprecedented and unrivaled in the history of the world. In just a few short years, China built a high-speed rail network bigger than the entire rest of the world combined. Now imagine what sort of that sort of manufacturing capability can do when turned to military purposes. Already, China is building submarines at an incredible pace, and it has vast factories pumping out high-tech munitions. China's automated cruise missile factory. The factory can churn out over 1,000 components daily, enabling a formidable war effort. What the focus is on parts rather than complete missiles. This capacity allows China to produce low-cost, low reliability missiles in bulk, potentially overwhelming adversaries' defenses. As seen in Ukraine, quantity matters, prompting the West to reconsider its industrial policies and the urgent need for more manufacturing capability. True. Hopefully, Ukraine did kind of alert us to that issue, though. We are kind of we all were painfully awoken to the fact that like we could make way more shells in 1980 than like we can make now. America may comfort themselves with the knowledge that their missiles are slightly higher tech, though the edge is fast eroding. But the Ukraine war has vividly reminded us modern high-intensity conflicts are rarely short and divisive. In general, they drag on for a while and use far more ammunition than countries have on hand at the start of the war. In other words, China's awesome manufacturing prowess gives it escalation dominance over the U.S. Xi Jinping and his generals know that in any war, even if China loses the initial engagement, if it just keeps fighting, the Americans will run out of weapons quickly. That will give America 2 choices: either give up and launch nukes and be nuked in return. Destiny's an awful human being. Welcome back, inverted mystic. So true. And this confrontation could happen sooner rather than later. Xi has told his military to be ready in 2027 to take Taiwan and to defeat the United States if they were to intervene. I have no idea what Xi will do in 2027, but I'm pretty sure that his military will tell them they're ready. Bro went offline as soon as I said that. Who, me or... Oh, did I go offline? What? I think I might have on Twitch. I don't know. Why is my stream... Did our Wi-Fi poop out for no reason again? Huh. I don't know why I did that. Okay, hopefully it's fine. Hopefully the Wi-Fi's not fucked again. If you're not frightened of that, you should be. The CHIPS Act isn't enough to reserve disparity in capabilities, not even close, but it's an important first step. Chips are an essential input. Did it just cut out again? Essential input into all modern precision missiles, all planes, ships, all tanks, all drones. They are essential for training and running AI. Why? What is going on with our... It just cut out again, didn't it? What? They're the most strategic industry of all, and currently most of them are made by just a small island off the coast of China that China has sworn to conquer. That's an incredible, gaping security vulnerability for the United States, and the CHIPS Act is an essential first step towards fixing it. It did cut. Why is it breaking? What did I... Wait, what? What? Why? Is fucking Iran hacking me to try to help get Donald Trump elected? What? Or Russia, maybe? They don't like China. Xi Jinping is hacking me? DDoSing me? Why? This didn't happen like literally 2 days ago when I streamed. Are we good now? Is it gonna work now? Or is it gonna cut out again in 15 seconds? We'll see. We'll see. And now Trump wants to get rid of the CHIPS Act and all industrial policy. Well, he wants tariffs, which I mean obviously hurt manufacturing, but it's got our best shot at putting up an effective defense against China. The United States and its allies are currently in a new Cold War. This is not a hypothetical. It is a present reality in which we live. And China is the principal opponent in that new Cold War. Not Russia, not North Korea, or Iran. These are much smaller states with far weaker manufacturing capabilities. And without China, there would be no threat to the U.S. With China, they are part of a new axis that outmatches the U.S. alone and would give the U.S. and all of its... Why? No, it's... What? What? Bro. How is it this bad? What is that? What? 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 Am I back? Okay, the Wi-Fi is so fucked. I will say, Kicker Keep is dead. Okay, Hippy Tippy is dead. The boss is basically dead. Okay, Russia shut him down. Putin did not like him. Close the window. You're letting the Wi-Fi out. I'm connected to Ethernet, even if that was a serious suggestion. So, like, the boss doesn't do much of his debate stuff anymore. The Kicker Keep is dead. Hippy Dippy is dead. There is a void that needs filling, okay? And I am interested in filling it. Just letting you guys know. Like, I might be cooking some things up, okay? There is no void. There is a void. I will... What? Why? I don't know why the Wi-Fi's fucked. I don't know. Dylan did say, like, hey, the space is dead because he said, like, oh, and I agree. He's right. That, like, the Twitch is a Hasanosphere. And they don't like criticism. They don't even do they even debate? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen like Frogan debate anyone. I don't think I've seen Shonda Black debate anyone. I don't think I've seen like any of those people. Hassan kinda debates people like Asmund Gold and Willie Mack and 16-year-old Israelis. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It's a bot, yeah. Damn. No one watches these shit. What shit? More people would watch it than me just reading stuff. A lot of debate happens to bigger shows. What bigger shows are there? Like Piers Morgan? Yeah, but Piers Morgan content is dumb. Like, it's all, like, it's like short, it's pretty surface level. Piers is a dumb moderator. Like, there's nothing, like, I would never get on Piers. None of the people, like, on that Hippy Dippy panel would ever get on Piers Morgan. Am I retarded? What do you mean? Saying of no audience for that panel shit. I don't think that's true. People watch people watch me debate people. They watch Piers Morgan. People seem to enjoy the panels I'm on. People seem to enjoy the Hippy Dippy panels. People seem to, kick it. What the fuck? Whoa.
I currently live in Kentwood, Michigan.
One politician versus 25 undecided voters featuring Pete Buttigieg. 9 minutes ago. Okay, I guess we gotta watch that now too, but I don't think just because Piers Morgan obviously has his show, which is popular, there's no audience for. What are the numbers of Hippy Dippy and Prime? Obviously nothing compared to Piers Morgan. That's because Piers Morgan's like a mainstream person. It's not like like the people watching me right now, the people watching the boss and Gorps and those people in that sphere, and the people watching any of the other like streamers who were on that panel, like actual Jake or whatever, they might also watch Piers Morgan, but it's not like if there's like a panel with like their streamer they like on it versus a Piers Morgan panel, they're not only gonna watch the Piers Morgan panel, they're probably gonna either watch both or watch the one with the streamer they like on it. There's definitely no audience. It's not. I'm not watching you for your panel slop. Panel slop. My panel slop. I like the videos of the panels are what do best on YouTube. I think there's clearly an audience for it. But anyway, the United States and its allies are currently in a new Cold War. Blah, blah, we read that. If the U.S. loses this Cold War, the long-term results will probably be very bad for Americans. China's leaders, knowing that the U.S. might one day rise to the challenge to them again, will do everything in their power to make sure this doesn't happen. They will use their command of Eurasia to weaken the U.S. economically, and they will use every trick in a book to divide and weaken our society politically, all while building a military capable of cowing the U.S. military. Those views are because there are other names included. For me, I don't. Wait, I mean, sometimes, yeah, like obviously I put other people in a thumbnail and stuff because because people like to see them too, obviously. But like, what? Absolute size of the audience of that content is crap. I don't think, relative to what Not Fun killed Hippy Dippy, I did kill Hippy Dippy. It was all my fault. I don't think you. To be clear, I'm not expecting to upload me hosting a debate panel and get the same amount of viewers as Piers Morgan. I'm just expecting me to post videos of me hosting a debate panel and for it to get like 200 views or like maybe 1,000 views if YouTube pushes the content pushes content well, like it does with some of my videos. I'm not expecting to get. I don't think you. Like, my expectations are, I'm going to make it'll just be like a fun show for me and other streamers to do. And it'll get like, maybe slightly more views than some of my like reaction content, unless it's like a Jubilee reaction video, which YouTube likes to push. But it's not going to, I'm not expecting to be Piers Morgan. I'm just expecting to get basically the same amount of views I currently do and just have cool content. That right now I don't think there's enough people facilitating right now. That's the goal, to be clear. Okay. Blah blah blah. Oceans will be no barrier. We will suffer the fate of the USSR after the First Cold War, except worse, because the People's Republic of China is more vengeful and less generous than the United States. Already, we can see the first glimmers of the strategy. China just put export controls on Skydio, the leading U.S. commercial drone company. 1v1 and 2v2 are simply better. I'm not saying I'm not going to do. I think I'm probably gonna actually start. I have some ideas for 2v2 debates that I want to set up, and I'm not gonna, and I'll see if I can make them happen. I'm not gonna not do 1v. I have a lot of 1v1 debates coming up, hopefully. Because China makes most of the world's batteries, this may end up crippling a substantial portion of America's drone manufacturing capability. And the U.S. may be poised to lose this new Cold War by default. Trump may unleash occasional bellicose rhetoric at China, kick weekly at its economy of tariffs, but he has shown no appetite to build up U.S. industry. Thanks for the follow, Caleb's Revenge. Welcome back. Is it new day, new account for you, I'm guessing? No appetite to build up U.S. industry to the point where it can actually defend against Chinese power. Biden did stuff to build up U.S. industry, and now Trump wants to cancel Biden's efforts. Trump has also declared his opposition to the bipartisan TikTok divestment bill. Meanwhile, Trump constantly degenerates and threatens to pull out how do I pronounce this? Denigrates, right? And threatens to pull out of U.S. alliances. Our allies are worse than our so-called enemies. This is also a way of voluntarily forfeiting Cold War II, since China is so big that without allies like Japan, Germany, South Korea, France, the UK, and hopefully India, the US has no hope of matching it. Twitch detected decided to unfollow you. I only noticed you were live because I was looking at Twitch World category. Oh, well, thanks for refollowing, Caleb. If those allies fall and become satellite states of China and Russia, the U.S. will be isolated, alone, and utterly outmatched. Eurasia is simply bigger and more powerful than North America. If you don't believe me, look at a map. Twitch is cooked anyways. Well, Twitch is cooked anyways. That's why we have that's why we also multi-stream to YouTube and Twitter and Rumble and every other live streaming site and Facebook. This is why we have. This is why I'm diversified, guys. All this is not to say that Trump will be some kind of maturing candidate planted by Russia and China to weaken and destroy the United States. Obviously, make no such claim, and yet it seems possible to predict almost everything he does vis-a-vis China and Russia. Simply asking, what would China and Russia want him to do? Trump is simply the perfect stooge of hostile powers. Someone so focused on fighting internal enemies that he refused to do anything about external ones. Russ Doshi put it well in a recent op-ed. The 2020s will be the decisive decade in U.S. competition with China. Good news is that, despite deep division in American politics, Democrats and Republicans now broadly agree on the need to outcompete China. That united front will be undermined if Donald Trump is elected again. Ironically, although we have catalyzed the current bipartisan approach as president by upending the long-term U.S. policy toward China that emphasized engagement over competition, he never fully embraced the new consensus and now stands outside of it. On China, he's often at odds with his former staff members, current advisors, the National Swingers Party, and even his own vice presidential pick, all of whom see the challenge posed by Beijing more clearly than he does. Left to his own... oh, thank you for the sub, Carter.
Non-phone-dumster
I
dog.
had to rob a homeless person to be able to afford this sub.
Worth? Thank you. Thank you for the 7 months of resub, Carter. Mr. Trump could very well lose this divisive decade for America. China's leaders saw his term as an accelerant of America's decline. You are my favorite streamer. Thank you, Carter, obviously. Oh, wow, Typod Turtle. Thanks for the follow, dude. Wow, that's crazy. Carter, you subbed? Sub to the YouTube channel. Everyone on Twitch right now, if you're not, by the way, the YouTube channel is the most important thing right now, okay? Go sub to that. Or anyone watching on YouTube, or anyone watching on YouTube Shorts. Trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. Need to reach it. He alienated our allies and partners, and on China policy, he routinely put personal gain over America's interests and undermined important steps his staff members took to compete with Beijing. There was no reason to believe that in the second term, Mr. Trump would deviate from the approach that weakened America's position during his presidency. Beijing believes Trump is accelerating America's decline. Public intelligence assessments of China's 2020 election preference only tell half the story. China thinks America is losing. The scandal of Trump's China policy. Donald Trump in some respects embodies the growing U.S. concern about China. The real question is what Trump's China does about China's threat. After I became Trump's national security advisor in 2018, I had the most futile role of all. I wanted to fit China into trade policy with a broader strategic framework. We had a good slogan, call it free and open Indo-Pacific region. But a bumper sticker is not a strategy, and we struggled to avoid being sucked into the black hole of the U.S.-China trade issues. Trade matters. Attention turned to the coming Buenos Aires G20 summit. What could go wrong? Xi began by telling Trump how wonderful he was, laying it on thick. Xi was read steadily through note cards, outlets, all of it. House shout R2 in advance. Trump ad-libbed with no one on the U.S. side knowing what he would say from 1 minute to the next. Anyways, my point wasn't that Piers Morgan size only. I just feel like for me and people of my similar size, okay, and this was also expressed to me in the after show on the Hippy Dippy thing. There's a lot of these shows, like The Boss used to do. I mean, Kick or Keep, disappeared a while ago, or like Hippy Dippy used to do, where they would like reach out to people closer to my size and be like, hey, do you want to come on to do this, and it's good because you don't have to do the work yourself to like set up all the debate stuff. Like if I want to have a debate with someone, I have to DM them, we have to set up a time. It's like it's nice to have just a show that like reaches out to you and you can make it like an event, and it's cool. That's all I'm considering doing. Okay, I don't even know if I'm gonna do it. That's all I said. I'm just considering making a thing like that because I think it'd be cool. Xi finally shifted to substance describing China's positions. The U.S. would roll back Trump's existing tariffs, and both parties would refrain from competitive currency manipulation and agree not to engage in cyber thievery. How thoughtful. The U.S. should eliminate Trump's tariffs, Xi said, or at least agree to forego new ones. People expect this. Xi and I feared that moment that Trump would simply say yes to everything Xi laid out. Trump came close, unilaterally offering the U.S. would remain at 10% rather than 25%, as he had previously threatened. In exchange, Trump merely asked for some increase in Chinese farm product purchases to help with the crucial farm state vote. If that could be agreed, the U.S. tariffs would be reduced. Breathtaking. It was breathtaking. Trump suddenly turned the conversation to the coming U.S. presidential election, pleading with Xi to ensure he'd win. Thank you, Jalen Dixie, for the sub. I really appreciate it. It helps out a lot right now. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. It might be doing old subs. I don't know. We'll see. I hope it's not doing old subs. Oh, it's doing old subs. Chris G, thank you for the sub very much. It helps out a lot right now. Trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. Thank you. Radif, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome. Ivan, thank you for the sub as well. The YouTube subs really help out a lot right now, so I greatly appreciate it. Most of the people are probably not here right now. Probably subbed from a YouTube video that I put out earlier. John Templeton, thank you for the sub. And now the alerts are just now catching up because YouTube is a horrible platform. Do you debate or just commentate? Yeah, I do debates. Go to my YouTube channel. You can see debates there. And sub to the YouTube channel. Thank you, Space Lion, for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Octavius, for the sub. Yeah, stop watching everything pretty quickly. It's impossible to have a real debate in that format. I don't know. Maybe you guys are right. I enjoyed the hippy dippy thing. I enjoyed the panels. Prediction on the election, I'm leaning towards Kamala winning. I'm not super confident, but I think I'd put it at like a 60-40 chance or something. Kaio, thank you for the sub.
Run it back with Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Ice Spice, and Juice WRLD on a remixed Chapter 2 map in Fortnite Battle Royale.
I forgot. I need to have this fucking thing muted. Thank you for the resub, Kyle. 7 months. Been here the whole time. Hippy Dippy wasn't too bad. Well, non-fun is insane. What am I insane? Are you being sub-botted? No. It's just when because YouTube is a horrible live streaming platform. As bad as Twitch is, YouTube is better in a lot of ways, but it's worse in other ways. Okay. When someone subs on YouTube, it'll take like 10 minutes for the notification to pop up, okay? B, when people sub when I'm not live streaming, when I stream again, it doesn't show up until somebody subs. And whoever subs, it triggers playing the entire backlog of people who subbed while I'm not streaming. It's awesome. Looking at Pierce in terms of format and entertainment value, you realize how shit Hippy Dippy was. I'm not trying. Why do you guys think it? Why are you comparing me to Pierce Morgan? Because those panels are shows too. Exactly. They're like They're like mainstream show. I'm just trying to have fun on fucking Twitch. Should be more like Fresh and Fit. Do they still even do shit? I don't even know what they do anymore, bro. Everyone wants to sub to the guy who killed the Hippy Dippy. Exactly. It was me. I did it. It's little wonder China's social media bot army has been strongly in favor of Trump this election cycle. Note that I'm not saying Kamala Harris would be perfect in China policy. I have a few worries there too, but I know she'll be within a bipartisan consensus that China is a threat that needs to be stood up to. And I don't know she'll and I know she'll have advisors who take this seriously, as Biden did. Fresh and Fit are low in funds, I would imagine. There's usually like 6+ people in there. In many cases, they'll be the same, so I'm far less worried about Harris and Trump. A second Trump presidency would be bad for many reasons. It would stress the American society. By prolonging the unrest of the 2010s, it would promote many of the country's worst actors to position powers and influence. What is this link? It's just Alex would be good to read too. I didn't know he wrote about this, but I wrote about this yesterday. More shit to there's so much shit to read, and there's so much stuff to react to too. Although this came out literally 20 minutes ago, right? So literally after I started streaming. So I'm pretty sure Jubilee's gonna just saying, if they aren't offering intellectual debate, they better be entertaining. Hippy, Dippy, and Prime are neither. I feel like I don't know. I'm in a bipartisan consensus. Many cases. Second Trump presidency would be bad for many reasons. It would stress American society by prolonging the unrest. Nothing Trump would do is be as dangerous as this. Forfeiting Cold War II by willfully destroying America's nascent manufacturing revival and its long-standing alliances would put the U.S. in greater danger than anything else he would do. This is probably not the issue that's the foremost in minds of most voters in the election, but it's the thing that worries me most. Crazy. Don't criticize them because you're friendly. Instead, let them crash and burn. Good idea. What? Okay, I want to save some of the links. I really like Destiny's question on this when he asked Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan wouldn't answer. Piers Morgan never answered when he said, can you think of one other person, just one other person who you would support that has this level of criticisms from the people closest to him? Because Trump literally has like 44 40 of his 44 top advisors like all have disowned him or whatever. Can you just think of one other person you would support who has that? John Kelly, certainly the former president, is the far-right area. He's certainly authoritarian. Trump is a fascist to the core. Donald Trump is the first president of my lifetime who did not try to unite the American people. And in January 6th siege on the Capitol, Trump abandoned his oath to support and defend the Constitution. After stolen documents were found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago, experts said that the stashing them there was an irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our national security at risk. Trump was immoral. Yeah, like beyond the pale of American norms. And even more, Mike Pence, obviously. So it's no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year. Timothy, welcome to the stream. Hello from Pennsylvania. Hello. Pennsylvania is an important state right now. Appeal to bureaucrat fallacy. True. You know, funny thing is, even without Trump, the Dems fucked the country up so hard, the next guy coming around would be actually Hitler if they keep this shit up. What do you mean by that? The Dems fucked up the country so hard? What did the Dems do to fuck up the country so hard? I don't think our country is particularly fucked up right now. Are you voting this year for President Donald Trump? I have already voted for not Trump, for Kamala Harris. Wait, sorry, no, for Joe Biden. I wrote in Joe Biden. I always forget. I always forget to say it. Dude, this, I cannot believe this is where we are right now. Apparently, the big issue in the election right now is fucking Peanut, some gay porn actor's squirrel who was taken by the state of New York because he bit somebody, and they have to put them down to have to get tested for rabies. So they euthanize the squirrel to test it for rabies, and we have the literal House Judiciary GOP, the official Twitter account of the House Judiciary Committee, tweeting out justice for Peanut. It bit someone? It bit someone. The man who took an orphan peanut squirrel says that it's surreal officials euthanize his pet. Man who took an orphan squirrel and made it a social media star vowed Saturday that a New York state decision to seize and euthanize the animal will go unheard. Yeah, when they tried to take it away, it bit the guy who grabbed it. Yeah, and they have to they have to put it down to test for rabies. They only bite if you make them bite you. That's just, I mean, it's a squirrel. It's a wild animal. Like, you can to some extent tame it, but like. Okay, so the biting was the product of the seizing. Doesn't change the fact that once it bites you, in order to test for rabies, you have to put it down to do that. That was the reason it was that's the reason it was euthanized. That's what I'm saying. You can say, like, if you don't think the seizing was moral, that's fine. I'm just saying the, people are wildly upset about the euthanizing part when, like, clearly that probably was the right thing to do, right? Because rabies has, like, a 99% fatality rate or whatever, but. He declined to specify his possible next steps, but officials said would hear from him soon about what happened to Peanut and the squirrel, and Peanut the squirrel and Fred, a rescued raccoon that was confiscated and also put down. The State Department of I haven't heard about the raccoon. Nobody's ever gotten rabies from a squirrel. I do not believe that is the case, but okay. I'm like, that's news to me. Rabies bite squirrel. I'm sure no person who has ever gotten rabies from a squirrel. Damn. Owned. Don't feed squirrels. No matter how the horse goes rabid, if it bites you, you should receive a tetanus vaccine if it has been more than 5 years since you got your last vaccination. Owned liberal. Just that you didn't specify in the U.S. I'm sure someone in fucking Mexico, Canada, okay? Maybe they can be. State law requires people to get a license if they wish to own a wild animal. Long ago I said he was working to get Peanut, known as Peanut, certified as an educational animal. Biden's the most milquetoast, bipartisan, loving old man, and Republicans advocate Hitler. True. Republicans are the most disingenuous people on the planet who are in fact garbage. So true. Base. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Spam. Mr. Spam. Spam Pam YT. Logan said Saturday he didn't see Peanut bite anyone during what he described as an hours-long, heavy-handed search. The authorities hadn't spoken with him since he left the property. Honestly, it still feels kind of surreal. The state I live in actually targeted me and took the most beloved animal on the planet away. And they didn't even quarantine them. They took them to my house and just killed them. Said Fred raccoon was dropped off on his doorstep a few months ago after helping the animal recover. He and his wife were planning to release the creature into the woods. I don't know, but where this is now the biggest issue in the fucking election, apparently, is a fucking squirrel, dude. It's not even the federal government, it's the state government. Like, if you have an issue, take it up with the fucking New York state government, okay? Like, what? The State Department of Environmental Conservation. And he also, I don't know if I saved it or not. He used a scroll, I'm pretty sure, to promote his fucking gay OnlyFans, which is like fine. Listen, I'm cool with that. I just don't think a lot of Republicans would be cool with that, and it's funny that they're so fucking upset about this. When I don't think many of them would be cool about that. This is free content, so the one who snitched of Fred and Peanut was a white woman who was angry about having less Insta followers than a squirrel. Based. Do you think they'll mind? Watch reaction to Destiny's Jubilee stream is wondering if you consider yourself a liberal or leftist because you seem to know way too much about macroeconomics to be a leftist. I appreciate it very much, Mr. Spam. No, I am. I do consider myself I would say, new liberal, somewhere in the new liberal social democrat spectrum. So yeah, not a leftist in a conventional sense, at least. Yeah, although conservatives will obviously brand me as a leftist for supporting like any type of welfare at all, even if yeah. But yeah, I would say somewhere in the new liberal social democrat spectrum. So like MAGA supports welfare. The irony. I mean, they support. I mean, here's the funny thing: tariffs are basically, in effect, welfare to the jobs that they're supposed to be protecting, right? Like, because you're literally like taxing everyone else in order to protect, certain steel jobs or whatever. Like you're taxing everyone who uses steel to protect steel jobs in America. In effect, that's just welfare. That's actually another that's something like the official poverty measurement totally misses. It's like it's the official poverty measurement, right? Like doesn't include the benefits people get from the government. As your income, right? So it shows way more people in poverty than I would argue there actually are, using better measures of poverty like the supplemental poverty measure or the poverty measured by consumption, because it literally excludes all the state benefits that you get. So it's like, if you're poor and you're on food stamps, that food stamps doesn't count as income. But if you're a steel worker whose job is protected by tariffs, then that does count as legitimate income. Like that does count as keeping you out of poverty, even though that is also just government intervention. Like, my hair is too long. I need to get a haircut. It looks too much. It's too. I don't know what to do about it. Someone to libertarians who don't support welfare and they aren't voting. True. Okay, we're gonna see if YouTube gets mad at me for watching this. I don't want to mirror it because it looks. I hate when I have to mirror it. So hopefully we're good. But yeah, I don't know. It should be fine. Anyone on YouTube, if we get taken down, okay, you can head over to Twitch. One politician versus 25 undecided voters, featuring Pete Buttigieg. I'm glad they got Pete. Pete, I think, does really well in these type of things. Really well in these type of debates, on either Fox News or interviews and stuff like that. I think the steel jobs Trump protected cost way more than the wages than those jobs that were predicted. Probably, yeah. I don't know. The steel tariffs were so bad, but.
Michigan. Vicksburg, Michigan.
And I'm an undecided voter.
I am an undecided voter.
I'm an undecided voter.
What I want voters like you to hear is anything but a vote for her works out to being a vote for him right now. Yeah. Because this is a swing state. It could come down to a couple votes per precinct, and one of those might be you.
Everyone take a moment, cast your vote.
I wasn't going to vote at all, actually, but after hearing him, I'm pretty confident in my decision now.
Before, I was undecided. At the conclusion of this event, I did mark down...
I'm Pete Buttigieg. I'm a father of two, a veteran of the Afghanistan war. I served as mayor of my hometown in Indiana, and now I live in Michigan. And today, I'm surrounded by 25 undecided voters. My first claim is Donald Trump is only running for president for himself. Kamala Harris is running for president to make your life better.
Oh, they actually have a surrounded format. Hell yeah, base. This is also an incredibly base prompt. This is the best way to do the to appeal to a lot of undecided voters. I actually did like the one thing I did like from Ben Shapiro is he actually had a good way of like explaining some different types of elections. That sounds like you got TDS, really. This election is very much like what Ben called like a cares about me election. None of the candidates are really running on unity. None of the candidates are running on. There's another type of election. Not you to miss it. Oh, okay. It's a cares about me election. Which candidate cares more about me? That's a big thing for undecided voters.
Morning.
Hello, good morning. Hi. So I agree with you. I think that Trump is very selfish. I don't think he's doing it for the people. He wants to do it for his own personal needs, or not really sure why. But I do agree. Kamala is a prosecutor, so she tries to do it by the book, and she wants to bring justice.
Sorry, did a great job. Thank you, Ben Brody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. I appreciate
she wants to bring
it.
equality, and she wants to do it for others. It's
I
not
love
really
all the new hippy dippy
about her. So
here.
I think that with Kamala, she's really good, but there's things that have happened in the U.S. that it's like bringing really big conversations due to the fact of some people not agreeing with things that she's allowed. I feel like there's a different way on how we can do things. Just because the U.S. is in debt, $35.7 trillion.
Okay, so the deficit, we don't like the deficit. Hopefully, I'm assuming people who just know the talking point, like basically every analysis shows Trump increasing the deficit by more than Harris.
The way that we make decisions when it comes to money and economy, every American in the U.S. should agree with. Sometimes decisions.
And also drill down on the tariffs. Say Trump wants to tax you 10% more for all your groceries. Say it.
Money is being spread out in different countries or in different ways, and the people from the U.S. we're still in debt. We're still struggling. We're still paying those taxes. So I just feel like we should meet each other in the middle somewhere. Because our opinion really matters. With Trump though, he never cared. So
I feel like kind of what I'm hearing you say is you agree that Trump is in it for himself and that she's in it to make things better. But that still might not decide how an election ought to go because of frustration about how things are right now. Exactly. Is that fair? I think part of what I would say, I don't disagree that we got a lot of problems right now, right? I think part of what I would say is that every election then is about what happens next, right? And it's not that anybody's got an easy fix for some of the problems you just named. They're huge problems. That's why they're still there. Otherwise, somebody would have fixed them. But the case I want to make is that she's going to be better able to address them, even if there's no magic wand on some of this stuff, because she cares.
He's just appealing to character, which is fine. But
specific ideas that I think are going to help. You take the debt. Let's be honest. The debt has grown under Democratic presidents and under Republican presidents, right? But I would also say the biggest reason the debt grew under Donald Trump was that he was using the debt to pay for tax cuts for the rich.
True.
And
thank you, Mr. Spam, for the follow. I appreciate it.
That's different from something that's the equivalent of taking out a loan for
Destiny doesn't lose, buddy. True,
business.
Blaze. Welcome to the stream.
Or mortgage, which is what I feel was done on something like infrastructure investment, right? So I think the most important thing now is, okay, nobody's saying everything's perfect, far from it, but then what? Like, what happens next, right? And that's where I feel like the choice is so clear right now. If that makes sense.
Yes, I agree.
Come on, tariffs. He wants to tax you 10% more. Trump wants to tax you 10% more. Not only did Trump get tax cuts to the rich during his first term, but he wants to do regressive taxes that tax poor people way more than rich people. He wants to do his tariffs. Come on, Pete.
If someone else wants an opinion,
Thank you.
Damn.
I'm Sailor. Nice to meet you. So you said the claim that Kamala's running because she wants to make things better, and Donald Trump said
They said leaning third party. Oh.
or that he's just running because
Is this going to be a single issue Gaza?
he is running for himself. I think anybody that's in politics is doing it for themselves, if we're being honest. Anybody that's in government, anybody who's doing this, they have a background where they're passionate about something, but if we're being real, if you're running for president and you've been in politics this long, it is really, truly about yourself. The issue
Can I
that
challenge that, though?
sure.
mean, I get what you're saying, and I don't think anybody who's running for president is without ambition.
Yeah, of course.
But I don't think that means that your core motivation is that it's about you. I think that people, like you said, get into politics or public service out of idealistic reasons, you hope, at least some of the time. But I think there's two very different paths in the two different candidates, right? So you look at him. This is obviously not somebody who
why are we being so rude? Okay, don't be. I reach out to a lot of the Jubilee people, guys. We can't be rude to them. Okay.
Motivated to join the school board in his local community, wound up running for mayor, and then ran for president. This is somebody who ran for president, in my view, basically as a branding exercise, and then won. With her, like she did come up as a line prosecutor, right? And served as a prosecutor, served as AG, served as a senator, served as VP. I get what you're saying. Like anybody in politics, there's ego there, right?
Yeah.
I'm not denying that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I really feel that the things she's putting forward are more about solving our problems than the things he's putting forward.
Yeah, so I will say, I'm not someone who would vote for Trump. I'm actually third party.
I see.
So Jill Stein, for example, I'm a hard...
Yep. I knew it. I knew it was going to be single issue Gaza. Oh, of course. All right. I think Pete Buttigieg did a good job there. He also should have mentioned there's this like hilarious clip of Trump being asked like, what would you do? What would you do to bring like car manufacturing jobs back to Detroit? And he literally rambles on saying, "Well, I was in this town and they gave me Man of the Year." I think I have it here actually. Yeah, what actions will you do to ensure that jobs stay in America so we continue to build a best car manufacturing? And why is it doing this? So pretty much what we've been saying, look, what I want to do is this. It's a bunch of Ridley answers. And then he's like, I was in this town. They gave me Man of the Year maybe 20 years ago. He doesn't actually answer the policy question, and all he does is ramble about how he got Man of the Year. It's wild. With the fact that, like, when he said that, like, he was calling to hot mic saying when, people in North Korea, when Kim Jong-un steps out, they all listen to him, and he wants his people to do that. Like, there are so many things like that show, like, Trump is, like, pretty clear. Grab her by the pussy, even. You're a star. You can do whatever you want. Grab them by the pussy. Like, even that.
Hardcore environmentalist, conservationist. I'm an amateur entomologist, love bugs, but very big into the environment. I was a part of the Climate Corps in Michigan, so I know a lot about the environment. And I understand that Kamala has a lot of initiatives that she's put forth. I mean, during the Biden-Harris administration, you had the passing of the American Climate Corps, which is fantastic because I was part of that.
Oh, that's great.
However,
you served in that?
yes, I did.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
So, but the problem that I see is I feel like I'm very against the two-party system. It's because I used to be a part of it. I was a hardcore Democrat for a very long time. I worked on Elsa Slayton's campaign. I did a bunch of work. So I have lost a lot of faith in our two-party system, and I want to see something different because when we have something where it's insanity, you have the same thing over and over and over again.
But here's what I want to try to convince you of, right? Yes, neither party is perfect. You've probably been let down by your party from time to time.
Yes.
All of us have. However, one of two things is about to happen, right? Jill Stein is not going to become president of the United States. Donald Trump is, or Kamala Harris is, right? And all of the things from an environmental perspective that were just achieved, these are not like little differences between center left and center right? You got one set that's saying climate change is a hoax, it's not even a thing.
Yeah, I'm not in support of Trump at all. This is completely against Kamala.
If he gets back in, then the Inflation Reduction Act will be demolished.
That is right.
So every piece of progress, and if you're saying it's not enough, there's more to do, I'm not totally disagreeing.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is we've come this far. Like we have right here in Michigan, right? We have factories rising out of the ground making EV batteries that are going to power a different kind of future.
But what it's always talking about EVs and solar panels. What are we doing to protect our lakes in Michigan? We have 22% of the world's fresh water. We have Pipeline 5 going through the Straits of the Mackinac Island Mackinac.
Could any it's just so annoying. And people just is incredibly right that she's not gonna.
Bridge underneath the bridge
but
in
on
the
that,
water.
right?
If my candidate is not literally perfect, I will not vote for them. Also, like, what are we doing to protect Michigan's water? It's like, shouldn't you? That's probably more of a state issue.
Right? Again, like, she's going to enforce the Clean Water Act. He's going to tear it up. Look at what he did to the EPA the first time. And that's when
But
there
this
was
is
still
the thing. You keep mentioning stuff about Trump.
True, that as well. The
I'm trying to tell
EPA,
you,
forgot
I'm
about that
between
even.
Jill and Kamala. And this is the thing. Jill is fantastic. She's an activist. She has been doing this for years. And I understand Kamala has also gone against BP when it comes to, anything like that. But I just have a feeling that I would rather change up. I want to change up the situation that we have in America. If you look at Norman Rockwell's painting, it's called The Great Debate. That was 40 plus years ago. It's the same thing that's happening now. 40 years ago, same thing.
He should mention, this is a Michigan voter, right? Aren't they all from Michigan? He should mention the swap your vote thing, okay? You can like sign up to swap your vote. Like if you're in a swing state and you want to vote Green Party and somebody is in a safe state, you can like swap your votes.
We're doing the same thing now. Why do we want to continue the system and not try to change it over third party?
But do you really feel like nothing's gotten better in 40 years? I get that everything we want to have happen hasn't happened.
Yeah, but
surely things have gotten better.
I don't want history to repeat itself.
For sure.
Thank you.
Not voter registration, swap your vote. Like they there's a whole website dedicated to it. I think it's actually the ratio is like 1 to 2 also. Swing state voters, we will match you with 2 Harris supporters. Exactly, 2 Harris supporters who will vote for your protest or third-party candidate in a solid blue state. So she should do this. If you actually wanna change things up, okay, you can get 2 third-party candidate votes if you're in Michigan and you vote for Kamala Harris and you swap them out.
Sorry.
How you doing? Same here.
So I want to play devil's advocate a little bit, just to poke or chicken-tag your brain a little bit. When you are looking at things such as, I believe, multiple assassination attempts on Donald Trump, looking at things where he's walked into a position where he has experienced really awful media conversation about him, putting him in horrible lights, comparing him to Hitler, et cetera, justified or not, either way it's happening. And I would say things more on that line when I would say he's made his life harder by running not only once, but losing and then running again. He's been in politics.
Well, he kind of has to, run now because he's trying to get pardoned himself for all the indictments that he's involved in.
Now. How do you look at that and the determination he's in it for himself when I would say he's made his life a lot more difficult? I mean, he's a billionaire. He could be sitting up playing golf.
Yeah, no, look, I've heard this argument. Here's what I'd say. First of all, he's made a lot of money off of the presidential campaign. He hasn't just made money by being in business. Matter of fact, if you took the money he inherited and just put it in the stock market, it would be about the same. So most of what he's done in his business.
And he's using his position to, sell fucking he was selling NFTs, right? And weird trading cards and fucking sneakers that don't even help with his campaign. Okay, like
has been destroyed.
Just go to him.
But leaving that aside, once he became president, there was a ton of self-dealing going on, right? Folks staying at his hotels who might have had interests before the government that he was running, members of his family cutting deals, including overseas, that they probably wouldn't have been able to cut if they weren't related to the president of the United States. Now, I get what you're saying, that anybody who gets into public service, anybody who puts their name online, anybody who runs for president, takes on a lot of negativity that comes with that. At a different level, I've experienced the negativity of being in public service. My husband and I worry sometimes about our family just because we're out there, and nobody should have to experience that. And one thing we should be able unequivocally to agree on is that nobody should ever accept political violence, no matter who it's directed at and no matter why, right? It is categorically unacceptable, wrong, and disgusting for there to have been an attempt on the life of any political candidate, including him, right? I still think, though, that he didn't do this because he woke up and thought, I'm going to make some sacrifices to help other people, and that's why I'm going to run for president. I just don't believe that. But either way, what I do know... What's that?
Can I ask why I don't believe that?
Because I've never seen him express much interest or concern for others. Like, recently he got a question about childcare. He went on this, like, 2 or 3 minute rant.
Thank you. Good answer.
And the one thing he didn't mention was childcare. Because I don't think he thinks about it that much. It's other people's problems, right? He's interested in his own, mostly his own past. This whole thing about, like, retribution and revenge. I don't know him. I've never been in a room with him. And I've at least met most prominent Republicans in the Senate because of my job. I will admit that I don't know him personally. But a lot of people I do, who do know him, say that he's in it for himself, including his own chief of staff. It's not like...
I was going to say, including all of his own, like, former cabinet. Like,
right? His own chief of staff has some of the most blistering and disturbing things to say about him. But also, I don't know him. I do know her. And it says a lot, I think, about somebody. If you come to respect and admire somebody while you're competing.
And if you don't... I would never bring this up because it would get bogged down into a January 6th conversation. But, like, I'm pretty sure on January 6th, when he wanted the Secret Service to... I'm not pretty sure. I know this. On January 6th, he told the Secret Service to take down the magnometers because he said, like, although people had guns, they're not here to hurt me. Like, he's clearly only thinking about himself. When Mike Pence was rushed to a bunker underground while the mob was breaking into the Capitol, his response was, so what? Like what
against each other. Like I got to know her when like 20 of us were running for president. We were all campaigning, jostling, each of us trying to get the edge. And
if I have one contention with what you're saying, that sparks a thought in me is, do you think you have a little bit of an innate bias because you know her well or somewhat well?
Well, I'm definitely on her side. Like obviously, right? That's why I'm here. Yeah. But there are people in my party who I don't think of as kind of the ideal public servant, right? Just because we're in the same party, don't get me in trouble.
Okay.
Well, say just because you're a Democrat, that doesn't mean I'm giving everybody the benefit of the doubt. Okay. But she's somebody who, when I see her, when I've been in meetings with her, the questions she's usually asking are, what's this going to mean to people? For example, she's the kind of person who would say, here's what I'm leaning toward doing. Tell me the best argument against doing that. And I just can't picture him.
Trump would never say that. He would never say that if an advisor. If an advisor tells him anything he's against, like he wants to fucking immediately fire them. That's happened with all the voter fraud investigations, with like all the pressuring to try to get Bill Barr and then Rosen to send out the he tried to get Clark to send out the letter, right? Oh no, I think he tried to get Rosen to send out the letter and Jeffrey Clark to replace Rosen because Rosen wouldn't send out the letter. Like all this pressuring to try to prove voter fraud that doesn't exist.
Especially some of these fierce, wicked challenges coming our way as a country. Her mentality is what I would want to see in the Situation Room, in the Oval Office, in just behind the mic talking to the American people about what to do next.
Mm-hmm. I think as an average American voter, I personally have a lot of issue with seeing those things that you are seeing as someone who maybe knows her better than, of course, the average American, because I see interviews or different questions that she has, and I feel like I've seen what's called word salad a little bit. I don't feel like I can get.
Oh my God, you get me really saying that with Trump, dude.
And that makes it really difficult for me to view her beliefs and what she would enact as her policies and be like, yeah, I back that. Because I honest to God, don't know what they are.
Don't listen to civil servants, just rely on personal advisors.
So
true.
A big part of her focus is making sure.
And also, he like shopped around for lawyers that would support him with his like January 6th thing. He wasn't relying on like the White House counsel for example, trying to pressure state officials to overturn their election results, like in Georgia and Arizona. He was relying on Giuliani and Eastman, neither of which had any official position. I don't believe Kenneth Chesebro or Jim Troopis, who had any official position either, if I remember correctly, right? Trump is a word salad bar. I know, it's insane. It's just because we have like the expectations are just so low for him.
In America is more affordable. That's why she's pushing for a child tax credit. It's why she wants a tax code to be fair versus his tax cuts for the rich plan. He did it before, so pretty confident he's going to do it again. On issues like
tariffs, which
we've already talked about a little bit this morning. She's
also, my audio is like lagging now. God fucking damn.
Somebody who wants to make sure that we expand the work we've done to deal with carbon pollution. On access to abortion, she wants to make sure that women have that right restored, right? He took it away. She wants to bring it back through legislation.
I think...
Nice talking.
Nice to jump in. So, as someone who says they know Kamala's character, probably more than any of us here.
Leaning third party.
My sort of criticism of the campaign thus far, and it's kind of due to the circumstance of Biden dropping out so soon next to the race. I don't think I've been convinced enough by the campaign. I don't think I've had, like they've said, word salad, stuff like that. In terms of policy, I'm not really too sure. And I can say this is not just me, because the polling numbers didn't really change after the debate. I don't think either candidate did a good job at the debate. I think it was one of the worst debates we've ever watched. It's ugly. So just in your eyes, what?
So I feel differently. Maybe that's to be expected. I felt like she won the debate for this reason. I felt he was mostly talking about himself or people he wanted to demonize, right? The whole thing like they're eating cats or whatever, right? I mean, that was his big thing. And she was talking about what she would do to solve problems. Now, look, with all of the glare of a presidential campaign, it is hard for somebody's like full.
And Trump was like just unhinged the entire time and super angry about crowd sizes, but
character to come through.
Although clearly the moderators were biased.
And it's hard to get that out in some of these formats. But I actually thought the debate
third party means another zero useful opinions. Don't be listen, okay? Maybe he's just really. Maybe he's actually doing the vote swap. Maybe he just wants to do a protest vote.
A little differently. But I thought the debate, you could really tell the difference between what he cares about, mainly him, and what she cares about, which is the stuff she wants to do. Her whole point about how he's going to come in with an enemies list, she's going to come in with a to-do list, right?
Yeah.
Is that somewhat convincing to you?
Yeah, that's fair. I would probably never vote for Trump. It would be more like she said between Kamala and
okay, then please, because a big part of what we're trying to do is reach out to folks who aren't going to vote for him, but they're deciding whether or not to vote. Yeah. And what I want voters like you to hear is anything but a vote for her works out to being a vote for him right now.
Yeah.
Because this is a swing state.
True.
You live in Michigan, right?
Yep.
In a few days, either it's going to be him or it's going to be her. And it could come down to like a couple votes for precinct, and one of those might be you.
It could be. I just, as a principal rule, don't really agree with the two-party system. I would do anything to completely demolish.
Please swap your vote. Swap your vote. Please swap your vote. I don't know if people who just knows about that. I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe there's arguments against the politician promoting a swap your vote thing because I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court said that you are allowed to do the swap your vote thing, but it's and maybe you can make it. Maybe it's ethically questionable, but please swap your vote.
I think if the founding fathers saw what we had today, they would riot with their muskets out of the grave.
I mean, they didn't want parties. It's true, right? Like you read a lot of the early statements of the founders, and they were like, "Watch out for this." Of course. And here we are.
Thank you so much.
Good talking.
Jubilee's mission is to be a home for empathy and human connection.
This claim is the economy.
If you're a notable figure.
Okay, hold on. I'm a notable figure, right? I'm reconnecting my headphones to try to see if I can fix any of the audio thing.
If you're a notable figure and would like to participate in standing in Jubilee's mission is to be a home for empathy and human connection. As such,
get in there. I'm pretty sure they filmed them in California, so I don't think there's any shot that I would be on.
We've been in touch with members from both political parties and have standing invitations to Vice President Harris, President Trump, and other political representatives. If you're a notable figure and would like to participate in surround.
Oh wait, are they? By notable figure, do they mean? Do they mean politician? I don't know. I'm pretty sure they do them in California, so I don't think they'll ever. I don't think they'll ever have me on it because I don't know if they fly people out. I can't. I've reached out to a lot of different people who show up in these Jubilee videos because it's a really good opportunity to do fucking clickbait shit. Because I can say I talked to the Jubilee person, in reality the Jubilee person is just a normal person, but it's good clickbait. I should have debates coming up with one or two of them soon. I'm pretty sure one of them said that they didn't even pay for his flight there.
Contact us using the form below.
My next claim is the economy, especially here in the industrial Midwest, will be better off under Kamala Harris.
1.5. Why won't it work?
Especially here in.
Like to participate in Surrounded. Please contact us using the form below.
You should bring on a history buff Zionist. I think I might have built a little bit of a bridge with Kim Higbee on Hippy Dippy and have a 2v2. I've considered doing a 2v2 with me and Cam on one side, and then Gorps and maybe actual Jake on the other side. I've considered doing that. I don't know if they'd be down for it, but.
My next claim is the economy, especially here in the industrial Midwest, will be better off under Kamala Harris.
We hear a lot about Vice President Harris's plan for her economy, and it has to do with housing, it has to do with tax credits, but we don't hear about what it has to do with manufacturing. Whereas when we hear President Trump's talk, even though I don't necessarily agree with tariffs and things along those lines.
Oh, at least he doesn't disagree with the tariffs. I mean, like, I would like to see Kamala talk more about like industrial policy. It doesn't seem like she's touting like she's not even like celebrating the success of like the Inflation Reduction Act and Chips and Science Act on some of the things it's done well with battery and solar panel manufacturing and chip manufacturing. I would like to see her talk more about it, but like at least she's not talking about actively destroying it with universal tariffs. Like,
he does talk about manufacturing in states such as ours that relies heavily on that. Yeah. And as you alluded to earlier with EV credits or EV, battery manufacturing, things like that. Yeah. How do we see an increase in that manufacturing in our state? We haven't heard anything about that.
So I'll grant you that he talks a good game about manufacturing. He brings it up everywhere he goes. I'd like for us to do even more of that on our side. But I would start by saying results, right? So people sometimes are asked to forget about this, but there was a manufacturing recession under Trump, even before COVID. And obviously we all know what happened with COVID. Right now, there's more investment in putting up factories in the United States than
true.
Anytime.
All of it, he should mention. Yeah, I mean, this guy said he wasn't in favor of the tariffs, but the steel tariffs that Trump did and Biden, you can't imagine it. Probably actually because Biden kept some of them in place, had really negative effects on America's
there's never been
manufacturing.
time. Hopefully, you've seen it. Where do you live in the state?
Just north here.
Okay, so definitely in the middle part of the state. Some of it's around EVs, some of it's more traditional manufacturing, some of it's like clean tech, some of it's stuff like data centers. But I've never seen a moment when you had this many. First of all, just people in the building trades building the factories, and then people starting to get jobs in the factories. I grew up in a city that was
manufacturing employment. Is that like a raw number of manufacturing jobs is like at a all-time high, right? Not all-time high, higher right now than at any point under Trump's presidency. It's at like 13 million. Now, as people will point out, as Cam Higby likes to point out, people like him, they would say, "Oh, as a proportion, the jobs are still shrinking because, like, well, yeah." Even if we increase manufacturing jobs by X percent, if the economy is doing well and we increase the amount of other jobs by a bigger percent, by X plus 1%, then like the proportion is still going to shrink even if manufacturing jobs are doing better than ever by the raw numbers at least. But
it's the hometown for Studebaker, and Studebaker died in 1963. And even though that was before I was born, you could feel it the whole time I was growing up. When I became mayor there in 2012, it was 50 years later, and we were still kind of licking our wounds from that. And now, there's investments going on in that county creating manufacturing jobs like we haven't seen, again, like since the Kennedy years. I also think it's really important to look at kind of who's credible on this, right? So I really trust the United Auto Workers, especially because they did not always give Democrats the easiest time. Remember how like they really made first Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris like work for that endorsement. And they're saying, yeah, vote for her, not for him. Right?
And I get the endorsement. I mean, not to interrupt, I get the endorsement, but where is that manufacturing plan coming from? I mean, we haven't heard anything about, this is what I want to do. I want to invest in X to make the United States be the pillar of this, or I want to invest in Michigan so that they can do Y. We haven't heard any specifics. And granted, she's 100 and some days into.
I don't think he's entirely wrong there. I don't even think her opportunity economy policy book has too much about manufacturing. But like, again, it's just like at least she's not promising to literally blow it up like
a campaign that I feel like she was drafted into versus wanted to be into, but with specifics.
And I would argue it's a little harder for some of her manufacturing vision to get across because every day we're arguing about like McDonald's or Taylor Swift or like whatever he's decided to change the subject to, right? So it's probably not
true. I mean, I don't know. She meant, I guess here she is touting the success of it a little bit. Real factory investment. His name is literally Chad. His name is Chad. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's that much on it. Make many of the jobs opportunity economy available to those without a college degree. Also fight for a level playing field with China. The American forward tax credit will invest tens of billions to position the United States to compete and win the 21st century. She won't let other countries like China undermine those investments. I don't know. I haven't seen her talk about it very much, but
it's not us not wanting to get a manufacturing message out. It's a lot of noise that we're up against, but part of how it works is a tax structure that encourages investment. It's making sure that we do double down on having stuff like EVs made in places like Michigan, not in places like China, right? So whether you choose to buy one or not, and that's your choice. I hope you buy one that's made by American auto workers and not one made overseas. And that could totally depend on whether the policies that were in the Inflation Reduction.
I hope you buy one made overseas. Globalization is based, although obviously, okay. When it comes to China, I'm being half ironic there, okay? I would prefer you buy a Japanese-made automobile than a Chinese one.
But. Wait or not. But there's a lot of things in there like the tax credits that bring the manufacturing back onto American soil. That's part of why the manufacturing is happening right now.
Thank you very much.
I think we're looking at the economy kind of on a surface level.
Why not buy a Chinese EV? Are you racist? And I'm not racist. I just think it's worrying that they have more manufacturing capacity than we do because that allows them to outproduce us militarily, which is not ideal. Even if their equipment is worse, if they can produce more equipment faster and for cheaper, then they can outproduce us, and that's not a good thing.
A lot of things, like all these jobs and stuff like that, right?
It's okay since Japanese ones are made in China anyway. The Japan's our ally, so that's why I would prefer Japanese ones.
Right. But where are they going? Why are we having problems? I think it's because people can't afford anything. We're suffering.
Oh no.
A lot of people are suffering. You can't have a strong economy if everybody can't afford things. People spend when they have the ability to, right? So.
Pete Buttigieg can't answer the correct answer here. The correct answer here is you're wrong and dumb. Let's look at the Fred graph. Real consumption, real durable goods consumption or whatever per person is on a steady upward trend in the U.S. If we just look at Fred, real personal consumption expenditures, there's a little dip during COVID and it's basically back on trend. It's actually, I'm pretty sure it actually jumped up to back to the 2008 trend if we look up frying pan charts. So not only did we personal consumption expenditures, not only did we have a recovery, but we recovered to the pre-2008 trend on it. He can't answer that way because he's a politician and people would say that he's gaslighting voters. But this is the correct answer.
Instead of tax breaks are great and all, but they don't solve the problem. The problem is soft monopolies everywhere. They have the ability to stranglehold people.
Lena Khan, actually. Oh, you know what? He can't say Lena Khan either because Kamala Harris might get rid of Lena Khan. I think we've had really good Lena Khan and the FTC and FCC have had pretty good getting rid of junk fees, pretty strong antitrust enforcement, the one click to cancel your subscription thing, the recent McDonald's ice cream machine exemption to the copyright laws so McDonald's can fix their own ice cream machines now. I think we've had really good antitrust stuff. You could even argue overly strong antitrust stuff in some cases, with the airlines. I'm pretty sure there was a case where they wouldn't let was it JetBlue and Spirit, or it was two budget airlines wanted to merge and they wouldn't let them merge, and then later they ended up going bankrupt. I think we had really good antitrust enforcement, which is part of the reason why I think there's a lot of billionaires who will only be comfortable, supporting Harris if she gets rid of Lena Khan, which is
have certain things in place that allow people to get enough money to actually survive.
They should have let them merge. I think there might have been cases where that happens, but I think overall we had really good antitrust.
Final kind of point is, we can talk about military spending and all that, but it's not so much about the actual equipment. Obviously, we need a defense, but what about I think somebody said we're spending $90,000 on a bag of washers, or the high cost of the equipment to make these things is excessive. Who's paying for that? It's us. Yeah. Why is that happening? Why is nobody talking about this? Why aren't we going after these soft monopolies?
Yeah. So I think part of what's really important that you're talking about is that there's more to the economy than
I don't think
the
our
stock
last
market,
point is
right?
really wrong.
I would point out the stock market's at an all-time high because Trump said that if we won, it would crash. But regardless, that's not what decides whether you're living well or not, right? And even if I'm pointing to statistics around the number of jobs or growth, that doesn't mean much if you don't feel like things are affordable. The case I want to...
He's a politician. He has to see. He's a politician, so he can't gaslight voters. Okay, but the correct answer is to gaslight voters. That's the correct answer. To pull up the Fred graph and say you're dumb. Okay, and I don't care about your situation. This is a statistical question, and the statistics are on my side. Okay, that's the correct answer. If he was based, he would do that. But people would hate him if he said that.
Choice in front of us about what's going to make things more affordable. So in his case, it's tariffs, and tariffs will add to the price of things that we buy.
I mean, voter epistemology is so bad that you shouldn't mention the central bank independence, and he does not like central bank independence, and he probably is going to deficit spend more than Kamala. And by the way, a big reason he doesn't like central bank independence, because during his first term, he literally said, if we had lower rates, we could refinance our debt. That's him saying that if we had lower rates, I could spend more money cheaply. Okay,
tariffs have a place up to a point, but the level he's talking about, they estimate it'll be about $4,000 more per family to buy the things that we all buy per year if those plans go through. What she's talking about is trying to make things more affordable with, for example, a child tax credit or measures to get more housing built, because part of why housing is unaffordable is there's not enough supply, right? There's just not enough houses and housing units that have been built, right? So let's do something about it. Let's get more of them built, right? I think that's the focus. And then, what's happening with the tax code. And I totally agree. I don't know the specific example you're describing, but totally agree. We've got to get good taxpayer value, bang for our buck, right? And that doesn't always happen in contracting. It's something that I care about a lot. But I'd also say, prices going up. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
So you said that the economy will be better under Harris and that Trump is basically working for people like him. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I'm curious to know exactly what a president can do with their powers to affect the economy. Because, I mean, we saw under
this is a fair
President
question.
Obama, he tried
but tariffs is a big thing that is within the control of the executive for the most part. That's an authority Congress delegated to the president, essentially. But
a lot of
they
stuff,
could take
and
it back.
Congress said no.
Yeah, and the central bank independence thing, Trump will say is within his unilateral authority, and the courts will probably have to sort that out, whether the executive authority extends to the central bank.
And I don't see the general makeup of Congress changing that much in this election. So what's the plan to actually affect change if, 50 people who have a lot of power are standing against her?
Yeah, so it's a great point. For very good reasons, the president doesn't get to just go and do everything they want. Although I think he wants to, if he gets the chance. It's his whole dictator on day one thing. I do believe it's possible to get things done on a bipartisan basis in Congress, even this Congress. I know that sounds naive, but think about it. That's how the infrastructure bill got done, right? The Biden-Harris administration got a bunch of Republicans, not most of them, but a few Republicans, to work with Democrats to make it happen. Not so much on the Inflation Reduction Act, right? That got actually she had to cast the tiebreaker vote in a split Senate.
Still had to do the old job, even though she has the new one.
Right. There's the president of the Senate job. But I guess a few things I would point to. For one thing, the powers of the presidency go a lot to whether unions get support, because you get to appoint people to
that's true as well. The National Labor Relations Board did really well under Biden. Yep.
Board, people in the different agencies. And we've really seen a difference between whether unions' concerns and therefore workers' concerns are heard or not. Yeah, partly based on the laws that get passed, but partly, the saying personnel is policy. So the kinds of people he's going to appoint are not going to be the most worker-friendly people. And the kinds of people she's going to appoint will. That's part of the case that I would make. So I'd say,
to a point you made a minute ago, the difference between career civil servants and political appointees, the idea is there's supposed to be comparatively fewer political appointees.
Yes, for sure.
And given that, how much weight does that carry?
So I think it's super important. You definitely want career civil servants, no matter who's in charge, Republican, Democrat, to be able to do their job. But a lot of the decisions that are made, how a law is interpreted, what kind of regulations go into effect, things like health and safety regulations. Is a big one. It really matters whether you have more of a pro-corporate tilt or whether you have more of a pro-worker tilt. And I think she's participated in administrations, very proud of being very, very pro-worker, pro-union. I also really think with the right kind of presidential leadership, there could be a bipartisan majority for things like the child tax credit, which that's family policy, but to me, that's also economic policy in a big way. Like putting more money in people's pockets, making it more affordable to be able to raise kids, right? Things like paid family leave. Most Americans think we ought to do it, right? Sure. Republican, Democrat, you name it. That doesn't always mean most members of Congress will do it. But I think with a leader in the White House who puts that really high on the list, that could be achieved. Now, I wouldn't give up on Congress, even though I understand.
Are you sure?
You know what the real based answer would be here too? Again, this would probably come across as gaslighting voters, which is probably why he wouldn't say it, would be to say, what Biden also did? Biden approved more oil drilling than, and the environmental people would be mad at this, but he approved more oil drilling than Trump did, okay? We are now making more oil than any country in the history of ever, despite what Trump tells you. We are energy independent, okay? That is something the president also has control over.
Because it seems
believe me, I get it. But you never give up. And there's a lot that a president can do with her legal powers.
What about for people who don't have or don't want to have kids? Child tax credit, paid family. These are
the earned income tax credits he wants to expand as well, which it gives money to people who don't even have kids.
I agree entirely. But that doesn't speak to...
Sure. And we're not like J.D. Vance, who says that if you don't have kids, you're like a childless cat lady.
I have
right?
4 cats.
Based.
You got it all. But that's where things like, I think, addressing student loan debt, things like making sure we have strong support for a public service, people who want to go into public service so that you can afford to go into public service. And again, just a tax code that isn't cutting taxes for billionaires, that cuts service for the rest of us. I think that's a huge deal, whether you're raising family or not.
Fair enough.
God, listen, despite people who just knows how to perfectly get around all the fucking things you can't mention if you're a politician, like I said, okay? He has good answers despite the fact that he can't gaslight voters and say the economy is good, because if he says the economy is good, he'll be fucking posted on Twitter with people saying, inflation is at 500% if he used my fake made up bullshit stats and he's saying the economy's good. God, he's so goated.
My next claim is Americans will have more rights and freedoms under a Harris-Walz administration. Hi, same here.
Thanks, Grace.
Grace, good night.
Frankly, I'm shocked that you would make that claim. I think I would love to know what the basis of that is, some specific examples.
Yeah.
They're all going to fight on the assault weapons ban, aren't they?
Freedom of speech.
Sure.
If you could.
Yeah, let's start.
And the freedom of speech misinformation. Waltz made that one fucking bad quote. God damn it.
So Donald Trump has said that he wants to revoke the licenses of television networks that have broadcast coverage that he disagrees with. I can't think of
and people burning the flag and deporting pro-Hamas protesters.
A more direct attack on the freedom of speech than a government official or a wannabe government official saying, I want to punish a television network because of their journalism, right? So,
what was the fact check? Broadcast networks don't hold licenses. Local stations do, regulated independently by the FCC. The FCC chairwoman responded that they will not revoke licenses over objections from a presidential candidate. Yeah, I don't think that's within his executive authority. Neither is the jailing people for burning the flag, because that's a constitutionally protected right. It's just, I don't know. I would use this more as a character thing than an actual, like, what will happen thing, because I don't think either of those will happen.
Saying, I want to punish a television network because of their journalism, right? So that's how I feel about free speech. There's also more personal rights, a woman's right to choose, my right to have this ring on my finger, that I feel are much more secure if she's in charge than if he's in charge.
And the evidence you have of Donald Trump being against gay marriage or wanting to roll back protections for gay folks to be married is what exactly?
The evidence is that he ran for president with a platform that specifically said in black and white that they were against marriage equality.
For decades, Donald Trump has shifted his stance on gay marriage. In 2020, his wife said he supports it. The Respect for Marriage Act was signed into law in 2022 by President Joe Biden, essentially legalizing same-sex marriage and international marriages nationwide. There was also in the Dobbs decision, I'm pretty sure they did say we should look at the president's I forget the case that legalized gay marriage. It's some last name that starts with an O. I totally forget how to pronounce it. We should look at re-examining that as well. And like most of those were Trump appointed judges, right?
And like this is today.
But we did successfully codify it with the marriage.
So they've kind of rubbed that out of the platform since the last time he ran for president. But the people he put on the court are contributing to a majority that already took away a woman's right to choose and doesn't seem very interested in.
And they in that ruling, they also said we should re-examine.
Nor did he do anything to help get that legislation passed.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg didn't think that Roe v. Wade was the appropriate statute on which to be hanging
this is true,
reproductive freedom. And Obama campaigned in 2007. There was a bill introduced to the 110th Congress, H.R. 1964, the Freedom of Choice Act. He campaigned. The first thing I'm going to do as president is sign that bill. Once he was elected, I quote, "Not my highest legislative priority. I don't know why I should actually trust Democrats to enshrine reproductive rights as national law because."
How long did Obama have his whatever trifecta where we could have codified it? Like I haven't heard the not my legislative priority first, but like I doubt people cared as much about it back then because they probably did not think Roe v. Wade was at risk of getting struck down anytime soon, and Obama had other stuff he wanted to do. I don't know. It makes sense. Like he definitely should have done it in hindsight, but
they had the opportunity so many times over the past decades. Most recently in 2009, 2010, they didn't do it. Kamala's coming here and campaigning in Michigan on reproductive freedom. Guess what? It's part of our state constitution.
And more importantly, like I don't even I never engaged with like the legal arguments in Roe v. Wade. Like Roe v. Wade, for all I know, could be a really bad ruling. I really don't know. It could have been like if Ruth Bader Ginsburg was against it, I'd like maybe it like sure I don't care. Like what I care about is codifying it. Like what I care about is to a woman have the right to abortion, up to or limit or whatever. Obviously, but and I think Kamala Harris will probably codify that right, and I don't think Donald Trump will. So.
That's manipulation of voters.
Well, I don't think that's manipulation. Look, the whole point of a national right, I live in Michigan, right? But if I take my kids with my husband to their first ever Notre Dame game and I cross the state line, obviously I'm talking about marriage equality, not reproductive freedom here, but just as an illustration of why national right is important. I don't want my marriage to evaporate the moment I cross the Michigan-Indiana state line. What she's talking about is that a national right should be national. It's true, you have great leaders here in Michigan who have taken action at the state level to protect reproductive rights, but since when does civil rights disappear at state lines? And how is it pro-freedom to take away a national protection and say, well, if some state wants to take away this freedom, have at it. We went through this as a country with the civil rights era. We're definitely going through this right now on something like choice, where your rights in Alabama are different than they are in Michigan, right?
I do want to circle back to something you said about the number one thing you have as evidence for Donald Trump being against free speech is that he wants to revoke these licenses
Why are we going
for
back here now?
coverage he doesn't agree with. To what extent is it
this?
untrue coverage?
I think the whole idea of free speech is that people can go on a network and air opinions that you disagree with.
What about social media? Because the Harris-Waltz campaign wants to make it illegal to put misinformation or malinformation on social media.
Well, that's not true.
Well, that's what he said, and that's what she said.
Kamala Harris said of social media in 2019. Oh my God, another 2019 quote. God damn it, I hate 2019 Kamala so much. If you act as a megaphone for misinformation, we're going to hold you accountable as a community, adding that she would use the Department of Justice to do so. God, fuck you, Kamala Harris, 2019.
And it's not really true. I mean, look, nobody has made more...
I thought she was going to bring up the fucking Tim Walz quote that he had to walk
statements about being willing to use the powers of government to shut down people who disagree with them than Donald Trump. And you think it's okay to shut down the license of a TV station?
I didn't say that.
Okay, I thought that was implied in your question. You said, what if it's untrue information that they're broadcasting?
Well, I'm just asking. He says a lot of off-the-wall things that certainly, I'm not, and I don't stand behind a lot of what he says, but just if he's angry about coverage that is manipulative towards people, that happens a lot. I'd like to...
the whole idea of free speech is that the government doesn't get to decide.
Certainly, but then you have...
And Donald Trump doesn't get to decide.
Certainly, but I don't want...
Thank you for the sub, Andrew Correa. Appreciate it very much. YouTube subs help out a lot right now. Thank you very much. We are very close to hitting 1,000 subscribers. If you are watching on either Twitch or YouTube or Kick, !, YouTube in the chat, hit that subscribe button. Thank you very
Kamala
much.
Harris also to decide.
And neither does she, right? That's the point.
But
She's not going to
that's
threaten the licenses of stations that cover her unfavorably.
But they
she never
threatened
has. He
the
has.
Section 30, whatever it is, for social media.
Not based on unfavorable political coverage.
I'm
unfavorable.
But they
She never
threatened
has. He
the
has.
Section 30, whatever it is, for social media.
Didn't Republicans get around to doing that too during COVID? I think they were really upset about Section 230. I think it was Section 230, right? During COVID, Republicans did not like that either. Section 230, COVID, social media. What the fuck did I click on Google Scholar? Yeah, I think it was about like misinformation about healthcare stuff. Democrats seek pair to back Section 230, responsible health misinformation. What's this?
Media.
Not based on unfavorable political coverage. Now
Yeah,
there is
that's what
an
the Twitter
idea.
files
There is an
were.
idea that social media companies need to be more accountable.
This is a Democrat thing. I'm pretty sure Republicans also got around to not liking Section 230 for a different reason, but I forgot which at this point. If I just look up Republican Section 230, it might come up.
for their choices, especially when you look at how they're harming women and girls, for example, by what goes out on Instagram, right? But that's not the same as a free speech debate.
And a censorship Republican committee. Republican midterm agenda, Section 230. Overall debate is embedded with blah, 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 blah. It protects social media companies. Health Republicans' big tech accountability platform. As of 2021, part of the big tech accountability platform, Republican on the staff for Energy and Commerce Committee released a memo outlining proposals to guide the Republican legislative agenda. The legislative roadmap was later used to develop a comprehensive package. The legislative reauthorization of Section 230. Never mind that, I'm wrong.
All right. So
wait, Republicans and Democrats both want to repeal part of digital content law. So am I right? Hold on. I swear I remember this though. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act predates many of the current targets of Republican anger. Companies like Facebook, Google, Twitter. Republicans aren't the only ones who gripes about 230. Why do Republicans want to repeal it? An executive order signed in May last year, Trump attempted to limit these legal protections to no avail. Oh, so even Trump doesn't like it.
I definitely do agree about Kamala giving more freedoms. Basically, I don't have anything to pose, more so a question. I'm trying to, I'm here to get educated. When it comes to DEI, that's something I just learned about.
Oh my God, kill me.
Days ago, pretty uneducated when it comes to that. That does to me, from the little I do know about it, sounds like something that can only be good. I guess my question will be like,
I thought he was gonna fight
exactly
against the
is it?
DEI
I still
stuff.
don't know exactly what
Okay, it's fine.
it is, and how could it be perceived as like a bad thing? 'Cause
Yes.
From the little bit I do know, it doesn't sound like it could be a bad thing at all.
Yeah, so it's become kind of a buzzword. And like most buzzwords, like socialism or a lot of other things get thrown around in the debate. The more it gets thrown around, the less meaning it feels like it has sometimes, right? So I think it means different things for different people. Actually, if you want to see kind of one of the clearest expressions of the case against DEI, which I strongly disagree with, Jubilee did something with Ben Shapiro, who's a conservative thinker.
That's the first time I heard it.
Okay, so he was attacking it in a way that I think was mistaken, and I'll tell you a little bit why. First of all, I mean, DEI stands for diversity, equity, inclusion, right? So to me, we start by thinking, okay, what's the opposite of those things? The opposite of diversity is uniformity, right? The opposite of equity is inequity. And the opposite of inclusion is exclusion. And I don't know a lot of people who think we'd be better off if our lives had more uniformity, inequity, and exclusion, right? But I think that the part of why people have questions about it that I respect is
That old man did not look
if
happy,
this
bro.
is- They're worried about fairness, right? So to me, when you talk about some of these policies, the idea is to make sure everybody gets a seat at the table, especially if you know there have been systematic ways of keeping people from getting a seat at the table over the years, sometimes based on their race, on their religion, on their income, on their background, any number of reasons, sexuality, right? Like a lot of different reasons. And it's about making sure that what we do going forward is fair. And this can be an economic issue too. You look at something like redlining. A lot of homeowners, families, would-be homeowners, especially black families, couldn't get homes in certain neighborhoods where the property value started to go up. So even if that happened to a family, 50 years ago, their kids are living with the consequences of that now because their family has less wealth because they were kept out of a neighborhood where property values were growing, right? And so part of it's the idea that some of these things may have started a long time ago. Maybe nobody alive today is responsible for some of the injustice that has shaped what it's like to live in this country right now. But all of us now are responsible for doing something about it. It's not about tearing anybody down. It's not about preventing anybody from thriving. But I think it gets twisted to make it look like that
Does some of
sometimes.
the pushback come from?
I mean, this is obviously this guy already basically agrees with him, but I don't know. I don't like some of the DI shit. It just seems like a pointless. Some of it just seems like a pointless like band-aid solution to try to Like that's like some of the affirmative action stuff probably was not even like that effective. Some of it just seems cringe to me.
People seeing, let's see,
that's a good defense of it.
Say one marginalized community sees one group getting a lot of emphasis, and they kind of feel they're not getting enough.
Maybe, yeah,
as far as,
yeah. I mean, if it gets distorted, if somebody describes it in a way that makes it seem like somebody's getting an unfair advantage and you're not, you're gonna be pissed off about that, right?
Right. Somebody is.
And I think, by the way, I think that's part of the story he's trying to tell. He's trying to say you're better off because somebody else, or you're worse off because somebody else is better off.
Right. Bro, this is actually all of conservative economics summed up right there. It's all China's winning a trade, therefore we're losing. Immigrants are taking your jobs, therefore you're losing. This is the conservative mindset. Yes,
is to find ways to make more people better off without making people worse off.
Right.
I think good policy does that.
Right.
But he wants it zero sum.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi.
It's a pleasure. I'm Tim. It's really a pleasure to be up here. I would have voted for you in
leaning no
2020.
vote.
I would vote for you right now. I think you're fantastic. I agree with a lot of your views. I disagree with also a lot. Very middle of the road person. Why can't Kamala answer some of these questions that you're able to answer? Why? Why? It's an oversimplification of a concept, but I feel like when I listen to her, I don't get. It's almost jumping back to the character. When you talk back when you were running, I hear genuine interest, feelings in your voice. I know what you want, and I know when you say something, you really.
I feel like Pete Buttigieg is probably like literally. I haven't seen anyone do a better job at like interviews or answering questions than Pete Buttigieg does. Honestly, I think he's probably like literally the best like mainstream political figure at it. Like I don't know why we're comparing Kamala Harris to him. Like just compare Kamala Harris to Trump, and like I think clearly Kamala Harris does a better job.
Really mean what you're saying. I don't ever get that sense. There were some times in the debate with Kamala that I got a sense of that. But since then, especially with some of the not as great, the town hall and some of the CNN stuff that. I don't know.
So one thing I point to is like she faces some constraints that I don't. Right. First of all, she's a sitting vice president. Right. So that creates a certain set of constraints. I also think just the advice that I know you get of things to be careful about when you're actually a nominee for president, and definitely when you consider the historic nature of her nomination, can also make it more challenging. She's good at things that I'm not. Every one of us is good at different things. Right. What I know is she's going to be really good at being president, and I know that because in the last few years I've learned more and more about her, and I've learned more and more about the presidency. And the more I learn about both of those things, the more she's somebody I want there. Look, she and I competed 5 years ago, right, for the nomination. And thanks for and by the way, Joe Biden was obviously the competitor who won, and there were like 20 others, right? Each of us brought something different to the table. But one of the things I really respect about her right now in this moment is that she has brought our party together, and our party is not famous for coming together around anything. Like the achievement of like doing that in a matter of hours is no small thing for our very fractious Democratic Party, right? And then she didn't stop there. I have never seen a Democratic nominee bring more Republicans into the fold, the folks she's campaigning with, right? Without pretending to be something she's not. She's not saying I'm a conservative now, so now that I've got the Democrats, okay, all the Republicans come over. It's the broadening of the coalition in a way that I think is exactly the mindset we need in an incredibly divided country. So those are some of the reasons why I'm not just campaigning for the Democratic nominee, like her specifically. I think she'll be a great president.
I mean, you just talked about bringing the Democratic Party together, and I'm curious, genuinely, because I do think you're a genuine person, how much of that do you think is because of her, and how much do you think that is just because Biden was not polling well, he did poorly in the debate, and this was a scramble to I think for a lot of people, feign support for a person that still just represents their party.
I hear you, but really? To me, it says a lot about the party in the moment, but I do think it says a lot about her too. I mean, it's difficult to describe how challenging that moment would be for anybody who is considering stepping into the space that he opened up by saying, I'm going to step aside, and it's time for a new generation. And I think that
why do they keep cutting back to the old man who just like is staring off at his face, bro? He's not like happy.
Anybody who's good at what they do makes it look easy, right? And again, everybody in politics has certain things, or certain pieces of being in politics that they're stronger at than others. But I think it's more than just the state the party was in, because I've watched us blow it in really important moments where we couldn't get it together, right? Yeah. That it actually took a leader who was capable of doing that. And I see her as that leader. I also felt, and I didn't think I would, because I've sat through so many speeches, because I've given so many speeches, I didn't think I would feel moved the way I was at the convention. Chasten and I, most of the time we were just running around, but we stood and saw her give that speech. And I was really moved by it. And I hope folks take a minute to watch it. The debate too. Now, again, you're never going to find the candidate that's 100%, unless you run for president. Sure. You will never find, so like you mentioned, like, you were supportive of me, but that didn't mean we agreed on everything either, right? But the choice to me couldn't be clear this time around, and I'm not just against him. I'm for her. My fourth claim is crime will continue to go down in America if we...
Oh, no, they're going to bring up the revisions, aren't they? God, I do see why, and okay. I think Casey too wanted Pete Buttigieg as VP. God, he is good.
Right. A career prosecutor over a convicted criminal.
Oh, they got the old man finally.
On crime, I see a lot of Republican advertising statements, et cetera, that crime is out of control, that we've got immigrants that are causing all these things. And the statistics are clearly showing that this is not the trend, that they're trending downward. Yet I see very little pushback from the Harris side about putting those claims aside. I just don't see any really strong challenge to those claims, and that's a big issue.
Well, how do you? They don't live in reality. How do you fight that? Like
what is?
Well, they believe all the data is fake. Like there's nothing I can do to convince them. Like it doesn't matter. Like whenever I fight about conservatives about like any of the job numbers, it's like the job numbers are faked. Okay, well the methodology has not changed since 1979, right? Oh, but they're still fake. Okay, well like the recent job, literally the last jobs report we just had was really bad. Does that still fit into the conspiracy? Like what?
Challenging those claims.
It doesn't matter. They don't engage because they don't live in reality. Okay.
This is part of what I'm
Some of them don't. Some of them.
Right now.
Some of them are better.
I think we now live in an environment where people don't just have their own opinions. They kind of get their own facts.
True.
And that's
Yes.
especially true if you get information from a different TV network and different Twitter feeds or whatever than someone else. One of the reasons, even though I'm obviously left of center, I go on a conservative network like Fox a lot, is that I know their viewers might literally have no idea that crime is down. Now, let me also say something that's really important, which is if it's happened to you, if you've just been victimized by a crime, you don't care what the statistics are, right? Like for you, it's a crime wave, and we got to respect that and recognize that. And at the same time, it's clearly true that if you look at something like the homicide rate, it went up when he was in power. It went down after Donald Trump got beat, and just as importantly, it's way lower than it was when I was growing up in the 90s. In just about every major city, we've seen violent crime go down, and that appears to be continuing.
Oh wait, it's just doing the fact check with the revisions. Homicide rates jumped 68% from April to July 2020. That's about the pandemic crime wave. While rates decreased, they remained 24% higher in early 2023 compared to early 2019, though still significantly lower than their peaks in 1980 and 1991. Okay.
I was growing up in the 90s. In just about every major city, we've seen violent crime go down.
But we also we know crime is it's got to be a more general statistical term from it. In economics terms, it's sticky. Like crime waves are sticky. They have rigidity. You almost never see like a sharp increase in murders that like immediately goes back down to where it was pre crime wave. We don't really understand why. Like our best guess is that like a spike in crime just causes people to be angry and commit more crime. Like
appears to be continuing.
But you just never see that. It's rigid.
And I think it's really important to talk about not just is that true or is it isn't. It's true. What would it take to keep it going that way? Because what if it goes the other way? Then what happens, right? I also think, though, sometimes good news is no news. In other words, the better something is going, the harder it is to break through the noise with it, especially with the incredibly sophisticated noise machine that we're dealing with out of the Trump campaign. But part of what I'm trying to do out there and what the campaign is trying to do, and I think she is too, I think it's hard to break through the noise, is to say, wait a minute, crime went down after he got beat. Let's talk about why that's the case, and let's talk about how to keep it going. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good to meet you. Hi. Good to meet you.
So there are a couple ways I understand that you can allow the crime rate to go down. One of which is de-incentivizing any motive one might have to commit a crime or incentivizing them to act well. The second thing in the case of something like violent crime would be to make weapons less accessible, things like semi-automatic weapons. The third would be to change the letter of the law, right? So right now we have people crossing the border illegally. Maybe ICE captures them and that gets documented as a crime that has been committed and they get deported. Well, it's not so obvious to me that things that we call illegal ought to be illegal. My point that I'm trying to make is that as far as the scope of these three things is concerned, to what degree can you tell us with specificity and that she can act, that Kamala Harris can act?
Let's start with the firearms part, because I think that's really important. This has been an issue that's been used to divide a lot of Americans, but I actually think that there's a lot of overlap in how most Americans view it. Definitely most people think we ought to at least have background checks on whether you get a gun. That's like 80-90% of Republicans think you ought to do that, and yet it still hasn't happened because we have these blockages in the political system, and Trump definitely doesn't want to let that happen.
True.
She's somebody
who I mean,
that.
actually, Trump is more anti-gun than some people. Like the really pro-gun people don't even like Trump. I think that's why Kyle Rittenhouse said that he didn't like Trump until people got really mad at him for saying that, because like Trump did the bump stock ban. I think there was something else he did that the the really pro-gun people don't like.
Because she has the credibility of somebody who served as a prosecutor, I think she brings a unique voice to that. I'm also really concerned about how assault weapons are used in mass shootings in this country. I think most of us are. And I think most of us understand in the context of the Second Amendment that you can have a Second Amendment, you've got to have some line somewhere, right? Like everybody can have a slingshot. Nobody can have a nuclear weapon, right? Somewhere in between those,
nobody.
right? Well, yeah, right. Well, you and I can't go get a nuclear weapon, right? We don't have a Second Amendment right to a nuclear weapon. And that we've got to have that line drawn in a smarter way. I think those are the kinds of things she's focused on. I think part of what I think I hear in your question is how much can she just do versus how much would she need an active Congress. Definitely a challenge, always is, especially in our Congress. But there was some
it's not up to them to decide if
this administration. Not everything that we would have hoped, but it shows that something can be done. And I think she will be able to carry that further. I think he would take us backward on that.
Okay.
I think, sorry, remind me the elements you laid out. I thought it was really interesting. Talk about the firearms piece. You talked about
so we talked about
3 hours of Hamas support trying to defend Frogan. I don't know how interested I am in that,
which
buddy.
enable people to commit crimes. And then there was changing the letter of the law for what we consider to be illegal and letting the crime rate go down
and that's where I think the best example of that I think is meaningful is something like rescheduling marijuana, right? Where there are certain things that are
true. There's a big thing that Biden wanted to do, and Harris has now come out in support of fully legalizing recreational marijuana, which people... I've seen conservatives be upset about that one. I don't know if that's necessarily a good strategy thing.
Be that same level of crime, and that's the reform. And then the other piece you're talking about, maybe the most impactful, is that question of the incentive. Now, obviously, part of the incentive is deterrence, right? Part of the incentive not to kill somebody is, in addition to being the wrong thing to do, is if you do it and you get caught, there's a penalty. But part of it also is setting people up so that their lives keep them out of the scenarios where many crimes, including violent crimes,
so now we're talking about social reform.
Economic empowerment. Social reform is another one of those buzzwords. I could mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But basically, I would agree that if we can create circumstances where people find belonging and their basic needs are met and they're safe and they're healthy, regardless of whether they're born rich or poor, regardless of their racial background or anything else, then we will be safer. Not only will individuals be safer, but it will be a safer community. And I think, even though I'm going to admit it's far from perfect, what's gone on in our country over the last 30, 40 years, I think the fact that we've gotten somewhat better at that is part of why violent crime is way lower now than it was like 30 years ago. Nobody really reports on this. It doesn't get talked about much.
Can you like within the time frame of the Biden-Harris administration give specific examples of how our quality of life has improved and has led to
child poverty halved? Okay, it halved with that child tax credit.
The de-incentivization of crime.
Yeah, and look, a lot of
he's talking about crime.
Talking about is playing out over a longer period of time. But I do think steps like trying to make it more affordable. Now, obviously, like every developed country in the world, we face this post-COVID inflation spike, right? But that's been fought back down to about 2%, 2 to 3%. In the meantime, there's been work to do things like the child tax credit. That cut child poverty almost in half.
Thank you. Yes.
And they wouldn't let us extend it. Republicans blocked it, but we could get that extended. Another one, this might sound a little weird, but the water infrastructure. So there's actually very direct research that shows that if you have more kids exposed to lead, you run the clock out 15 years, you'll see higher crime rates because the developmental issues that they experience through lead poisoning lead them to be more likely to be justice involved. There's like a hugely strong correlation. Right? So replacing all the lead pipes is not sexy. I think it's actually one of the best things we can do that will lead to a safer society and less crime. Granted, that's not something you're seeing in the data, like, from 1 year to the next year. But I do think, by the time my kids are entering the workforce, like that will have had a big impact. So these are things piece by piece that you think about when you come into office and get up every day trying to make other people better off. And that's what I think she does. That's what I know she does because I know her. And that's not what I believe he does. And that's why I think it's really important not just to not vote for him, but to vote for her.
Okay. That's the end of this claim. Please return to your seat.
Okay. Thank you. Next. Yeah, well, hopefully I've had a chance to make the case for Kamala Harris to you. I know that I'm simultaneously speaking to some people who come at this from a more conservative perspective and are deciding whether to go for Trump even though they're not sure. Others who are coming from a more left of center perspective and deciding either whether to vote third party or whether to vote at all. What I'm urging you to consider is that one of two things will happen, and that in a state where it's this close, and you all are kind of in the center of the political universe as Michigan voters, if you want to prevent the bad outcomes and deliver the good ones. I hope you've heard from what I presented that I'm not just here talking about what I believe in blocking, but what I believe in building, that we will have a better country. I'm not saying it's perfect.
A really good January 6th didn't even come up once. Infrastructure is never sexy unless it's done on roads and bridges. True.
None of us is perfect, but that we will have cleaner water and safer communities. And one more thing we didn't get to talk about as much, but I think.
But even roads and bridges, Biden actually did get. It was the one that finally got like funding passed for that. The very sexy infrastructure project that there's one specific bridge. I think it's in Pennsylvania. That like both Obama, Trump, and Biden have all stood in front of and said, we're going to fix this bridge. And then Biden, I think, is the only one that actually got the congressional funds to do it. Obama, Trump, Biden, bridge. President Biden have been promising to fix this bridge for years. Now it's Biden's turn. This bridge, it's Ohio, the Ohio-Kentucky border. I think Obama stood in front of this, Trump stood in front of this, and they all said they're going to fix it.
It mattered to a lot of folks, definitely a lot of undecided folks. Actually get politics out of our face just a little bit so we can have like maybe a normal Republican Party to debate issues on a normal basis with the Democratic Party, and maybe more parties emerge, but just to not have politics punching us in the face all the time, every time you look at Instagram or the news. I think that also is something we could achieve. But if you feel that way, and if you're skeptical of him, and if you're willing to give her a chance, I'm urging you not just to withhold your vote from him, but to use your power to make sure that she becomes the next president of the United States.
Oh man, I wanted these. Again, I don't know if a politician should ever mention this, but like, you can swap your vote. You can do the swap your vote thing. It's actually, one swing state vote to 2 safe state votes. So actually, if you are thinking about voting for Jill Stein, you can double the votes for Jill Stein by swapping your vote, where you vote for Harris and then 2 people in a safe state vote for Jill Stein. You can double your protest vote, okay? So
before
Republicans voted against the infrastructure bill, but when it passed, they also I'm pretty sure I don't want to say gutted it. I still think it was like net positive overall, but they decreased a lot of spending in it. Yeah, but when it passed, they went home and took credit for the jobs. True. Didn't Biden literally have to put up signs saying like this is funded by the Biden infrastructure bill? Yeah, they're very happy to take credit for good things that they did not do. That they voted against.
He did give me some clarity and answer some questions that I had.
I am leaning more towards voting now, but it's more because of the keeping the other guy out. I can't write down my grievances on the ballot anymore and submit that because it's not going to work this time. That's unfortunately how it is.
My plan moving forward, just this next week, is to just try to educate myself as much as I can on the particular issues that both parties are raising, and hopefully by next Tuesday, I feel sound in my judgment.
I still want to vote. I still want to contribute. I just don't know if I want to contribute to the Democrats or the Republicans at this point.
After hearing Pete Buttigieg speak to us this morning, he convinced me slightly that a vote being abstained is a vote for Trump. I think I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
My original vote was for Trump, but I'm leaning towards third party. I had a really productive conversation with the older gentleman next to me. He was a lifelong Republican, and he's not even going to vote for him.
Before speaking to Pete being here, I was definitely undecided. Through other conversations here, I feel not voting is definitely wasting a vote. And too many people before me, made it, sacrifice so I could vote.
It is important to me to vote. However, I don't think I can in good conscience cast a vote without feeling very confident in the one for whom I'm voting.
At the conclusion of this event, I did mark down Trump as a selection. It's not a vote necessarily for Trump. It is, I think, a commitment to vote.
I decided to vote for Harris because of personal rights. As a woman, I need rights to protect me and also my children, my grandchildren.
Major change doesn't come about when you do the same thing over and over and over again.
Damn.
So I want to see a drastic change, especially when it comes.
Sailor. She linked her fucking LinkedIn. Are you kidding me? Link your Instagram, okay? What the fuck? I sent her a DM and I'm like, because sometimes I reach out to the Jubilee people, like I said, because it'd be interesting. It's interesting to like try to debate them because they're like regular people, but also I can clickbait them because we're in a popular YouTube video still. She linked her. Do I have a LinkedIn account? God damn.
Like I said, to the environment. Jill Stein is going to do that.
Before hearing Pete speak today, I was pretty undecided. I wasn't going to vote at all, actually, but after hearing him, I feel like I'm going to vote for Harris.
God, I have to most recent job title. I don't have it.
Crime is going down. I expect it to continue to go down with her and not go well with him.
No vote, still 11. Damn. Oh, after. Sorry. It went down to 3. Okay. Looks like you did a pretty good job.
It was a really engaging conversation. Heard so many different perspectives and had a chance to make my case directly to people who are still making up their minds about how to vote or about whether to vote at all.
I told Pete I would vote for Pete. I wish I could vote for Pete. Nothing stifled him. He had an answer for everything that came at him.
Pete did a really great job kind of making me not want to vote for Trump, but he didn't do a great job making me want to vote for his candidate.
Well, one thing that I found encouraging is that these were all undecided voters who are also very well informed. They're not undecided because they haven't been paying attention. They're undecided because there are a lot of things that they care about, and they're working out how that is going to inform their decision.
I vote Pete 28 or 32. Yeah, I do like people to judge. Again, I think he literally is like the best when it comes to these type of interviews and like answering questions and stuff. And I like it. If I was old enough to vote in the 2020 primary, I probably would have voted for Pete. I feel like I would have voted for Pete or Biden. I have to get premium to what the fuck, LinkedIn? I can't. What's her name? Girl, why link your LinkedIn? I don't think these are her. Who is the guy that also had similar concerns?
Not the same. So most of what he's done in his business.
Not this guy. The guy with blonde hair. So there's this girl. This guy, I think, had very similar concerns.
How he's going to come in with an enemies list. She's going to come in with a to-do list, right? Or people he wants. This character probably. That's why she's pushing for a child tax credit. It's why she wants a tax code to be fair versus his tax cuts for the rich plan. He did it before, so pretty confident he's going to do it again.
Says they know Kamala's character probably more than any of us here. My sort of criticism of the campaign thus far, and it's kind of due to the circumstance of Biden dropping out so soon next to the race. I don't think I've been convinced enough by the campaign.
Did John not link his stuff? Bruh. John or Sailor, if you're watching, okay? You can swap your vote, okay? If you want to be a protest vote, it's actually more effective to swap your vote where you vote for Harris and then exchange someone in a safe state like California, which is going to go for Kamala no matter what, will vote for your preferred candidate, right? So you're actually getting 2 Jill Stein votes for the price of your 1 Kamala Harris vote. Bro, why? Why LinkedIn? Why? Why? Okay, well, I guess we're not getting them on stream. Okay, what were we doing? I'm busy swapping reluctant Trump votes to libertarian law. That's good too, I guess, yeah. I feel like in any normal election, the majority of Republicans would actually be more aligned with libertarians than with Trump, but I guess we're living in hell. But like, I don't even know, like, it's so weird how Republicans have gone from like the party of like, you know, celebrating big businesses and celebrating free markets to not liking free markets. They want to do tariffs. That's pretty anti-free market. Trump wants to do price controls. That's pretty anti-free market. Price controls and credit card interest rates. They no longer celebrate big tech. They all hate big tech. Like, it's so weird how they so quickly made that transition. And immigration, I think Republicans have always been not great on, even though, you know, immigration is a kind of free market thing still. People, for whatever reason, people just assume that the free market stopped working when you had borders. Suggestion: you should do an NC debate after the election. Half of it should cover the presidential election, and the other half the state results. What do you mean an NC debate? I don't know people in North Carolina other than Isaac. Shout out Isaac, my North Carolina boy. At least I'm other online debaters. What are we gonna? Yeah, but like, what are we gonna? I don't know what would we debate about, like North Carolina? Like, I don't know what you mean by NC debate. From NC. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. I don't know. I have Isaac. Isaac's a fellow liberal like me. I don't know of any other. Are you an NC? Yeah, I'm an NC. I love NC. We are hopefully going to go blue this time. I'm feeling it. Okay. I'm feeling it. Mark Robinson through. Okay. Mark Robinson is an inside plant by the Democrats, actually, to hand Harris to victory in North Carolina. But listen, if NC goes blue, Mark Robinson may legitimately be my favorite Republican of all time, okay? If Harris wins, and part of it is because NC goes blue, Mark Robinson is going to be my favorite Republican. I'm going to hang a picture of Mark Robinson on my wall because of how much I love this man for throwing so hard that Harris wins NC. You're going to halfway into November if you want to wait for the AZ results. Dude, that's what I'm worried. I'm worried, I'm worried that it's going to come down to like Georgia or Arizona. I'm relatively confident Arizona's going to go to Trump. I don't think Arizona's going to go to Harris. It could though. I'm worried. What I'm most worried about is it comes down to Georgia, and then county election boards in Georgia refuse to certify. That's the thing I'm most worried about. It's just going to be like some like crazy conservative panels. That Trump has literally said, by the way, like these people in Georgia's like election board are really good people because they're Trump supporters. I'm really worried it's going to come down to Georgia. Harris is going to need Georgia, and then Georgia just won't certify, and we're going to have to wait till like December for legal challenges to play out in Georgia, and it's just going to be a mess. That's what I'm most worried about. Have we seen the Senate race in Arizona though? Lake is a mini Trump. I haven't really. I mean, isn't Mark Kelly's the senator in Arizona, right? Running again. I don't see why he'd want to win, but Arizona, Georgia, Nevada will be the issue. The new rules in Georgia are going to be the problem. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm most worried about again. Georgia fucking is up. Georgia not allowing the fraudulent ballots that I casted to be counted. Georgia sketchy. Yeah. It's not good. Not good. We did get lucky that a lot of Trump supporters lost, like bigger positions as important people who certified the election in these states. But Georgia still got fucked, at least in a county level, and like it doesn't even because the electoral college is so horrible. It's like literally like a few counties, just like counties, like 5 counties that don't certify could basically overturn the election. Because if you have like, 1 or 2 big counties in Michigan not certify and 1 or 2 big counties in Georgia not certify, then their entire state can't certify because, these counties within the state won't certify. And that means like there's 30 electoral votes that just won't be allocated until December when a bunch of legal challenges go out, and it's just gonna be mess. And I'm pretty sure electoral votes have to be transmitted by December 14th still. So hopefully they have to get wrapped up before then, or else we're just mega fucked. Yeah, didn't we watch this? Oh, I watched part of it.
I think it
needed to watch. This is like 2 hours. I don't think we're not gonna watch all that, so I don't want to. But yeah, we're that's what I'm not looking forward to it. I don't know how long I'll stream on election night. We'll see. I don't know if I'm gonna like stream all of election night until we know the results. I know Isaac will be streaming. Did you watch the Richard Spencer clip? No. What about it? About why he's voting for Harris? No. This is not it, but this is what we just read about. She is. Remember when I said earlier when we were watching people just saying I know it's not this. I know. We haven't seen Harris touting the Inflation Reduction Act and CHIPS Act manufacturing stuff. Is she doing it now?
Good to be back in Milwaukee. We had a wonderful evening last night. People are enthusiastic, and the road to the White House definitely runs through Milwaukee, and I'm honored to have the support of people here. I'm going to continue to remind people, go to iwillvote.com.
Hi, everyone. This is Richard.
11 minutes.
Well, election day is coming up.
I'm not watching an 11-minute video full of coke.
And I want you all to know that I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
I'm not going to watch 11 minutes of this either,
you will
even if
too.
he is correct. But
Now, I hesitate to even say this, but I feel like I probably should. No, this is not some sort of troll or joke. This is a sincere vote. A troll could be funny once or twice, but you run into the boy who cried wolf situation, and no one takes you seriously after that. And I do want you to take my word seriously. For me, voting is that 1/300 millionth little piece of national power that you possess. And for me, it's a sort of Hobbesian calculation, you could say. It is voting for the person who best offers stability, safety, continuation, and is most likely to be the best manager of the American empire. And when I put it that way, the choice is very clear. I think Donald Trump and the MAGA movement bring nothing but stupidity and chaos. Am I a liberal or a centrist in my heart of hearts? No. But again, I don't think voting is really an expression of your heart of hearts, what you truly believe in and desire. I think it is a calculation. It's a sort of ratio of the least bad.
Okay, well, well, I'm interested in. I'm sure he goes on to justify it. But
where you vote and how you can vote in terms of in person and all of those other details that are very important to exercising the power of your vote in this very critical and important election. I also want to speak to the comments that have been recently made by the Speaker of the House. It is just further evidence of everything that I've actually been talking about for months now about Trump's intention to implement Project 2025. We have talked repeatedly, and the American people know what's in it.
You don't. Why even bring up the project? That's just people are just gonna use that to deflect because they're all gonna say Project 25 is not real. But Trump doesn't like it.
We've talked repeatedly about their intention to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Now we get rid of the CHIPS Act. And let's talk about manufacturing, which is a critical issue for many of the states that will make a difference in this election. Donald Trump, when he was president, lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. We have created over 700 new manufacturing jobs. It is my plan and intention to continue to invest in American manufacturing, the work being done by American workers, upholding and lifting up good union jobs, which are good paying jobs, and doing the work of investing in American industries, including our industries of the future. That is the way we are going to win the competition with China for the 21st century, and that is the kind of leadership that America deserves in their president.
Thank you, Kamala Harris.
What's your message to Milwaukee voters who are saying, Trump might be better for the economy? We're hearing that from, including black men, voters who are skeptical that things are just too expensive for them.
Well, first of all, let me make it very clear that I intend to earn the vote of everyone, and I don't take anyone's vote for granted. And my highest priority as president will be to bring down the cost, because to that point, look, I know the cost of groceries is too high still. Everyone knows it. And so my plan includes what we're going to do in terms of taking on corporate price gouging and having the first ever national ban on corporate price gouging on groceries. My plan includes addressing the issue of affordable housing, including for first-time home buyers, giving them a $25,000 down payment assistance.
It probably does well to voters. Plays well to some voters, but the actual price gouging legislation really is not that bad. Again, it's a law that like 30 states already have, so like this is not like a Soviet style price control. And I think I think most of the antitrust stuff that the Biden administration has done, again, is pretty good, but few conservatives will read into it way too much. Sucks. I was gonna say something. Oh, there's got to be a way I could like come up with a come up with like a intuitive way to like to explain basically why deflationary spiral is bad. I should be like, no, I don't want the prices of groceries to go down. I want to protect cashiers' paychecks. Are you kidding me? What you're telling me now is you want a bunch of cashiers to be unemployed, and you want grocery stores to close down, and then those people don't have any money, and now they don't spend in other places, so now more people don't have money, and they don't spend, so aggregate demand falls. There's got to be like a intuitive way that like I can screech about like a deflationary spiral and like the paradox of thrift to explain why like saying grocery prices should go down or whatever is just dumb. I maybe I can figure out a way to do it. I also, because I have more tariff debates coming up. Okay. By the way, any conservative on a hippy dippy panel with me, DM me. I have already DM'd some of you. We can have a conversation on tariffs. I want to continue the conversation on tariffs, universal tariffs, okay? If you believe universal tariffs are welfare maximizing, and you are a semi-popular conservative streamer, okay? DM me, okay? I have more debates on tariffs coming up, so I want to lowering tide lowers all boats. Maybe, Wade. Maybe that actually works. Yeah. I think I have some more debates with tariffs coming up. About tariffs coming up. Hopefully more of the Jubilee people will debate me on them. Hopefully, at least one of them will. Maybe two of them. And I'm trying to. Because okay, the tariff debate has to be a balance between two things. One is saying tariffs don't even do what they're supposed to do. Universal tariffs are almost certainly they're not going to protect American manufacturing, okay? They're just going to reduce productivity. They're going to reduce output. So tariffs, one, has to be, I have to say, they aren't going to do what you want them to do. And I also would like to explain they're also this end goal that you want to do probably isn't that good either. And I don't think people understand that. So like there's a this is what I really want to lay out. Trade allows a country to consume outside of its production possibilities curve. That's like technical language, but I should be able to like lay that out with just some examples. 2, if you tax something, you get less of it, which is like, I mean, yeah, incentives matter. Most people don't understand how tariffs work. Correct, Alan Quinn. And then 3, tariffs function as a tax on trade. This is like relatively intuitive too, because like you're taxing imports, obviously, and that ends up effectively taxing exports too, because of things like exchange rate appreciation that hurt exports, and retaliatory tariffs that hurt exports as well. So you end up hurting exports as well. You don't actually just tax imports. You also effectively tax imports. Scott Sumner has a good article on this. Tariffs not only discourage imports, but also discourage exports to a roughly equal extent, even if countries do not retaliate. Resources, this is supposed to be that would otherwise be devoted to exports are now used for domestic manufactured of tariff goods, and then tariffs move exchange rates to a position where exports are likely to fall roughly as much as imports decline, even if there is absolutely no explicit retaliation from other countries. Just basically, like, God, I'm also so upset that I got kicked out of the hippy dippy thing before I got to do my dunk. I'm assuming a lot of you guys watched it. Like, I like fought all them about tariffs for a little bit, about like the balance of payments, and they don't understand how what the trade deficit is or what it means or anything about like that. What I said, and I really wish I got to follow through with it. I said these because actual Jake, because he's fucking dumb, just said the 16 Nobel Prize economists don't like Trump's plan, which just, like don't. They're gonna say appeal to authority. It's just like you could just fight on it. You don't have to do the stupid appeal to authority thing. Okay, it's dumb because like you should just be able to know enough to not have to resort to it. Okay, but like what I said was like these people are dismissing these experts' opinions, but they can't even explain to me what the balance of payments is. Okay. And then I said, the next thing I'm going to do is press them on exchange rate appreciation, and I guarantee you, they don't even know what the fuck that means, okay? But I never got to do it because they voted me out. But it would have been so cool to set up that dunk and then actually have done it, because I guarantee you, none of them know exactly what exchange rate appreciation means and exactly what it implies for exports, and none of them know what the effect of tariffs on exchange rate appreciation is. If they could understand that, they wouldn't need to be informed by you. They're just retarded and there's no fixing it. Remove their ability to vote. It's the only realistic solution. True. Yeah, this is what I want to lay out for explaining like why globalization is good in general. Which, by the way, we're going to read more today about it probably at some point. But. Speaking of terrorists.
Jaime, Minnesota.
This is Hake, who was on the panel. I saw this video from a little bit ago where he talked to a caller about tariffs. I'm curious about the arguments that he gave here. Both the caller and Hake.
Wants to tell Hake economics about the tariffs. How you doing, man?
Great. How's it going, Hake?
Going well. How are you?
Pretty good.
Sweet.
So the tariffs, yeah, they're good and bad.
Okay.
It all started back in after World War II with the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade.
Okay. GATT, I don't know why we're bringing that up.
It's an international thing that...
GATT is no longer in place, by the way, but...
They thought that...
Or at least I don't think it is. I think like NAFTA and other trade agreements superseded it.
Helping different countries with their economies, they could prevent wars.
Oh, yeah.
And other things, in other wars.
There is like, I mean, the world has gotten more peaceful since World War II. Like for the most part, there is reason to believe that free trade does probably lessen. It does probably lead to more peace in the world.
Foreign countries, they could lift them up economically and then help.
There is also probably reasons to believe that like trade is mutually beneficial.
Like, on their feet.
And so the idea was not to do tariffs on those countries because we wanted to help them. Is that the idea?
Well, it also helps us. It's mutually beneficial.
To make a international authority. To make those decisions.
Oh, like the UN and.
Well, I don't think I thought GATT was. I don't know if GATT was an international. Oh wait, no, it probably was because we had It was superseded by the World Trade Organization, wasn't it? That's what I'm thinking of. So I think GATT probably was a. What's up, Bobby? Welcome back. It's a legal agreement between many countries. How's it going? Going good. Going good.
Mess like that.
And so America obviously was going to be a big beneficiary, had been a big beneficiary of that too, because they were able to export a lot of stuff to a lot of different people with no tariffs or very little tariffs.
Yeah.
And it was good for a while. It was really good.
Yeah, because we really came back strong with after World War II, right? Didn't America really do well?
And some of that was because of free trade.
Economically?
Yeah. But they kept it on too long, and then the idea shifted. The bleeding heart Democrats and rhinos got in there and were like, oh, we got to do even more since we're doing so good. Look at poor Africa,
It's mutually beneficial.
All this other stuff in China, in poor Vietnam, and poor Korea, The wrong people got in there. And it turned into, like in the 1990s, they turned it into the World Trade Organization, WTO.
Okay.
So now it's all like a free run on American economics. Take from America to give to the poor.
What? It's mutually beneficial. I don't know how else to put it. Like, they wouldn't happen. It's a market transaction. It's mutually beneficial. Again, I don't understand why we assume that free markets stop working as soon as you draw borders. Obviously, with China, there's national security concerns at play that we should pay attention to. But it's horrible. It's horrible. I wonder if I can. There's this They mentioned this during the panel too, and a lot of people fall for this. It's like the money's leaving our country. Like he's saying, where monies are leaving our country and giving to the poor or whatever. That's not how it works. Dollars can only be spent in the U.S. Any dollar that is supplied to another country via a trade deficit comes back via a capital account surplus, which is them buying financial assets. If China, buys something from us, other way around. If we buy something from China, and they have the dollar now, there's two things they can do with that dollar. Either they can buy goods from us, or they can buy an interest-bearing asset from us, like a bond or a stock. That's why China has a lot of U.S. bonds. So if we have a trade deficit with our country, that means that we're buying more from them than they are buying for us, meaning at the end of it all, they have more dollars because they're not spending them on imports, but they do spend them on interest-bearing assets. So in that case, we would have a trade deficit, but a capital account surplus. In another case, it would be the other way around, where we have a trade surplus, but we would have a capital account deficit. Alan Quinn is cooking in YouTube chat. I agree. Tariffs should be used to leverage countries that are bad actors internationally, like sanctions. Sure. Other than that, you can hurt your own population to purchase imports. Yeah, I don't even know if tariffs are the best way to leverage countries in some cases. Like most of the incidents on tariffs is it's not on the tariff country. It's on the country imposing the tariffs on themselves. I think it's about a 20% tariff. The study I saw, a 20% tariff, 18.5% of that cost was borne on U.S. consumers, and 1.5% of that cost was borne on Chinese exporters, lowering their prices. Right. So the majority of the incidents falls on a country. Tariffs are dumb. Correct. Poker face. Welcome to the stream. And also a thing with that, China is probably the country most willing to lower their prices to get around tariffs because a lot of their exports are state subsidized, right? So in other countries, the incidence would probably fall even harder on the U.S. than it would on other countries because they're less willing to use state subsidies to lower the price of their exports.
And the greedy.
Yeah.
So
all this help. I scoff at it. It's misguided, in my opinion.
Right, and the best answer is somewhere in between. Not free trade across the globe, but not...
That'd be so based. So based!
Complete protectionist.
Right, yeah, balance. That's right. That makes sense.
But Trump isn't proposing... You said that you liked universal tariffs, at least when I talked to him. Trump is not proposing balance. Trump is proposing tariffing bananas, which can't even be grown here.
With Trump, he came back to the protectionist, protect the people's industries in America by sabotaging or, hurting other countries.
Yeah.
Which has been the Democrats' main gaffe on Trump is that, our allies, Germany, France, you put tariffs on them too. They're our allies. Like that means anything.
Right.
What do you mean like that? Yeah, they're our allies. Like we're not gonna. China's 1 billion people. We can't beat China in a war if we go at it alone. This is why our allies are important. Like
as if they do so much good for us, we do more good for them. I think.
And this is
mutually beneficial. Like
big problem with politicians.
South Korea is a rich country, but it's like not as rich as the U.S. So like it kind of makes sense for them to do manufacturing stuff as well because their opportunity cost for them isn't as big as the opportunity cost for the U.S. So like if you're asking me, would I prefer semiconductors to be made? Not semiconductors because semiconductors are really really important, but like would I prefer some stuff be made in South Korea over the U.S.? Well, probably because the opportunity cost for South Korea is not as big as it is for the U.S. But South Korea is still an allied country. So, like, they don't like China. They're, liberal democracy. They don't like China. They don't like North Korea, obviously.
So dang much. And it's Republican and Democrat. They
right.
love the other people so much that they're willing to hurt their own people.
It's just not true. It's mutually beneficial. Like, free trade helps people. That's why you buy, like, all goods are cheaper. Or, like, the point of tariffs is to, increase the prices of imported goods. So you increase domestic production, right? Like the implicit thing in that is that the good for you, it is better to buy the cheaper. Absent the tariff, it's better for you to buy the cheaper Chinese produced good. And you can graph this actually. You can graph the consumer surplus. If we just look up consumer surplus tariffs. You can see, actually, when you impose a tariff, the loss in consumer surplus, that means the loss of the consumer, is a lot bigger than the gain in producer surplus, meaning the gain in what the producers of whatever object is being tariffs get. So you can see, ordinarily, any loss in consumer surplus, which is this triangle here, ignore this down here. Okay, let me just look up consumer surplus so I can show it to you guys. Ordinarily, we have like this graph, consumer and producer surplus. So any loss in consumer surplus is going to go to producer surplus, and any loss in producer surplus is going to go to consumer surplus. The magic of free trade is that that's not true, okay? Because we also have all this added surplus in this triangle here, right? So when you impose this tariff, not only do you take away from producer surplus, but you take away more from consumer surplus. These two triangles are deadweight loss. It's horrible. Horrible, 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 evil triangles. We do not like these triangles. These triangles are evil, okay? You can see, like, here's the big gain in consumer surplus caused by free trade. So if we reduce this consumer surplus, not only does it add to producer surplus, but you just lose these evil triangles. Like the empty triangles, they are evil triangles.
Interesting. Yeah.
So, but not Trump. Not Trump. That guy loves America. And so he put more tariffs on everybody, but it's going to take more than one president or two presidencies. It's going to take. I mean, this thing's been going since like the First World War. It's been going in this direction.
Why did Biden, real quick, keep the Chinese tariffs?
He wants to protect steel jobs for national security, which, by the way, I don't even really like.
I'm told that he did.
Yep, Biden.
He also he let some of them expire. He didn't keep all of them. He let some of them expire, like in washing machines.
Trump both believes that China is an enemy.
Oh, okay.
So
in other words, Biden being a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes. Yeah. They're right sometimes. Nice.
Yeah. China is opposition.
Yeah.
And both Biden and Trump know that. Kamala, I don't know. Kamala is like, I think she just wants everybody to like her. And, she ain't gonna go.
She doesn't seem like such a people pleaser, really.
She ain't gonna go and confront.
The last one triangle won't look so bad compared to when China strong arms America into doing its bidding later on. Well, that's why like some specific tariffs on China can probably be a good thing, but that should be paired. Like you're trusting again. If you support strategic tariffs on China, you should absolutely not vote for Trump because Trump doesn't even know what a fucking tariff is. Why would I trust a man who doesn't know what a tariff is to strategically implement tariffs? Like what?
People like Putin.
What an insane standard.
Doesn't like her.
No, she's
she
weak.
Doesn't like him.
She's weak, nasty, hateful. She comes off as selfish to me and phony.
That's not a sign of a strong leader.
Indeed.
A strong leader will go to.
Also, like we just read that article. We didn't read all of it, but like we had it linked about John Bolton's his former national security advisor being like, "Hey, Xi Jinping like just complimented Trump enough to where we thought that he was actually going to agree to literally anything Xi Jinping said." So it mentions in here they were like talking about tariffs, and Trump Trump basically agreed to like limit the tariffs on China if China just increased purchases of U.S. agriculture because he thought it would help with the farm bill. The U.S. should eliminate Trump's tariffs, he said, or at least agree to forego new ones. People expect this, said Xi. And I feared at that moment Trump would simply say yes to everything Xi had laid out. Trump came close, unilaterally offering that the U.S. tariff would remain at 10% rather than rise to 25% as he previously threatened. In exchange, Trump merely asked for some increases in Chinese farm product purchases to help crucial farm state votes. Like, if that could be agreed, all the U.S. tariffs would be reduced. It was breathtaking. Like, this is John Bolton, Trump's former, I forget his exact position, former national security advisor or something. Former ambassador to the United Nations.
Their enemy, and try to.
I think some of the tariffs were also to hinder fentanyl from China. I have not heard that, but I know we've done some restrictions on things from China because there were like I know for a while there was like an issue of like China making like cheap substitute drugs that technically weren't illegal, but like close substitutes to drugs that were illegal. I'm sure we did something to do that.
Make a deal.
That's right.
Like Trump.
Yeah, I don't know how much fentanyl is coming from China right now, but
every single one. But Taliban. You even went to the Taliban, man.
Yeah, that was an awesome story. I loved hearing Jeff in Louisiana retell that. Anyway, I got to run. Jaime, Minnesota. I appreciate your little bit of feedback on the tariff thing. It's a two-edged sword. You want to use it, wield it wisely, so as not to hurt yourself or your American companies, so-called, too badly. Thanks, man.
Need a warrior.
But he accepts in principle that like the tariffs can hurt Americans and American companies, and now you're saying I'm gonna vote for the dude who doesn't know what a tariff is. He does not know what a tariff is. Find me a single clip of Trump accurately describing a tariff, okay? And I don't have $100 to pay you. I was gonna say I will pay you $100. I will pay you $4. That's all I can afford. I don't even know if I can afford $4 right now, bro. I will give you a role on my Discord server. That's what I can afford. Find me a single clip. Someone, please, find me a single clip of Trump accurately describing a tariff, okay? Is it out there?
Like Trump to wield it.
That's right.
Why?
Again,
Why would you trust Trump to wield it?
Kyle in Massachusetts and the rest of the callers, I cannot get to you, nor can I read all of your super chats because I got to wrap up. Chris Person, 77. Could it be mixed kids, half white, half other, that have more white guilt than regular white people? Something.
Kill me. A medium economy electric car from China costs $10,000. A Japanese brand gas car that is made in America costs $25,000. A Japanese brand gas car costs $25,000 to $30,000. It would destroy car manufacturing in America if they didn't impose tariffs. True. It's universal tariffs would probably not help with that because you're imposing tariffs on literally every single part of the car that comes over the border to help manufacture the car, right? Like, I don't know why wouldn't just like either subsidize car manufacturing or again, like you gotta consider what you're giving up when you protect those car manufacturing jobs. You understand, if you protect those car manufacturing jobs, you're also hurting other American jobs. Do you accept that? I don't give a damn about car manufacturing. We have a labor shortage. True. I don't know. Well, do we have it? I mean, how high are job vacancies right now? I don't actually know how high job vacancies are right now. American labor isn't cheap. True. They can manufacture something else. Exactly. They can be Apple engineers making fucking iPhones, which is infinitely more productive than car manufacturing. Like we have the strongest like capital markets in the world. The American stock market is completely unrivaled. The envy of the world. U.S. stock market. Like we have like the best capital market in the world. I don't know why we would be doing like labor intensive things like this. Stocks. Why the American stock market reigns supreme. Yeah, the Economist did an article about this in their Envy of the World series. Like our capital markets is just like so much stronger than other markets. Look at this. It's like Chinese taxpayers giving us money to save a new car. It's true. Let the American people have 10K cars, exactly. The next tech titan is likely to be in America because of its capital markets. Since the global financial crisis, investors everywhere have bet heavily on growth in stocks, while many old economy sectors like banks have faced heavy headwinds. Just saying, non-fun could be a factory solving a labor problem instead of studying in uni and still work the same factory job because no one needs a fresh uni grad with no backing. Listen, okay? Listen. I subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm begging. We're so close to getting monetized. We're begging. I will never have to have a factory job if we just get monetized on YouTube. Okay, we can do it, guys. We can do it. Come on. We're so close. Exclamation point YouTube in the chat. Okay, I will never have to have I could drop out of college if we just get monetized. I'm being way over optimistic, but if we just get a few more YouTube subscribers, we can do it, guys. We're so close. Like and sub. Smash that sub button. Why did that freeze? Oh, there we go. Smash that like and sub button, chat. Thank you for the follow, iPokerface. I appreciate it. Thank you. Usually it's fucking stupid as animation doesn't actually work. I'm just memeing. But I do actually, genuinely, really appreciate YouTube subs right now. I also appreciate Kick and Twitch and every other follows. But just YouTube subs are really nice to have right now. Why not focus on upping production of electronics while using immigration cards to fill opportunities for manufacturing? Exactly, true. Other lower products like shoes and textiles. True. This is why immigration is so great, because they work jobs that many other Americans wouldn't, okay? They work the dirty jobs that nobody wants, because a lot of Americans can just go to fucking school for aerospace engineering and get a job working at SpaceX, okay? Immigrants are the ones being the janitors at SpaceX. They serve a very important role, okay? Yeah. Who the fuck want to take new factory jobs? Immigrants? Exactly. This is 2 hours long, and I don't want to watch all of it because I need to. But I do want to watch all of it. But I don't want to watch all of it. That base us to 25 minutes. I guess we'll watch some of this, and then we got a little bit of stuff to read as well. I think I have. Send notice immigrants to NC to work the tobacco fields. Exactly. There are actually a lot of undocumented immigrants that work in the agriculture sector. Funny thing is, SpaceX is a bunch of foreigners. That doesn't surprise me. Because Americans suck and don't want to work. Exactly. Why does it say, do I not have an EPUB? I thought I had an EPUB. Gonna read some of this today, at least, I think, but. Unigrads are the worst of the bunch. Entitled, stupid, worthless, unskilled, and lazy. I mean, they're not necessarily. If they're unigrads, they're not really unskilled, I don't think, but. And then also, Cato's been working on this project for a year, and I don't actually know if they're finished yet. They have this defending globalization project. They have like a whole like a whole bunch of shit on it. They have like a whole economic section, foreign affairs section, society and culture. Like they have a ton of stuff on it. Yeah, some of them are still coming soon. They don't even have all of them yet. But it's like a ton of different articles by a ton of different people, breaking it all down. But yeah, some stuff here about like geopolitics, right? Like the dangers of misunderstanding economic independence. Economic independence is hardly cure all for U.S. national security concerns, but it's also not the most acute national security threat that is commonly articulated inside the Beltway. You'll get it when you get your first OJT. What is my OJT? What? Official job title? And then I don't know how much I care about the law and politics and culture stuff. I don't know how much I would come up. Oh, on-job training. Okay. Why do we need trade agreements at all? World Trade Organization myths. Conservative case for globalization. Progressive case. Oh, I guess these two would be fun to read. Food globalization puts the world on your plate. This is true and based, like, especially when it comes to arguing against tariffs. Like right now in America, you can get like fresh fruit basically any time of year because we import different fruits, the same fruit from like different parts of the world at different times based on growing seasons, and like it's super cheap and super based, and tariffing them would not help at all bring production back because a lot of things just can't be grown here. So you just wouldn't be able to get certain fruits at certain types of year, or they would be 10 to 20% more expensive, right? Fast fashion, global trade, sustainable abundance, globalization, climate change. This one would be good to read too. How global markets help the video game industry. Gotta read this one as a gamer, of course. Globalization of popular music. Oh, thanks for joining the Discord, Quinn. Globalization in the Islamic world. Globalization isn't going anywhere. U.S. immigration policy lags behind a globalizing world. That'd be good. The reality of American deindustrialization. That'd be cool to read. The moral case for globalization. This would probably be good to read too, because a lot of people are like, slave labor. Definitely can be valid concerns about it sometimes, but yeah. But all these are like pretty well researched articles that are all relatively long. I mean, Cato is there, libertarian organization, so obviously they're gonna be pretty pro capitalism and free trade. But on free trade, they're seemingly pretty based. So. Uni doesn't train you for jack. Well, I mean, let's look at the salary of people that went to university versus the salary that people that did go to university. Usually, it's a lot higher for people who went to university. But iPhone factory workers are more well off than American minimum wage workers. I don't know if I would say that iPhone factory, as in the people in China making iPhones. I don't know if I'd say that, because there's horrible conditions in some of them at least. But also, don't even I'm not convinced tariffs are even the best way to help with that. Like, just incentivize companies to like move production to like India. like the working conditions in India may not be perfect or anything, but like they're probably better than China. And India's kind of our quasi ally, better than China. And the U.S. doesn't have to be. Like you said, it's not as expensive as tariffs. And we don't have to. We're not giving up as much, so the opportunity cost is a lot lower. China's probably better than India. I don't believe that. I don't. Last I heard, in the iPhone factories in China, there aren't literally suicide nets put up. At least I'm not aware of them. I don't for the manufacturing workers, I don't know. Go toward an Indian factory. Go toward a Chinese factory. Again, they literally have the suicide net set up. Like what? I mean, it's possible, but like, Apple may need to turn to China after Indian plant fire. Oh no, they had a fire a month ago. But I don't know if they or worse than China. I'd have to see something. In China, if you're 18 years old, kids commit suicide, a company pays a family. That's not... How many 18-year-olds in India commit suicide at all? Yes, but it's because of societal issues rather than the work conditions itself. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I like if you can link something showing that, then that's fine. It's just like intuitively, I would, from everything I've seen, I have not seen the same horrible working conditions in India that I have seen in some Chinese factories, at least. Although, obviously, I'm not saying the working conditions in India are great or anything, but you'll never get it. Okay. In America, if your kid commits suicide at work, they don't pay shit. True. But like, I don't know. This is India versus China working conditions. I don't know if anyone has written about this before. Labor laws. This is a 51-page thing. I don't know if I... Comparative study of labor standards in India and China. Hour restriction. Where's it? Is it okay? Surviving India's manufacturing. Again,
give scrap.
We can click through some of this. I'm not convinced that this is not iPhone manufacturing either. This is obviously like a slum in India where I'm not. Are these the people making iPhones? I don't think so. I don't think so, at least. But India is horrible places like this that are super densely populated with these people are making fucking pottery, dude. These aren't people making iPhones. Horribly over densely populated places like this that are horrible. But I'm not convinced that the people making iPhones in India are worse off than the people making iPhones in China. This man, I spent 12 hours just putting screw. What? This happens in China.
Putting one screw in the iPhone.
Oh, this is a Chinese factory.
My name is Zhen Zhang. I work in a Pegatron Apple factories in Shanghai.
Yeah, well, we have this. The integration of China and India into the world economy has had an important impact on the world labor market. The redistribution of global industry, resulting in increased competition for capital, has heightened the attention to Indian and Chinese labor standards. This study examines labor standards in China and India. We examine labor laws at national and subnational levels. You know, Chinese factory workers have universal healthcare. Well, yeah, everyone in China has healthcare, right? But in both countries, it's really not that bad. In both countries, compare them with global standards. Many of China's standards are recent and demonstrate a single overarching approach to all employees in the country. India's approach is older and less centralized, covering different industries and sectors with different laws. However, internal debates among both countries mean that the response to workers' well-being is evolving over time. International legal standards are not only meant to include the ILO's reduction of hours recommendation, the ILO's holidays with pay convention, many in the United States and plus over to Chinese workers, and the one that started a 14-week maternity leave, India and China. Examples of rights have been legislated include mandatory day of rest and compensation for overtime, subnational variation, as detailed in the article. Although legislative standards clearly indicate that what can be attained for workers within India and China, legislation is only first step. For workers in both country implementation laws. Okay, so it's not going to give me what I want. They killed themselves because of other factories, not being able to get enough money compared to firms' expectations or their expectations. I work in fintech and my Indian coworkers are offshore and are always wanting to go home and visit for months. They get cab rides to and from work, lunch, and other perks we don't get onshore. I'm not convinced that the... Obviously, the comparison to this would be, I'm sure we could find, rural farmers in China that live in just as much poverty as this. I'm almost certain that we could find that. However, those aren't the people making iPhones in both countries, right? These aren't the people doing the advanced manufacturing. This isn't rural. I said we could find people in rural China that live in just as bad poverty as this. My claim was not that these people are rural. I don't know how you got that from what I said, but Okay. These people are making leather. They're not making. These aren't the people making iPhones.
I think it's the attitude of the manager. Like yelling at workers is kind of a routine in the factories. There are still some.
Working. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if China's have decreased now that they're closer to a middle-income country. Working hours. Factory. China versus India. Working hours limit is 10.5. There is no limit in China, although it doesn't mean they're actually are working 18 hours a day or anything. Average hours worked. The average hours worked in India is 47.7, which is higher than China's 46.1. This is from the India. Why is it all highlighted? Goddamn. According to the International Labor Organization. Statistics working. This is what I want. Thank you. Okay. It's okay. We all know you're just racist. True. And propagandized by Western media. Yep. That's exactly. Not your fault, really. But also, if it's like a, like, again, China. Although China has been getting better at this, by the way. China, farmer, rural poverty, because people just keep moving to the cities, which makes sense, because it happens in a lot of developing countries. Like, we could probably find examples of people living in I think there's just an old city. I don't think there's like an actual. Oh well, here's like an example of something similar that we saw in India. Have you voted yet? And who did you vote for? Yeah, I did vote. You can see my sticker. I'd rather work $3 an hour in an iPhone factory than $7.50 an hour in a Texas McDonald's. Really? Who did you vote for? Kamala Harris. I mean, Joe Biden. I wrote in Joe Biden. iPhone factory is free healthcare, gym, housing, and food. In where? India or China? In China, I'm sure there's cases of this happening in India too. Wouldn't surprise me. But in China, I know like they used to have factories where you literally would spend the entire work week there. Like you would work for 14 hours a day there and sleep there. Probably more likely to get shot at McDonald's, to be fair. Risk pay, true. You would literally like work 14 hours there and then sleep there for like the whole work week. I'm sure that does happen in India. I don't know how common it is in either one, but I would guess that China has moved away from that by now. I would guess. I'm not sure though. Are you talking about worker dorms? Yeah. They happen everywhere. They're not that common in developed countries. Foxconn, worker dorms. China has to move back rather than rent. Dorms are cheaper. Well, I'm aware they're cheaper, but like, these are worker dorms in Foxconn. Are these in China or India? I'm assuming this is China. I wonder if they have them in India. Actually, they probably don't have enough. Corporate America looks at China like disposable slave labor for source first-hand experience. At China. I don't know if Foxconn has worker dorms in India, but that might be because they just don't have enough factories in India to justify it. That's a door for iPhone assembly workers. This is China still. Oh, wait, here we go. The southern Indian state has inaugurated what is being dubbed India's first mega industrial project, a facility that houses more than 18,500 women workers of Taiwanese contract manufacturing. Okay. Complaining to get thrown into trash and you find 3,000 more. Actual quote from a CEO. Okay, fire. So India does have dorms, but they're not being used by Indians. They're being used by contracted Taiwanese women, which is arguably worse. Well, worse for the I mean, I guess technically the Indian citizens would be better. We're Indian first here. Went down to the company also because we were allowed to leave the premises only on Sundays. It felt like a prison. I didn't like the food. She works for American Electronics Manufacturer. Now it's a share in the village. But his rents increased. Her and her sister had to move houses 5 times in the past year. Damn. Even if they were Indian citizens, you still live in dorms to save on commute and rent. Yeah, this is something you just don't see happen in developed countries, though. That's my point, is that this usually happens in these working conditions. Worker dorms are not representative of good working conditions. They're evidence of the exact opposite. The fact that you have worker dorms at all, you have workers being paid so little that they have to sleep in company dorms, which they share with other people, is not evidence of good working conditions. That's my point here. Who do you think is going to win the election? I would lean towards Harris. I would say like 60% chance Harris wins. From what I've seen, I'm not super confident, but I'm feeling relatively confident, I think. Hopefully. I think we've seen more good signs recently. Firefighters sleep in company dorms. Well, that's technically true, I guess. Are you retarded about how factories work? You understand we have factories in the U.S., and most factory workers in the U.S. do not sleep in company dorms. Wait, so you think $750 an hour without housing is better? If that lets you afford housing, then, like, yeah. Well, $750 in the U.S. is not going to afford you housing anymore. But, what's the, I'd say, like, the binding minimum wage in the U.S. is probably, like, $12, okay? Binding as in, right now the minimum wage is, like, $7.25, but no one actually, I was going to say no one. Almost no one actually gets paid $7.25 because that's below the equilibrium. The, like, equilibrium, yeah, they move and go broke. You understand what, but, okay. Factory workers in the U.S. who gets paid $7.50 an hour enjoy an infinitely better life than almost anyone who lives in a fucking company dorm in India, okay? You know that, right? This should be obvious, but okay. Have you been to China? No. Can you even go to China yet? If you're getting paid $7.50 an hour, there's no helping you anyways. LMAO, true. But, like, I would say, like, the equilibrium wage in the U.S. is probably, like, at least $11 an hour, right? If you're making $11, no, you don't think that? If you're making $11 an hour in the U.S., you can probably afford an apartment, and you don't have to live in a company dorm. Even if you have roommates, that's still probably preferable to a company dorm. I don't know how we're even. This seems like just such a obvious thing to me. I don't know why we're thinking company dorms are evidence of good working conditions. Okay, what developed country has large scale company dorms for their factory jobs? I'm not aware of any, really. Like, factory jobs obviously aren't as common here in the U.S. anymore, but, like, most people who work in a factory work, like, 8 hours a day compared to probably 12 hours a day in India and China, and then go home to, like, their own home versus India and China where they go to company dorms. I think the people living in a company dorm will be poorer after 5 years than the workers that, yes, probably, yes. The U.S. has way higher productivity. They're getting paid way more, even if some of their money has to go to rent. Obviously, you're wrong. We can just look at median income, like what PPP median income, U.S. or it was by country, and like the U.S. is like the highest. Where's India and China? They're not even up here. China might be up here. Is China not even up here? China's not even on here. India's not even on here. Realize that one factor working in a dorm is supporting their parents themselves and still saving up. Maybe. I mean, we would still see median disposable income be higher, but does India have like Social Security? A lot of fast food places are paying 15 or more per hour. Walmart is paying 15 to 20 hours, depending on where you live. You can get a small apartment and be okay. Exactly. Just compare the living standards of any factory worker in the U.S. to any factory worker in India. Like, it's pretty clear that the factory workers in the U.S. are almost always doing better. Like, why don't we have company dorms in the U.S.? If you think low-income workers would prefer to live in company dorms, why don't we have them? Like, I'm sure there are. There's got to be some companies in the U.S. that have company dorms. But I bet, you know what? I bet like fucking Google has company dorms. You do for migrants? Well, that's for migrants. I bet Google has like housing built for employees. We don't have factory dorms because they cost too much. I think it's just because consumers have high enough income that they don't need company dorms. Like the revealed preference of the free market in America is that workers prefer to live in their own homes rather than have company dorms. Under the right circumstances, I would do something like that, but it would have to be a situation where the pay is so high that I had like one meal banked up after a few years. Yeah, I'm just not convinced that's the case in India and China. No American is going to live and work in the same place. Too many rules about what you can and can't do. True. Like that. Like I'm not aware of any developed country that has a lot of company dorms. It seems like median income and productivity is way lower in countries that have company dorms. Even once productivity and median wages increase quite a bit, you don't see company dorms anymore, probably because most people prefer to live in their own homes. It's just that when their pay is low, that they can't afford to live in their own homes, that they prefer to live in a company dorms. Thought they're saving up one egg at a time, though. I don't know, but I don't think it doesn't. I think Disney has their like full-fledged talent or whatever. Although I'm not aware of the legal status of that post the Ron DeSantis Disney Florida feud. I don't remember anymore, but
under a
computer just baited 25 on her side of Michigan
administration.
I'm shocked that you would make that claim. I think there.
Oh no! Did this guy say something dumb?
Here's the problem with third parties. We all want more choices in our political system.
Oh, no, he sounds smart. Thank you,
but
Adam.
Unfortunately, in the U.S., we have a winner-take-all political system. In other countries where they have proportional representation, if a third or minor party gets just 5% of the vote, then they get 5% of the seats in the legislature, so they get real power. But in a winner-take-all system, they don't get power. Instead, they just take votes away from the party that they're more closely aligned with and often throw the election to the party they're most opposed to. Even if they don't intend to, they functionally act as a spoiler. And you can see that in our political system because the GOP has literally tried to help Jill Stein and the Green Party get on the ballot and get them more votes. Now, there are third parties that escape this trap. The Working Families Party is
no more MAGA chips. There actually is a people worry about like the center squeeze with ranked choice voting. That can happen with some different voting systems. There's a ton of different proportional voting systems that could potentially avoid some of the center squeeze issue. The center squeeze being centrist candidates are not that people can vote for their true preference. People can see more like right-wing parties and extreme left-wing parties win elections, so they vote for them more. I think your outlook would change if you looked at the conditions of minimum wage workers in China and America, so that's why I support it. Like dorms are always going to be for migrants. How's the racist? What? China's factory workers are migrants from the rural area. I think that is true. Yeah, at this point, yeah. A lot of rural farmers moved to the city. I'm pretty sure I watched a documentary on that at one point. Their home was rural area. fairly certain a lot of them stick around in the city because there's just no opportunity at all in the rural areas. I don't think they do that, yeah, but.
Fusion candidates with Democrats they support to pull them to the left, and they organize year-round to build power for working people. But unfortunately, most third parties in America don't do that. Instead, they just run one candidate every 4 years, bank a lot of donations, get a lot of votes, get a lot of press, but the functional effect of doing so is to give power to the party and policies they oppose the most. And as much as we wish it to be otherwise, that is
You're a rich white guy just buy
simply
tickets.
not an effective political strategy until we get
True.
ranked choice voting and proportional representation in America, which, God willing, we will have one day.
My mom told me to come up with places that we should go to on a family trip. But it was the first way, she didn't tell me that at first. She just said, like, if you had money, where would you go on a trip? And I'd be like, well, I don't know, probably Israel. And she was like, we're not going on a family trip to Israel. I was like, okay, well, I didn't know that was what we were discussing. Okay, I understand. South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore all have worker dorms too. That makes sense because they're. I know the working culture in South Korea is a lot harsher than it is here. In Taiwan, it's still still manufactures a lot of stuff, and factories like semiconductor factory. It doesn't surprise me at all. Japan also has worker dorms. I don't know if Japan has worker dorms to the extent that China, India, and these other countries do. I would imagine that Japan has developed enough that worker dorms are not that common anymore, but I don't know, maybe. Anyway, I want to watch some of this. They do. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know if I would ever. I don't know if they. I don't know how we would compare this. I don't know. I don't know how many. I don't know if there's. I don't think there's any index that tracks these. These are student dorms. Pete Butt Juice. Nice one, dude. It says vote no on 83. Don't be fooled. Initiative 83 would suppress the vote of marginalized populations and reverse the gender and the racial makeup of elected officials. Germany has them too. I'm sure Germany has some, but I guarantee you Germany does not have as many as India and China do. Initiative 33 is successful to change the ways elections are held in the district. It will allow for ranked choice voting, also known as instant runoffs. Those are two. Oh no, instant runoffs, never mind. And it would allow for semi-closed primaries. In other words, it would allow for independent voters to vote in primary elections. That's what we have in North Carolina. I think it's good because technically, like, I'm registered as an independent, so I can vote for whoever I want in the primary. If I feel like I want to vote in the Republican primary one day for some reason, maybe to sabotage them, I can do that. Whereas if I feel like I want to vote in the Democrat primary, I'm allowed to choose whichever one I want. Been shown that ranked choice voting suppresses the votes of seniors and those with disabilities. The ability to accurately say was lowest among African Americans, Hispanic, and those whose first language is not English. Ranked choice voting suppresses and eliminates the counting of black and brown votes.
Protecting your vote. Myths and facts about Initiative 83. So, what is Initiative 83?
Apparently, bro.
If Initiative 83 is successful, it would change the way elections are held in the district. It would allow for ranked choice voting, also known as instant runoffs. And it would
I
allow
feel like this is somewhere we're going to find a website meant to sow
for
confusion.
semi-closed primaries.
It's almost certainly what it is.
In other words, it would allow for independent voters to vote in the primary elections. Vote no.
Or it could be Democrat too, just because, like, obviously, Democrats probably don't want ranked choice voting either. It has Donkey. It does have Donkey.
On Initiative 83 is a grassroots campaign formed in part to educate the public about the facts and myths around ranked choice voting and semi-closed primaries. Are you ready to hear the facts about ranked choice voting and semi-closed primaries?
This looks
great.
It sounds
Let's
AI
begin.
generated, dude.
I'm sure that you have seen the signs and heard the slogan, "Make all votes count." This sounds great, but it is a false statement created to confuse and mislead the average voter.
Protect
In our current
Democrats
system,
vote. Yeah, but like Trump PACs do micro-targeting. Like, you know that, right? Like, this could be made by a Republican PAC. There's literally, Trump has ads saying Kamala Harris is going to destroy Israel, and then Trump also has ads saying Kamala Harris is going to defend Israel, because he does micro-targeting to like specifically target certain people. He targets like anti-Israel Michigan voters by saying Kamala Harris is going to stand behind Israel and continue the genocide of Palestine, but he targets senior Israelis or senior Jewish people by saying, Kamala Harris is going to abandon Israel and Israel will fall.
all votes are counted. However, in a ranked choice voting system, also known as instant runoff system, many votes will be discarded and not counted. Votes are eliminated. As noted in Mark Fisher's September 11, 2024, Washington Post article, the proposed law is 2,326 words long and includes 11 definitions. I am going to assume most of you have not read it, so let me explain it to you in plain language. How it works is that you rank up to 5 candidates, even if you do not know anything about the candidate or have any
Oh
strong
my
feelings.
God, what a horribly produced video. Prefer by vote. No initiative on 83. It wouldn't surprise me if this has both Democrat and Republican support, though, because obviously Democrats don't like it either. And Democrats Democrats control D.C., so it would make sense if Democrats had a primary ones fighting against it, I guess. Pretending black jobs is racist now. Kamala targets black people by calling Trump racist. Saying they will get Jim Crow to Pluto. Unemployment is racist. True, unemployment is racist. That's why we should spend to full employment, deficit spend till full employment to end racism once and for all. Shouldn't I be able to see who's funding this? Why? This is AI generated, isn't it? What the fuck? Okay, can we watch this finally? Are we done being sidetracked? Are we done finally? I don't think we're gonna watch all of this just because it's 2 hours. And I ain't got time for that. Why did anyone think of this? In poverty communities, people don't have jobs, so the government just pays them to do a fake job or reduces unemployment. True, problem solved. That's not what I mean when I say spend to full employment, but I mean full employment still means some unemployment. It just means no cyclical unemployment. But anyway, Trump versus Harris's tax plan. Which is best for the economy? Destiny versus... I don't really know who this guy is, but I feel like this is the area Destiny's going to be least confident in. I did watch one part of this where he did not understand what a value-added tax is, but...
Make more than $400,000 in net profit? Or, what do you believe, what tax rate should that be? Because, I guess that I would just love to hear your thoughts around taxation when it comes to...
Okay, so when he said debate starts at that, he was lying.
I guess here's maybe a different question. It's less specific. Are you in favor of lower taxes for pass-through businesses, even that make more than $400,000 in net profit? Or, what do you believe, what tax rate should that be? Because, I guess that I would just love to hear your thoughts around taxation when it comes to, people in business.
Business income.
Sure. I mean, on the most macro level, I think that the tax rate for society should be such that you can ideally afford the majority of your budget every year, right? So we've got some level of programs that we want to fund, and we fund that through taxation. Whether that taxation comes more from businesses versus individuals, to be 100% honest, I don't think I've ever been sold on the concept of a corporate tax. I don't know if it's something that is more productive than just taxing income, just period.
Sure,
I'm not entirely sure on.
Does he? I don't think he knows what a destination-based cash flow tax is, but he should be in support of that.
But I don't know enough. I don't think the Laffer curve theoretical appointment should be for the corporate tax rate to optimize your cash flows from tax receipts from corporations. I'm just not sure. And then you've got huge corporations that are very investment heavy and growing a ton. They just end up paying no corporate tax anyways because all their money goes back into reinvestment. So there are no profits to tax. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have strong opinions one way or the other about corporate taxes.
Corporate tax can actually end up taxing investment, which is one of the bad things about it, and why a destination-based cash flow tax, which it allows for the immediate expensing of all investment, is a good thing.
work really believe that like a lot of these tax breaks are helping small businesses. I just don't believe it that much. I feel like people just want to take on more money because at the end of the day, like I've never hired or fired or thought about any part of my business because of the tax rates. If anything, higher taxes seem to spur on that investment a little bit more because I know that if I reinvest it, it's just revenue and then I can expense it out instead of paying taxes on it. But there might be some types of businesses like I don't hold inventory, I don't sell products like that. There might be like paperwork that I can see where it's like, oh, I can see how this like tax break would help significantly here. But at the end of the day, it comes down to what programs do you want to fund and then what's the best way to raise the money for it. Yeah.
But what's your opinion? Because is it a bad thing that people get wealthy in America?
Is it a bad? No, I don't think so at all. No, I think America is amazing for that.
So can I ask you a question, Destiny? So I have two questions. First of all, are you familiar with the global minimum tax that they proposed in the OECD?
Yeah, I think, Jim, the idea, I'm familiar conceptually, very high level with it, but
I'm not familiar with that even. I don't know what that is.
I think that
the idea of it is that
some global tax rate around the world, so there's not like these tax haven like incentives like in
Well,
Ireland.
it actually would operate to make sure that American companies don't get all of those tax benefits and pay a minimum 15% tax rate. Okay, so they would pay tax, and it actually go into, I honestly can't even tell you where it goes because, but it goes to other countries. It doesn't go to the U.S. Okay, they would pay this minimum tax rate, so they would not effectively get all of those tax benefits, including all of the write-offs of their equipment. So I was just curious if you had any thoughts on that.
I think I don't like the idea of countries making a lot of money off of tax rates. So I'm not necessarily.
By the way, you know what we're solving this too? Destination-based tax. The taxes goes based on the destination rather than origin.
So like some kind of global
origin tax allows for a lot more shady business practices when it comes to, we're actually, even though we make all our products in America and sell our products in America, we're actually based in Ireland, which has a really low tax rate. We're an Irish company and we store all our money in Irish accounts.
Minimum tax, if it means that there aren't countries that are just making a ton of money because they happen to have favorable rates, I think it's a little silly to, have an office in Delaware and to say that this is like where your business is somehow, earning money through or the Irish tax stuff like that. I think that's silly. So I'm not opposed to global corporate or global like minimums or whatever, or some way to prevent like financial exits from countries for that. But like maybe that could be done in other ways too, that make it you like penalize people that do business out of the country and try to like bring the money back or something. I don't know. Maybe a GMT.
Well, or incentivize people to bring money in the country like they did in the 2017 Act. They brought $2 trillion back into the country.
Sure, I think there are good ways.
$2 trillion back into the country. I have not heard it. I have not heard that. That could just be also, again, the problem with the issue with the origin tax is that it really easily allows companies to avoid some taxes by just officially having their, company set up in another country or whatever. So like if that company that was avoiding taxes earlier that I mentioned moves back to the U.S. or whatever, is that really bringing money back to the U.S. if nothing effectively changes? I don't know how good of a thing that is. And also like I don't know about the $2 trillion being brought back to the country. I would look that up and maybe find stuff on that. But I know like generally we have like studies on the effect of corporate tax cuts on growth, and like they almost never that high. If I can find it, it's basically. Yeah, here we go. Corporate tax cuts. This is the funnel graph of like a bunch of different countries. I think it's like 44 different countries and like 200 different tax cuts. And like you can see, basically, almost all the results funnel around zero. Like they just simply do not have that big of an impact on growth.
To incentivize ways to bring things, but you agree, right? There are bad ways to incentivize money coming back to a country, right?
For sure, for sure. And we're never going to get rid of tax havens. It's not possible to get rid of tax havens as long as we have high taxes. One thing that's been interesting is since 2017,
as long as we have high tax, do you want to even have high taxes compared to not tax haven countries? Like, I know for like middle class people, the actual effective tax rate in the U.S. is a lot lower than European countries. I don't think I don't know about corporations though. It could be higher for corporations, so I doubt it.
Global tax rate has come down across the board, and so it's been a bit of a race to the bottom, which is not necessarily a bad thing because that helps the entire world's economy, not just the U.S. economy. So that was one thing. But I wanted to go back to Caleb's question, which is. Harris and Biden have proposed significant tax increases on investors. Okay, start with the capital gains tax, an increase to 33%, 28% rate plus a 5% net investment income tax, which is just basically a 33% tax rate. Okay, which is a 60% tax increase from the
North America. These are random. Where's what is the U.S. at? 19%, 25%. Okay, so it doesn't seem like we're. I know from like, again, for citizens, like where the effective tax rate on for people in the U.S. is actually pretty low. It looks like we're basically average, if like slightly above world average. But like all these European countries seem to be basically where we are. Although, like, the Eastern European countries seem to be a little bit below. But they also have value-added tax, which we don't have. A lot of their funding comes from value-added tax, but we don't have that.
Capital gains rate, which and then also proposed
what do we get for it? Good
other
question.
tax increases on capital assets, like the unrealized capital gains tax.
No
like
inland federal taxes? Probably not.
Well, the corporate income tax actually is an investment tax that way, because it means that your stock portfolio probably loses value if the corporation's paying more money to taxes as opposed to having more money available for reinvestment or doing or paying out. I get your shrug there. And then
the only reason I shrug, like, I agree with you, like in the micro, but obviously in the macro, right? The argument would be that they might be losing a little bit of value of their portfolio because of the taxes that are being directly paid, but then they might be gaining value in their portfolio because more consumers have money to buy products from the company, right? It's like a back and forth ideally, right?
Okay, all right, I get where you're going there. So yeah. I am curious though about your thoughts on particularly increasing taxes on investment income, like capital gains taxes, like taxing gifts as capital gains, taxing estates for capital gains and estate tax, eliminating 1031 exchanges, which are the like-kind exchanges on real estate, so you don't have to pay tax when you sell real estate.
I'm just not. The thing is, you'd have to convince me that, like, you know, raising the tax on, you know, capital income by not like a significant, not even like an unprecedented amount, like capital, you know, taxes on capital income in the U.S. used to be higher than they are now. Like, there were times where like right after World War II or whatever, where like the effective tax rate was a lot higher than it is now. You'd have to convince me that that's so bad as to outweigh ending the independence of the Federal Reserve, 10% universal tariffs, and the increased deficit spending from not raising them, right? Because if we don't raise the taxes, the deficit goes up, at least if we don't cut spending, which I don't think Trump has a very solid plan to cut spending. So
we should buy more real estate. I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Depreciation goes away altogether after. Or 100% depreciation.
No, the bonus depreciation does. We go back to what we've had for basically 40 years. So,
yes, I think the question is.
But I'm most interested in the increase in the rates.
Yeah, the last
the capital
time
gains rate. I mean, for example, let me give you an example. So let's say that you're a business owner and you put all your money in your business. This is your retirement. You don't have 401k because you're putting your money back in your business. This is basically your retirement. And when you retire, you sell that. And now you have a 33% tax rate because you're going to recognize all that in 1 year. You don't get to take it over a number of years. Like if an employee puts their money into a 401k, they're going to pull that out and be taxed on it in those lower marginal rates that you talked about earlier. They're going to be taxed on that as they pull it out. Whereas the business owner, because now, okay, so let's say it's $1 million, which is what Harris has proposed, but you sell your business for $3 million, that $2 million is going to be subject to that 33% tax, which is quite a bit higher than if they'd been able to take it over their retirement years like an employee does. So I am curious as to how what you think about those increases in capital gains rates.
I mean, I don't think capital gains is really optimal policy at all. Like if I had my perfect wonky world, okay, I don't think we would have any taxes in capital income. We would just tax consumption and tax resource rents and tax land. Okay, well, I mean, land kind of is a resource, but tax land, tax resource rents, tax consumption, right? There is no, that's just not, no Democratic candidate and no Republican candidate even understands half of those proposals, okay? So there's just no room for that happening. What you would have to convince me of, and presumably Destiny too, is that like the cost of raising these capital income taxes to not even their highest point in the last 50 years is so detrimental as to outweigh the positive effects that they're going to have on the deficit, the positive effects that they're going to have on inequality, the positive effects that they could potentially have on poverty, depending on what they're being used to finance, like all these other positive effects that I do think they could have. That it outweighs like restricting or limiting the amount of financial capital available by a relatively small percentage points. We know, by the way, the elasticity of taxation in the U.S. is like when it comes to capital flight, it's like lower than other countries because we had just such strong consumer demand. Navon, do you want Washington to spend more or less than the revenue it takes in? It depends where we are in a business cycle. If we're in a good place in a business cycle, then I would really only want them to spend less than they take in. But if we're in a bad place in a business cycle, then they should probably be deficit spending.
I guess at the end of the day, like I said, it all comes down to like managing government spending with government income. And if this is one of the ways that they can make more money by taxing capital gains a bit more, then like we said earlier, right? In terms of the Laffer curve, right? There's going to be some level of taxation that discourages heavily any future investment. There's going to be some level of taxation that too low discourages.
But we're almost certainly
future,
not on the wrong side
right?
of the Laffer curve.
Like if we had a 5% capital gains tax, you could probably raise it to 6%, and people would invest just as much, right? You would probably raise it to 7%, people would invest a lot. Would a 28%, would a 5-point gain, a 5-point increase on the capital gains tax discourage investment? I guess the question is
a 10-point gain, not a 5-point gain.
10 point. Okay. What would be the I guess like what else would the money go into? I'm not sure.
I don't business cycle. What kind of mumbo jumbo is this? True. Here's a graph. This is not even like unprecedentedly high. It's like, yeah, I'm just not convinced that it's that bad. Maximum rate of long-term gains, effective capital gains tax rate. I guess it isn't even like unprecedentedly high. Realized capital is really high back then. Economy tanks every 8 years. In cycle, let me elect me and I'll prove it. Republicans, exactly. It's just like if you're worried about the deficit, like I don't think these are particularly inefficient taxes to do it on. At least raising them to like 20% or whatever. It has positive effects on inequality, as in reducing inequality. Positive effects on the deficit, right? You're reducing the deficit, and I'm not like I was not convinced that the small amount of financial capital that's gonna like leave the country is gonna have that big of an effect, or like the capital that's consumed rather than invested and saved is going to have that big of an effect either. I don't think the elasticity is that high to justify it.
Well, so here,
are you worried about the deficit or just shilling Kamala Harris? I'm definitely not as worried about the deficit as you are, but I don't. You look like the OG YouTuber Fred. True, I am OG YouTuber Fred. My hair is like him, right? I need a haircut, but I'm definitely not as worried about the deficit as a lot of people are. But like I don't like that our net interest payments are so high right now.
So statistically, historically, as I've looked at these numbers, 28% is the maximum capital gains rate you can have before you're significantly discouraging investment. But if you think right now, most people have a 28% capital gains rate because they have a 23.8% federal rate and they have a 4 to 5% state rate. So they're already at that peak. So if you look at, for example, Tax Foundation runs lots of numbers on this. And what they show is that you get over that level, just like you're suggesting, you get over that level, you actually bring less money into the government. So one of my points is,
I would have to see the data on that. I'm not convinced that the revenue maximizing point for capital gains taxes is 28%. I don't know if I would. I don't know if I think that. Plenty of evidence that higher capital gains taxes make people sell stocks less often, but this is the lock-in effect. In general, people don't change their behavior much in order to avoid capital gains taxes. Yeah, I'm just not convinced that the elasticity is that high for these taxes. Enough to outweigh all the potential positive benefits they could have. Meanwhile, dividend cuts, which are somewhat similar to capital gains tax cuts, don't seem to induce businesses to increase capital spending. On the revenue question, this study argues that capital gains taxes would be a big revenue raiser because people aren't likely to take their money out of the markets in a long term. I remember No Opinion linked to article once that was it was like the long run positive long run capital taxation. This. According to the Chamey Chud result, capital should not be taxed in the long run. In this paper, we overturn this conclusion, showing it does not follow from the very models used to derive it. For the main model in Judd, we proved that the long run tax on capital is positive and significant, whether in intertemporal elasticity of substitution is below 1. For higher elasticities, the tax converges to 0, but may do so at a slow rate. After centuries of high taxes, the main model in Chamberlain 1986 imposes an upper bound on capital taxes. We provide conditions under which these constraints bind forever, implying positive long-run taxes. When this is not the case, the long-run tax may be zero. However, if preferences are recursive and discounting is locally not constant, a zero long-run capital gains tax limit must be accompanied by zero private wealth, zero tax base, or zero labor rates first best. I don't understand that part. Finally, we explain why the equivalence of a positive capital tax with ever-increasing consumption taxes does not provide a firm rationale against capital taxation. We don't need to throw money at overpriced services. Oh, eliminating the step-up basis as well, I guess. Step-up basis policy states that if you inherit stocks from house, you never have to pay taxes on the amount of those assets appreciated when they were purchased. In fact, tax never gets paid by anyone. Inheritance just washes the tax liability away forever. This is a pretty obvious big loophole in the U.S. tax code. Even tax planners who advise you to use a strategy called a loophole. There's zero economic rationalization for why inheritance should be taxed less than other incomes. In fact, most people probably believe that rich heirs, especially undeserving of their windfalls of dynastic wealth. Yeah, I like estate tax is probably. I don't. Republicans don't like estate tax or something. I think estate tax is probably like the best type of capital income taxation. But
it seems like, and maybe I'm misreading this, but it seems like
we'll add more to unfunded liabilities. I don't know exactly what you. Unfunded liabilities. I understand what road you're going to go down. You're like, oh, Kamala Harris is going to add a bunch more to programs, and programs are permanent and tax cuts are yeah, we've gone down this road 100 times before. You're dumb and can never understand any of this because you don't believe in anything, okay? You don't believe in economics at all. I can't engage with you at all because you literally don't believe statements like the job market is better today than it was in 1933 has any truth value at all, okay? So I can't engage with you at all because there's nothing I could ever say to explain this to you because you don't believe in economics.
There is this need for the Democrats to raise taxes on the rich for the sake of looking like they're raising taxes on the rich, whether or not it actually increases the revenue to the government.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess the question could be, if taxes are going up on the capital gains rate, like if they are bumped 5 or 10 points, what is the alternative? What's that money being spent on anyway? Like, what would people invest in instead?
You mean what would they do with that? Well, they're going to give that money to the government. What do you mean?
They'd be spending that money. What? It's the same. It's the same concept of giving deductions.
If they didn't have that tax, if they didn't have that tax
rate, a higher capital gains tax is going to discourage investment. But if money's not being invested, what would they do with the money otherwise?
Well, so it's they're not going to have them. So what you're saying is, well, here's what's going to happen. You're not going to sell the asset. So what you do is you take liquidity out of the marketplace because if I'm going to be taxed when I sell it, and of course this is why Harris wants this unrealized capital gains tax, right? This is actually the reason she wants that capital.
By the way, she basically walked that back. She doesn't. I don't think she's come out strictly against it, but it's not in her platform anymore. She's probably not going to do it. It would require Senate approval anyway, and it's arguments that it's not even constitutional. But
gains tax is because by increasing the capital gains tax rate from an effective 24% to a 33% rate, okay, which is the proposal, then what you're doing is you're saying, well, look, maybe I should just hold on to it, and I won't sell it, and I won't have transactions, which takes liquidity out of the marketplace, which actually depresses the marketplace because you don't have buyers and sellers.
Sure, so I definitely agree with you there, and I think that's a huge problem, but I don't agree that that's a problem.
Name one, the expanded child tax credit.
With increasing a theoretical tax rate. I think that's just a lock-in.
Also, public education.
Problem from taxing at the point of sale. And I feel like in an odd way, taxing unrealized gains would probably increase liquidity in markets because there's no longer as much of a lock-in function if you're being forced to step up the tax basis year after year.
It does get rid of the lock-in effect, arguably, but
because, well, now fuck it, like I've already paid taxes on this investment, even though I haven't sold it, I might as well. If it, like right now, right, if we're looking for investment opportunities, let's say that I have $1 million sitting in some taxable asset and my tax basis and that is
expanded child tax credit. Explain, because it reduces productivity, it reduces child poverty, and it's probably pro-productivity in the long run. There's a study on this I can link somewhere. I think Kamala Harris cites it actually, but it's like child tax credit. Is it this or is it this? Revenue effects of a child tax credit. I think it shows that it actually probably. I don't know if it's this. There's a study that finds for like every $1 put in a child tax credit, it actually has a like positive fiscal effect to like $15 in the long run. So evidence there. It's a study put out there, put out by the people that support it. Yeah, they're not dumb, but there's other studies that show it too. I can like. The study's never going to be enough for you, by the way. You're just going to reject it entirely, even if I find it. But
right? Well, when I go to invest in any other opportunity, I have to imagine that I'm about to suck $950,000 of appreciation out, and I'm going to have to pay, I don't care if it's 28%, 38%, whatever. I'm about to lose a quarter of my money, so I'm locked in like crazy. But if I have to pay a step up in basis every year or whatever, however you would do that.
Find that outlet to increase future earnings and tax payments, improved health longevity, and reduce crime. Using conventional valuations benefits society outweighed costs nearly 10 to 1 with most benefits due to credit refundability. Like you're never gonna like accept any of these studies. But I'm pretty sure there are multiple studies that find the same conclusion. But
to increase that, then the lock-in effect disappears. But
they are guessing because we don't have the child tax credit was implemented like last year. Of course, what? Not last year, 3 years ago at this point. Like what? Yeah.
I don't know if like 33 or 35% is significantly more locked-in than 25%. I don't know.
Childhood education credits have a like tenfold return too. Yeah. Like clearly, like public education in general, I would say like there's probably studies on this like that have clearly has positive long-run fiscal effects, but with hopes, dreams, wishes, I told you, like, nothing is ever going to be enough for you. You're just dumb. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's not even worth, it's still not even worth engaging with these people. They're not going to accept anything ever. Do you think any, do you think any program ever could theoretically have, like, a long-run fiscal benefit? What about highways? I'm sure we could long-run fiscal impact highways. I'm sure we could find studies that have, assuming the long run multiplies 1.8, the interstate highway system has generated over $238 billion in additional economic output. Like, sure we could find this. I'm sure we could find long run fiscal impact of, what's the other thing I mentioned? Like highways, public schools. I'm sure there's studies on this as well. States with reverse course on defunding public schools. Fiscal effects of school choice. Heard interstate highways are good for I know, like clearly there's at least some government spending that can have positive fiscal effects in the long run because you increase economic activity. Like highways are clearly an example of that. I think this is about school choice. I don't know if there's gotta be studies on this. Several challenges and uncertainties. Here's an overview of key factors. Just link the state law. I don't know if this is gonna show what I want. I don't know if maybe there aren't studies on this one, but like I don't think there's actually anything I could show you that would change your mind. I think you're just ideologically committed to a position that like government spending is bad. Okay, I don't think it matters what study I show you showing like X program had a long run fiscal benefit. I'm pretty sure it's gonna reject it.
Fully convinced on that. I think that lock-in is a problem, but I think that has more to do with how we treat the tax basis of investments.
I mean, when they run the numbers, it actually is. When they run all the models, it is significant. But you do, of course, now open the door to the unrealized capital gains tax, which Caleb, I know you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, this is the point I wanted to get to, so I'm glad Destiny brought it up. Yeah. And I think he just opened up like
she's probably not even going to do it. Like she stop talking about it completely.
So let's talk about this. First of all, it's very. I'm going to say this is one of the worst proposals out there. It is. It's really. I know you hate the tariffs. I hate the unrealized capital gains tax, and I hate it for a number of reasons.
As bad as tariffs.
One is that
10% universal tariffs and everything is bad as an unrealized capital gains tax. Really,
you are taking an enormous amount. Remember, when you take money out of the investment class and you put it into the consumption, then what you're doing is that you are
reducing growth.
You're reducing the amount that's being invested long term, and you're putting it into short-term consumption.
But like by like 0.2%, I'm not convinced that 10% universal tariff, at least 10% universal tariffs would have a negative impact on growth of only negative 0.2%. I think that's about what the tax foundation estimates that like the unrealized capital gains tax would be.
Which, yes, it's like a sugar high. Okay, so that's what goes on. The worst part of the unrealized capital gains tax, though, is it is completely unmanageable, and it's such a disincentive to do anything. It's a complete disincentive.
Hold on, wait.
It's only on people earning over $100 million a year. It's there's a disincentive there. That is true. I'm just not I'm not convinced that the elasticity is so high to outweigh the effects of the tariffs.
We need to when we talk about incentives. we have to compare these things to other things, right? Let's say that I live in an environment where, I am taxed at 5% if I invest in a particular thing, okay, that appreciates at 100% per year. And let's say that all of the other investment opportunities around me appreciate at 2% per year. It doesn't matter if you triple or quadruple my tax. My overall gains, my index is going to be way higher investing in that ultra profitable opportunity rather than investing in less taxed other things. So when we talk about how the tax will increase and it'll disincentivize one thing, what we should be talking about, what else is the money going towards? This is what I was saying earlier when I'm saying, like, let's say that I have $1 million invested and the capital gains tax goes up, or let's say I have $1 million to invest and the capital gains tax goes up. It's not like I'm just not investing my money. It's not like all of a sudden it's a good idea to keep my money in the bank. Yeah, my tax rate might go up on my appreciated asset, but I'm still making money, right? As opposed to just sitting there losing money to inflation or whatever, or I guess like hoarding treasury bonds. So there has to be some other place where the money is going if we're disincentivizing things, because at the end of the day, tax rates and profits and all of these things are just competing for what is your good investment opportunity, and all of these things are factors in that, I think. Yeah.
But you're presuming that there's just as much money to invest, when in fact, when you're taxing it, there isn't as much money to invest. And so now what I have to do is I have to spend a higher proportion of my money on consumption than I do in investment, and there's not that investment going back into the economy. There's not that investment going back into production. I mean, if you look at the top 4 or 5 incentives in the U.S. tax code right now. There's 4 or 5 of them. Okay, the first one's business. You mentioned it several times. If I put my money back into my business, I don't have to pay tax on that money. Okay, the second would be technology, which Trump wants to bring back the research and development deduction, which is a huge need, by the way, in our country. The fact that it went away is a really horrible disadvantage, us versus the rest of the world that has much better tax incentives for research and development. But then go to real estate. Okay, look at how much housing has been built since 2017, in large part because of the additional incentives to invest in real estate through the bonus depreciation. And then you look at energy. What did Biden do in 2022? The big bill was the so-called Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay, I thought he was going to hate on Biden.
What was the main part of that? Well, that was energy, renewable energy incentives. Those are tax incentives, credits and deductions.
Sure, okay.
And then
but he's just proving people. You have to talk about elasticity.
Got fossil fuel tax incentives, and you have and then you have agricultural incentives, which are probably the biggest incentives that there are in the tax law, are agricultural tax incentives. Because here's what the government wants. They want us to produce housing, they want us to produce food, they want us to produce energy, and they want us to produce jobs. And so that's where those incentives go, okay? But if you take the money out of those incentives, you have less money going in. And again, it's this mass problem. It's like compound interest works really well the 5th, 6th, 7th time you compound it, but it works terrible the first time you compound it.
Why do you keep saying we're taking money out? Can you explain?
Right. You're taking the money from the investors and you're putting it into consumers. Now,
wait. Do the consumers set it on fire? Where does the money go next?
So you're assuming it's going right back to the rich people.
But yeah, if a poor person gets money from the government,
well, it goes like consumption.
Via taxation, and then they spend that money. They're probably spending it.
You're reducing financial capital. You are and that's why it reduces long run growth.
In places that are heavily capitalized by capital owners, right?
Well, I think the argument he's trying to make, basically, you could argue it actually has it moves money from people with very low velocity and very low propensity to consume to consumers who have a much higher velocity and higher propensity to consume. Which, I mean, you can argue maybe is a good thing sometimes, but
yes, but that's like saying, okay, a sugar calorie is just as valuable as a protein calorie or a vegetable calorie. They have different values. Okay, and this is your argument, I presume, is that you can't just rely on supply side, which I agree. You've got to have consumption, but what's that proportion? That's my question. What's the proportion of investment versus consumption? If it's all consumption, here's what happens. The biggest problem is inflation, because what happens is that, remember, the people who are investing, they have extra money. Okay, so and that's the argument for taxing them, because they have extra money, so they can afford to do it. They can. Okay, that's a fact. They can afford to do it. The challenge is that you're taking that money.
This is going to outweigh the decrease in deficit spending that probably also increases inflation.
It's like selling your gold supplies. Okay, you're taking that money, and now what you're doing is you're consuming it, which means that you're pushing up heavy on the demand side, but you're not increasing the supply side because you're taking money out of the supply side. So at the same time you're taking money out of the supply side, you're adding to the demand side, which is natural inflationary pressure.
This effect is almost certainly not significant enough to outweigh the positive effects on the deficit, which also causes inflation, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a balance, right? We have to talk about both ends, right? Because we can also
Right. It is a balance.
You want to, hold on, wait. We all remember the graph, right? Our quantity produced, quantity supplied, right? Not all of those pressures are necessarily bad, right? Having people that are willing to pay more for certain goods or services can increase on the supply side the willingness to produce a given good or service, right? At a quantity demanded, more will be produced at a higher price paid. So the idea, I feel like it's just when you talk about like when you remove money from one area and give it to another, you're talking about all the potential negatives, which are true, right? Removing money from investment can be bad. We want to capitalize our businesses. Giving an infinite amount of money to create upward pressure on demand could be bad. You're increasing inflation, you're making things less affordable. But every single economic transaction has another side to it, right? If you've got some guy who has $1 billion invested,
they also
in his
all have elasticities attached to them, which you probably don't be talking about too as well, Destiny. Like I don't know what data this guy's looking at. I'm just not convinced that the even countries that have broader taxes than just unrealized gain taxes, like Spain, Norway, and the Netherlands, I think all have pretty broad-based wealth taxes. I don't think that they've contributed significantly to inflation. I don't think that we see all these super negative effects that Tom is talking about.
Company and his
they certainly do reduce growth, which, by the way, that's why I don't even like the unrealized tax. I think it's cringe, but like it's just not like that bad.
Tax basis for this is like $1 million. One, whatever the tax rate is, we haven't realized any of it from the government, right? And two, who's to say that the money is better off not even being taxed versus you tax the money from him, you pour it into people that are going to consume. When people go to Walmart and they buy goods and services, I mean, where does the money ultimately end back up in, right? In the suppliers that are now going to be expanding stores, hiring more workers, not to mention the social goods from giving people money so they can consume things and increase their standards of living and everything else. And yeah, so I understand what you're saying. Obviously, again, I said Laffer curve like 50 times, right? There's going to be an ideal level of taxation we have to talk about, but we can't just pretend that all of these transactions are just bad on one side.
No, I totally agree. My question for you then is, what I'm hearing from you, tell me I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing from you is you think it's imbalanced right now, and that we need to rebalance it by actually increasing the demand side and decreasing the supply side. That's what I'm hearing. Am I hearing that right?
I mean, I'm not going to.
God damn, why was the post fucking deleted? This was a good Twitter thread on how on like a way to implement an unrealized gains tax that actually would not be like that bad. Fuck. I don't know if there's a way I can find it. I don't know. Maybe if I just copy. I don't know. Is there like a, what if I put it in like archive.org? Is it gonna? Is it archived, do you think? So like a tweet archive that I can maybe find. Archive.ph might work. 121 in Kiel. Okay, well, fuck. These are all just like quote tweets about it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. How's it pro-eugenics to say Trumpers are idiots? What is going on in my Twitch chat right now? What the fuck? Is Social Security constitutional? And if so, what amendment? I would assume it's. I mean, it's probably been ruled on before. It's been around so long. I would guess it's been ruled on. I don't know the exact constitutional basis for it, but. Are they consider it a tax? What, Social Security? Yeah. There has to be a ruling on Social Security, right? Because I would assume it was ruled on with some other New Deal programs, right? I would guess. Social Security. They literally said a general welfare clause? Okay. Well, then it's general welfare clause. Supreme Court cases. Supreme Court ruled it constitutional. Court ruled that the act was the proper use of the Congress's spending power, and that employers could be taxed to pay for benefits. I would assume general welfare clause is not made. Yeah, I understand you don't think that. I don't know enough about the legal theory behind it to say one way or another, but why is it? What is happening? Okay, he's not
right,
gonna do
but
it.
I mean, my understanding is as long as the inflation is around 2%, we can stimulate the demand side a bit more. As long as unemployment is below 5.5%, right? I mean, like the Federal Reserve has its 2 targets, and that's kind of how it conducts monetary policy. And as long as our stuff is staying there, then pumping the supply side and the demand side is good. But we look at our government budget next to say, okay, well, what's going on? If we're overspending like crazy, which everybody seems to do, Trump included, well,
Agreed.
then maybe we need to tax a little bit more, right?
Or spend a little less.
Yeah, because again, like even something you said earlier, you mentioned something about how when tax rates are lower, like the growth is higher. Well, that's a bit of that's a sneaky statement. I'm not saying you're intentionally saying something, but like when people said, for instance, that the Trump tax cuts spurred on the economy, that's true, of course. It's deficit spending. You would expect it to. Trump cut a whole bunch of tax receipts from the government, but continued to spend. But it's not fair that Trump gets to take credit for what's essentially deficit spending and say, well, the reason why is because we gave suppliers more money.
It doesn't even. I'm not even. I probably had to have a study on the Trump tax cut specifically somewhere, but again. Like when I look at that fucking the fucking meta-analysis, and it didn't seem to find much. And also deficit spending is probably inflationary. Trump ran up national debt. Price to buy. That's not what I want. God, I swear I had a. Does the tax foundation have something on it? I gotta organize my notes fucking better. Economic consequences of major taxes for the rich. Oh, this is about. It's about Is it like a bunch of OECD countries?
But you did it by not only allowing them to keep more money, but in a roundabout way, you're stimulating the demand side as well by continuing to spend at an exorbitant rate for the government as well, right? There's always like 2 sides to all these transactions that everybody seems to ignore. Trump was just as much a demand side stimulator as any supply side alleviator because he deficit spent at record levels even before COVID.
Well, before COVID, his deficits were not nearly as big as they are right now under Biden.
That's true. Coming out, but Biden has an excuse, right?
Biden has an excuse. What's his excuse? His excuse is, here's the problem. And I want to get just to this. And I really appreciate you bringing this up. His excuse is, we have inflation. Okay, so because we have inflation, we have higher interest rates, and it's the higher interest rates that are causing that deficit to be so high. And the higher interest rates do, in fact, have a huge impact on the deficit.
But he doesn't want to.
Okay, but where do the higher deficits come from?
Well,
they come from the higher spending of the 2021, the March 2021 American Rescue Plan, and the Trump 2020. Okay, both of those, neither one of those, my opinion, just in my opinion, were necessary to stimulate the economy. Both of them pushed demand side up without taking into account that we had this huge supply side disruption caused by COVID. Okay.
Sure. Well, there's just 2 quick facts on that. So 1, you can say that they weren't necessary. I don't know if what we're competing against is a legendary, hypothetical, mystical version of America. We are outperforming every other country when it comes to inflation. So if we say that we could have done even better, that's fine. But you're talking about going from rank 1 to rank like super 1. Like the reality is whatever financial stimulus we did, which was higher than every other country.
And also, like clearly, like it's probably good to stabilize effective demand. Like there was plenty of excess capacity during COVID that wasn't being utilized because of the lockdowns, and that's why the stimulus was probably a good thing. It probably reduced, almost certainly reduced unemployment. We had really good unemployment numbers. We still have good unemployment numbers. Yeah.
hand, it clearly helped us to some extent because we are buoying off like inflation better than every country. Number one. Number two, Donald Trump's pre-COVID deficits were still larger than Biden's current deficits, even with COVID. Trump had no excuse to run deficits at that level prior to COVID. His economy was booming. Everybody involved in the markets and watching the GDP knew this. Why, if Trump was going to spend that crazy with no crisis, who's to say he wouldn't spend even more insane now, still after COVID, with inflation being high, or the year-over-year at least, the cumulative being high?
So prior to COVID, his deficits were lower than Biden's.
His spending,
his deficits were lower.
I'm
not saying his spending were, but his deficits were lower.
It wasn't, his spending at that point was the highest.
I'm pretty sure most analysis show that his deficit spending was still higher.
It had been in
prior COVID, prior to COVID and taking COVID out of Biden.
In U.S. history for deficits, right before COVID, right?
It was higher, but Biden has far surpassed him.
Sure,
we're
again,
$2 trillion
is that including COVID on Biden's end?
this year.
Do what?
We're at $2 trillion for the first time this year in an annual deficit.
Sure, but again, it's in a post-COVID environment, right? So there's
right, but we're 2 years post-COVID. We're not 6 months post-COVID. We're 2 years post-COVID. And my point is, so here's what I want to get back to, if I can, Destiny. I appreciate your thoughts. Is that if you have this, you're putting all this money in, and you're going to get inflation. Because what I heard is that some inflation may be fine. It may be fine if you get inflation. The Federal Reserve, they've been very clear that their job is not to deal with spending. It's not the demand side from a spending standpoint. In other words, that's the government's job.
Sure.
Their job is to, their job is two things only. One is interest rates, interest rates and employment. So basically inflation and employment. That's what inflation and employment.
You're talking about the government spending, right?
Yeah, government spending, right. Right. So inflation and inflation, they want to bring inflation down, and they want to balance that with employment, right? That's their two mandates according to them. Okay, so what happens if you get this upward pressure on inflation that we're talking about now? What happens is that now you get higher interest rates. What happens with higher interest rates? Now,
Are there any studies on this? Inflationary effects of unrealized gains taxes. No shot. Is it that high? Basically, proposal targets blah 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 blah. Potential increase in market volatility, possible capital flight. Capital flight, I'm just, again, not convinced that it would be really that high, especially in the U.S. Entrepreneurship and innovation could be stifled. This is probably the best argument. I don't even think this mentions inflation. Okay, but basically what he's saying, you're going to increase in consumption. Consumption so much that there'll be inflation. And then you're gonna reduce financial capital, which I agree with. I'll just say reduce long-run growth, and I know the mechanism by which that. More than tariffs? Really?
You're going to get severe disruption in the economy. I think we're lucky.
What is up, non-fun?
Not much. We're going over this video, and I guess I'm actually probably less in favor of an unrealized capital gains tax than you are. I would guess, at least. I'm curious. What's your exact opinion on it? Because I don't know exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the unrealized capital gains tax is, it's probably not truly optimal tax policy, but it's probably pretty much just fine. Like, it probably doesn't lead to any significantly negative effects, I would say.
I feel like I would mostly agree with that. I'm not aware of any. This guy, the Tom guy, keeps talking about how it's going to increase consumption so much that it's somehow gonna have like major inflationary effects. I'm not aware of any studies on that at all, or like anyone.
Yeah, well, his argument that he made here is really dumb because he's basically saying that by taxing investment in order to redistribute money into consumption, right? So it's like, hey, like we take this money from investment and savings, and I guess like the consumption of the wealthy disproportionately, and we transfer that to the consumption of disproportionately poor people and lower income people, middle income people, or like public purses that circulate money more horizontally, that essentially creates a substantially higher amount of consumption that causes inflation. The incredible problem with this argument is that you could implement the absolute exacting Kamala Harris tax policies, and it just doesn't raise that much money. Like you are just simply not transferring that much money to people in the form of consumption. You're transferring like you might be transferring $100 per person. Like it's just such a small amount of revenue that of course it's not going to cause some crazily aggregate level of inflation, right?
Yeah, I am not aware of anyone who has even argued that before.
I mean, we raise like currently the amount of money we raise on the capital gains tax. I think it's like $400 billion a year. It's such a trivially small amount of money. Like it's the same thing with the corporate income tax. You know, it's like people who say that the corporate income tax is like such a bad thing for economic growth. It's like, well, I agree. It's not like good for economic growth, but
yeah, clearly it's not optimal.
It's not like we get rid of the corporate income tax and like shit just starts really popping off. Like it's just it's just a more optimal tax system, right? Maybe you get an extra, if you did a truly optimal tax system, maybe we would grow like an extra 0.5 percentage point each year. Like it wouldn't be that big of a difference, I don't think.
And I'm also, I like the concerns about, reducing financial capital or whatever. It's probably what I'm most concerned about with an unrealized gains tax. But like, I can't imagine it's more destructive than even like universal tariffs would be, or like any of the other Trump policies. Like,
obviously, yeah. Like if he's worried about, it is so necessarily the case that universal tariffs would cause much more inflation than an unrealized capital gains tax. Like that's an insane opinion to have. Now, obviously, this guy did. I think I got to about this point in the debate before I just kind of got bored and didn't watch the rest of it at this point. But it is also clear that this guy knows way more about finance and taxes than Destiny does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And like Destiny's not making dumb points. And I feel like people are saying, because I while this debate was happening, I got multiple pings from people that were like, "Cotto boy, like you've got to talk to Destiny. Like he's getting rolled right now."
I would imagine. Yep.
Like I don't think he did that badly. It's just like this guy clearly has a more sophisticated view of taxes. And I guess I don't know who this guy is, but if he's been a tax accountant for 40 years, like that's not really surprising, right? Like,
yeah.
Because I think that's how he represented himself. He's like, "Oh, I've been a tax accountant, CPA for 40 years." It's like, okay, well, of course, this guy probably has a very sophisticated understanding of taxes and, like the mechanical implications of them. But what you'll find in finance, if you ever decide to do finance, what you'll find is that people will know just a whole shitload about the sectors of finance and like the interactions of finance and government between their specific sectors, but they just really a lot of the time struggle with that big picture of the economy as a whole and like what the actual impact of these kind of things are, right?
Yeah.
Like your average finance person doesn't have the same economic opinions as your average economist, and that's because the economists just are better at that than the finance people.
Yeah. I guess what's the thing I would be most concerned about is the impact on long run growth from, reducing savings. I guess you're not as concerned about that, or you just don't think the effects are big.
I think you could do Kamala Harris's unrealized capital gains tax plan, and there would be no noticeable effect on the economy at all. Like it would be like the Trump tax cuts. Like it would make seemingly an indiscernible difference in the economy, because I mean the way that her tax is actually implemented is
it's not nearly
in a way that
people say it is.
Say again.
It's not nearly, people present it in a horrible way. I feel yeah.
Yeah, like the way that her tax is implemented is essentially to try and get out of all these enforcement problems where you are essentially taxing unrealized capital gains of people with liquid assets, and you charge that over time, which is to say that it's like it's a very smooth sort of expected outflow of cash, and you don't have to force sell to pay it if you don't want to. And if you have less liquid assets, they just essentially charge you a boosted capital gains tax rate at the point of sale. So essentially all that comes down to is when you actually sell, you pay more capital gains if you held your asset for a longer period of time. And that, in theory, would actually improve the capital gains tax because it reduces locked-in,
the lock-in
which is like one of the main criticisms of the capital gains tax, right? Yep. So, you could ironically see... like you could see a net improved economic circumstance in that regard. I don't actually know what the difference between like a premium on locked in versus the disinvestment effects would be. But like it's not inconceivable that it's actually net good for the economy if we are presuming that the locked in effect is such a bad thing. Right?
Yeah, it did seem like Destiny was at least able. I did hear him say the lock-in effect once at least, which is good that he at least had some conceptual knowledge of that.
Well, you're caught between a rock and a hard place if you're that guy, because you have to either say that the locked-in effect isn't that big of a deal, or you have to say that you have to somehow make the claim that the disinvestment effects are like they're both really bad, but the disinvestment effects would be like so significant that it would really hurt the economy. And it's like, dude, the amount of revenue that we're talking about here, which part of it is taxing investment, but part of it is truly just distributing consumption. It's taxing the investment and the consumption base of the wealthy. And so you would have to argue that, oh, well, okay, like out of the, $200 billion extra dollars that this tax raises, the $25 billion of disinvestment and misallocation of capital each year is literally just going to significantly destroy the economy. Really, a $25 billion misallocation of capital, that just destroys the economy. Like, that's all it takes. Like no, like, you dumb fuck. Like, this just probably isn't that big of a deal, right? It's so hard to argue that this unrealized capital gains tax would be a big deal,
Yeah, are you aware it's not even in her platform anymore, right? Like
she mentioned it she mentioned it like twice and just never spoke about it again, right? Yeah. And I apparently it must have pulled badly or something, because that shit got fucking, that shit got linened out of the fucking photos, like in the USSR. Yeah. Like, people do not talk about that shit anymore. So.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's just it pulled badly. Yeah. Mostly because Ben Shapiro and all the conservatives were saying she's gonna tax the unrealized gains in your house, which is just oh my god, I hate those people.
Yeah, and that's not even true, because again, even on that, it's like this. I think this tax kicked in when you had more than $100 million in assets.
Yep.
And it's every dollar after that. And so it's like the idea that you could bullshit your way into somehow saying this would affect somebody's single family home that they own is just so laughably impossible. Like, it's not even like the inheritance tax where like people will say, oh, well, what about these small family farmers who have to pay some amount of inheritance tax? Like, it's like, sure, conceivably there probably is like a small family farm that's, has $10 million worth of land, and like they have to end up paying like a $300,000 inheritance tax. And I guess that does kind of suck, but like $100 million, bruh. If you are struggling to pay your unrealized capital gains tax on your $100 million of wealth, that is like not a very. It's like, okay, well, boohoo, motherfucker. Like, holy shit! Like, this is not a big group of people, There's no intuition pump you can make, I don't think, that really ends up working out. Yeah. I think I think it'll be interesting. If Kamala wins, I guess maybe that idea will get more lip service in the media. But obviously, if Trump wins, it'll be like we'll be talking about the end of the republic, I guess. But yeah, I think the unrealized capital gains tax is just not a big deal. And yeah, I guess Destiny just hasn't really looked into it. I think part of the reason why he hasn't looked into it is just because he has said, like, oh, I just think it's a bad idea. It's something I disagree with Kamala about. And it's like, all right, well,
it's like obviously not as big a deal as like the stuff he focuses on, like all the Jan 6 stuff, but.
Yeah, I mean, like this guy's argument would be more coherent if he said like, oh, the child tax credit is going to cause some terrible level of inflation. Like that's a dumb argument, but at least that makes way more. There's like a magnitude that's maybe at least feasible, right? That you could see some serious demand inflation, like it's plausible. But yeah, like I mean, that's the issue with, I think, even if you were to raise the corporate tax to 28%, like we cut the corporate tax, I think effectively essentially cut it in half with a combination of just lowering the statutory rate, but then I increased the this like essentially like the corporate tax equivalent of a standard deduction to where like the effective rate ended up lowering to like 16 or 17%, like essentially cut the rate in half. And it's like we really just didn't see noticeably giant like changes in economic growth or anything like that, right? I'm sure it improved things, but it's not like it fucking was some crazy change in the economy, because it's just not that many dollars that are getting pulled out of the system, right?
Yeah, and I
like
guess,
not those taxes.
Talk about this ever. Presumably, it's gonna have. Oh, I guess I mean clearly. I don't know how big the effect would be. It would probably have some positive effect on inequality, I would imagine. I don't know the.
I mean, of course, that's true. Yeah. Like, this is the argument for taxing inheritance and capital gains. Like, even if you had a really optimal tax system in some regards, is like it's just more equitable. Now, I think that obviously, I think you should only tax the consumption base, and then you would tax rents and you would tax rents and externalities and land and stuff like that. But the actual sort of the filing that people would do at the end of the year would just be the sort of consumption base, and then you could just ratchet those taxes up to be super duper high, and you would be able to get a high level of after tax inequality, a very high level of equality after taxes. But you'd also raise a ton of money for government services and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, you said it doesn't raise much revenue, but it's also like going to have some positive effect on the deficit, which this guy seems to not particularly like. So,
yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, like, optimal policy would just be all investments tax deductible, and we're going to raise the rates like crazy after that. I think that would probably be best. Because then you would kick out of all of this guy's arguments. Because you could literally just say, okay, well, it's just not. We just know that it doesn't affect investment because we literally just do not tax every single dollar you invest. You are not taxed on it. That lowers your taxable obligation dollar for dollar, right? And so it's like we know for a fact under this system we would only be taxing and redistributing one person's consumption to another, right? And so then he would have to make the argument. He would like have to bite the bullet and be like, okay, well, there's some values-based reason why like luxury consumption should be prioritized over lower income people's like less luxurious consumption. Like that's like an impossible argument. That's like an impossible thing to defend, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, clearly it'd be a lot better if he came out and argued for just a destination-based cash flow tax, but instead he's arguing for Trump's economic policy, which I don't think is remotely comparable to Harris's, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this I guess he is some sort of financial guru, so I don't know what his actual deal is. I don't know like what he. I guess maybe he does do a lot of debates like these. Like I don't know what his like thing is that he makes content, or maybe he is just like a professional CPA. Like I don't know what the. I don't know who this dude is. I don't know how this debate came about. But anyway, what are your election plans, Non-Fawn? You gonna be covering the election?
Probably at least some of it. I don't know if I'll be. I'm probably just gonna be watching stuff and gaming in the background. I don't think I'm gonna be heavily like commentating over it. But probably, yeah. I know you're streaming the whole thing.
I'm gonna be streaming the whole thing, Non-Fun. It's gonna be a grind. But yeah, hopefully it'll work out and be nice and fun. And hopefully, good God, not fun. I'm releasing my prediction on Monday, my official prediction. And I could be so wrong. It might turn out that I am like super duper wrong about my prediction. That's going to suck.
I think you're probably mostly right. Okay. Do you still have Arizona going blue? I don't know if I see that happening, but
I've got every swing state going blue.
Every swing state.
And I've got the Dems turning Ted Cruz into an unemployed bitch. You know, that's what I've got.
Yeah.
I've got flipping Texas in the Senate, and I've got Kamala winning every swing state.
I don't think we're getting that. I don't think we're getting that, buddy. Okay, I think she's gonna win. I just don't see. I don't see that. Listen, I know you.
Where
live
are
in
you
Texas.
from, Non-Fon?
I know you. I'm in North Carolina. Okay, I know you know.
Okay,
Texas,
well you ain't
but...
from here. All right.
Yeah,
You're one of them North Carolinian boys. All right.
Yeah, we're an actual swing
in
state,
Texas,
not a pretend swing state like your ass. Okay, so
listen. Okay. How many Democratic senators do you have? That's what I thought.
We could have one in 2026.
That's what I thought.
Roy Cooper, okay, hasn't lost a single.
And we could have
election.
one in 2024, Non-Fon.
Damn, I guess.
If you had the courage to believe.
Listen. I'm just not. I'm taking what I can get, which is Kamala Harris as president, and maybe a Republican Senate. So.
Goddamn, dude. Well, anyway, if we lose Montana and Texas, then maybe Lisa Murkowski will like go independent, and then we'll be back to a tumultuous 50. But anyway, well, all right, I'll talk to you later, bud. Unless you had any other questions or whatever.
No, thank you. Yep.
All right.
North Carolina about to make Virginia red as well. I doubt it. Can't wait for this election season to be over so we can go back to stimulating debates on economics. I know. I can't wait. I can't wait till we're in that. If we do win the Senate, it'll be just like a Connor Boy's favorite period. The 2020 to 2021 policy debates about the best way to do welfare policy. But listen, I just don't. I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. There's no way. There's no way when I see so many, when I have to argue with so many retards, okay? There's no way that we're going to get a sudden, there's no way we're going to keep a Senate. No way. No shot. Okay. I'm going that based on vibes, but NC going blue is dumb as? I don't think that. Our Republican governor here, like, fuck Trump super hard, dude. No, a certain percentage of people are going to split their ticket. Certainly, a lot of people will split their ticket. But our Republican governor here called himself a black Nazi, said that he had pissy sex with his wife's sister, and watches trans porn. Okay? There's so many clips of him saying no abortion, no exceptions. He's polling like 20 points behind and like 40 points behind for women voters, okay? A lot of those people aren't going to split their ticket. I just don't think it'll happen to that extent, okay? Anyway.
Frankly, I think...
Continuing with some of this. I don't know if I'm going to watch all of it because it's 2 hours in.
We're lucky that we have not had a bigger downturn in the economy than we have. I don't think this was the Fed being smart as much as it was. I think we got a little lucky.
Again, isn't this a two-sided?
We kind of got lucky. Like, obviously, we were able to bring down inflation without bringing up much unemployment much. That's obviously kind of lucky. But...
thing, no? Like higher interest rates can also cool off an economy and cool off inflation as well, no?
Well, that is what they did. Okay, it does. That's what they did. That's why we've had higher interest rates than we've had in 40 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got these high interest rates. What they do is, yes, they cool down. But remember, they also cool down investment. So they've had a huge impact on the supply of housing.
He's one of the most annoying human beings on
impact.
Earth.
The housing is not being built. Why is that? Well, because the interest rates are so high. And
well, who has a plan to build more housing? What?
Why are the interest rates so high? It's not that 5% is a bad interest rate. I mean, I grew up, when I bought my first house, it was 16%. That was bad. Okay, so historically, 5% is an average rate. what's bad is when you go from 2% to 7% in a year and a half. That's what's bad, because you put such a jolt.
What do you mean bad? Like
to the economy?
Like obviously it has bad effects on some people. Like, yeah, obviously it has bad effects on mortgage rates. That's kind of half the point. It reduces demand for housing. Like,
that you have an enormous risk. I think we got lucky. But you put that enormous risk to the economy. And so inflation pressure, and the other thing is yes, inflation's come down, but prices haven't come down from where they were 2 years ago.
Sure,
they just aren't going up as fast.
Yeah.
The average person is really feeling the inflation.
Yeah, inflation will be cumulative. The rate, it's never going to deflate, right?
Right. It's not going to deflate.
Sure. And then also just to revisit, okay, so according to the for the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, for the debt that these two presidents accumulated, Donald Trump's non-COVID spending was $4.8 trillion.
I think I saw like a debunk of this. Some of the points seemed fair, and some of the points seemed not fair. Like some of the points were like, oh, it's probably underestimating, slightly the, expenses caused by the infrastructure bill, but like it's also it's also saying like, oh, well, interest rates are super high and it's all Biden's fault because of the inflationary spending earlier on. And it's like, really, dude? Like,
the CARES Act and then COVID relief that he provided was $3.6 trillion. Biden's the American Rescue Plan was $2.1 trillion. His non-COVID.
Also, I like how retards cry about abortion being legal when it's not. It was just left up to the states. You realize like we had a national right. I don't know if Roe v. Wade was a good ruling or not, okay? But what I care about is if women everywhere have access to abortion, because I think women everywhere should have access to abortion, okay? That's what I think is important. And that's why I'm in support of codifying it. I don't want states to be able to ban it because I think I think abortion, before 20 weeks is essentially your, bodily autonomy without having any effect on any moral downsides, because I don't believe you're a moral subject until you have some level of conscious experience, which I don't believe happens in the fetus until about 20 weeks. That's the argument there. When Kamala wins, if you don't want to reside in the U.S., you're free to leave. True, she would serve 8 years, and Waltz would serve another 8. I don't know if isn't Waltz older than Kamala? I don't know if he's going to serve another 8, but there won't be another Republican POTUS for almost 2 decades thanks to good developed Trump.
Debt was 2.2.
Do you want to force your opinion on the entire union? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like, I'm being ironic there when I say absolutely I want to force my opinion on the entire union because I am based and correct. But like, I think you should have a right to do what you want with your body unless it harms someone else, okay? That's like my general principle. I don't think we should ban someone from doing something to their own body unless it harms someone else. I don't think we should allow states to ban people from doing what they want with their own body unless it harms someone else. I think being able to have bodily autonomy is an important right that you have so long as it doesn't harm anyone else. Seeing as I don't believe abortion harms anyone else until about 20 weeks, because I don't believe they're moral subjects till 20 weeks I believe abortion literally kills another person. Yeah, I understand localists. Considering I don't think you're a moral subject until how many ever weeks, I think we should enshrine the right to abortion for everyone nationally.
Trillion. Trump spent like.
And then also there is an asymmetry in that, being pro-life, if you're for a national ban on abortion or even a state ban on abortion, you're saying women who want an abortion can't get them. But with a pro-choice position, you're simply saying only women who want to have an abortion can voluntarily choose to get one. You're not forcing anyone to get an abortion, obviously. So there's an asymmetry there.
Easy.
No, that 2.2 trillion. The deficit this year is 2 trillion. 1 year.
This was something released by the Trump and Biden on the national debt. This came out June 24th, U.S. Budget Watch, 2024, I guess. But
I can't speak to it because if you look at what the deficit is through September for the fiscal year ending September is right around $2 trillion. So I'm not sure how they come.
Fuck Destiny 2 times. It sounds like a rabbit squirrel. It
2.2 over 4 years, non-COVID.
Which, well, I don't appreciate this dialogue. What is your guys'?
I don't know. I think that might be. I don't know if that. It's probably the spending. Actually, I think I probably have it here. That's probably the spending approved under them. I think that's the 10-year spending approved under them. So it's not like the yearly fiscal deficit. It's just the 10-year debt approved by them. Or is it? This isn't what it is. Is it this? It might probably this. See how this is like net 10-year debt approved? This is I think this is the analysis he's citing, and then this is the debunk of it. But like some of these criticisms just don't seem that fair. Claim The American Rescue Plan was a COVID relief package. Fact. Well, it accurately includes the American Rescue Plan on 2021's Biden ledger. Elsewhere in the report, it accurately portrays the entire ARP as COVID legislation. Sorry, inaccurately. The COVID relief plan. So it's like, oh, some of the spending in this apparently wasn't like COVID spending or whatever. Claim President Biden have only added $3 trillion to the debt. According to CBO, President Biden has enacted legislation increasing deficit projections by a total of $4.8 trillion. They err by not using CBO data, significantly underestimating the cost of the Inflation Reduction Act, understated the cost of green energy by at least $500 billion. But these are all like estimates, I think. So I would assume the CBOs are probably more accurate. Then one of these about interest rates, which doesn't seem fair because obviously Biden's not the one controlling the interest rate. First 6 years of enactment tax shows that the increase in federal revenues accounted for more than $1 trillion, even after just inflation revenue remains $600 billion. This is saying it relative to counterfactual, right? I would imagine. Not just does it actually, not that it actually increased as much. It's just relative to counterfactual, where they didn't pass this act. It's 1.9 trillion higher, I would imagine. So that doesn't seem particularly fair either, but.
I just don't know the answer.
What is your guys' thoughts on the national debt? Because it seems like both parties aren't talking about it, or they're kind of talking about it, but no one's really taking it seriously.
Well, this is one place where I think that's an area you're going to agree.
Well, it's one of those things that no one's talking about.
I honestly think I am scared for my grandchildren.
Fuck, that fetus has no feelings. True, unironically though.
Because of the national debt. So there's only two ways.
So what's the solution? Because it's raise more money, which
it's probably a combination. Honestly, it's a combination of raising more money and spending less.
But the unrealized gain tax is such a horrible way to raise more money.
It's both. You have to do both. You can't do just one. You can't just reduce spending. You can't just increase taxes. It won't work. You've got to do some combination of them. And I'm not. You'll be shocked at this, Caleb. I'm not opposed to, let's say, a surtax on somebody making over $5 million. They're not going to miss it. It's not. I don't think that 5%. So
you want to explain what that is?
Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton proposed a surtax on people making over $10 million. I think it was a 4 or 5.
A surtax isn't like a surcharge in an income tax. Like, isn't this clearly this is reducing savings too? Are you kidding me? You're going to crash the economy, and you're giving money to poor people. That's going to they have a much higher propensity to consume and higher velocity. That's going to be inflationary too.
I have no issue with that. I actually think that's fine. There's a revenue raiser right there. Okay, it's just another tax rate. It's a surtax. Okay, it's not a tax on investment. It's just tax on income. So it doesn't single out investment.
It doesn't single out investment, but it also doesn't single out consumption. So you're still taxing you're still taxing savings,
which is the important thing. And it didn't apply to
you're reducing the amount you can invest on the front end as well,
like ordinary income. So I don't have an issue. I have no question. We need to raise some revenue, but we also need to reduce expenses. One of our challenges, of course, and this is a question I have for you, Destiny, is: are you concerned? Because you seem to be concerned about the national debt, like I am. Do I have that right? First of all, are you concerned about the national debt?
I'm not concerned about the conversation about the national debt because I feel like the conversations around it are just really bad. The issue is that if you ask somebody what is the, or I guess I could ask you, how much debt should the United States have?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's a better answer. That's good. Okay, because a lot of people will say zero, which is not true, right?
No, that's not true. And if you look at Japan, they're at 200% of GDP. They're not failing.
Sure,
so,
yeah.
True.
Yeah, so I don't know what the ideal debt should be. It should probably be 0% of GDP. I do think we are spending a lot, and we've added a lot recently. But I guess the thing that's confusing to me
I don't think the fucking percentage of it matters. Right? That's GDP matters that much. I think what matters usually is the net interest paid on the debt. Even if we were running a 200% debt to GDP, if all that debt was really cheap to finance, then so what?
I don't understand about conservatives is if we talk about the debt and they talk about their concerns for the debt, like you said, you either have to raise more money or spend less money. Yep. And people can sit here and talk about the budget, but a lot of people when they talk about the budget, they're only talking about the discretionary spending, which is what, 30% of the federal budget?
Very small percentage.
Yeah, we're not even talking about non-discretionary. What are you going to have Republicans cutting Social Security?
Social Security.
Yeah, it's not happening. So I guess the confusing thing is for being so concerned about the debt, it feels like Donald Trump has a platform that would apply an unfathomable amount of upward pressure on things related to inflation. So global tariffs, these are massively inflationary,
obviously.
destructive to consumption and supply chains. you've got mass deportation of labor here, right? You're going to drive up prices, right? You're going to drive up the cost of labor to untenable amounts potentially, right? Which is going to be inflationary. He's talking about pressuring the Fed. He admitted to trying to pressure Powell, right, into keeping interest rates low in his own term. He says he wants to keep interest rates low when he comes back.
As well.
He wants to eliminate all these random income taxes, reducing tax receipts. He wants to maintain his prior tax cuts, right? Reducing tax receipts. I don't know where these spending cuts are supposed to come from. He doesn't talk about them ever, and he talks about all these income reducing cuts, and we have to service interest on the debt. So I just don't know how anybody could ever look at Donald Trump, a guy who spent like crazy when the economy was good, and think that this is the guy that I'm going to choose for fighting the debt and fighting the deficit.
Moving to Canada on Wednesday.
So, let's going back to the deficit. I agree. I mean, we don't have a, I don't know what the magic number is. Frankly, I don't think anybody knows what the magic number is. I don't think the smartest economist in the world knows what the magic number is because we've never been here before. This is new territory because it's a worldwide economy. It's not a U.S. economy only. It's a worldwide economy. So you can't say, well, it's like, the Byzantine area or whatever, because that was a country, not a global. My question for you, Destiny, though, is let's go back to something you brought up at the very beginning, which was the child tax credits, which socially we go, okay, we're all empathetic for that.
Okay, well, we're talking about a child tax credit now, but so I'll answer the chat. Why do you feel it's okay to restrict countries, municipalities impeding access to abortion services in an area where 95% of people, including women, are against abortions because they just don't have to get an abortion? I believe you should have the right to do with your body what you want unless it impedes on somebody else's rights, essentially. I don't believe abortion does that. Now, we disagree on that, obviously. We could have that argument. But I believe, as a general principle, you should have the right to do with your body, to have bodily autonomy, unless it interferes with somebody else's right. Okay, and considering I don't think fetus is a moral subject until about 20 weeks, I believe you should have the right to an abortion, no matter where you are, no matter what the people around you think, because it's your body, your choice. Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, the actual area we disagree is whether fetuses count as moral subjects, but that's a different debate.
Especially the child care credit. I'm actually more empathetic for the child care credit than the child tax.
You're forcing other people to allow it. That's interfering with somebody's right. I don't agree with that.
What's the difference?
The difference is that one's a credit because it's helping you to pay.
And also, to be clear, they still have the right to vote at a national level. Obviously, I understand all your subsidiarity arguments of that, but.
Drop a child off at a daycare center while you go to work, while you be productive, okay? Whereas the other is a credit for the fact of having a child, okay? And has nothing to do with whether you work or not, okay? So that's the difference. My question is, are you concerned, Destiny, and because this is one of my concerns, I'm concerned that you get the child tax credits or earned income credits or these other
and they disincentivize
Harris proposals become entitlements. Because once you give them, it's really hard to take them away. Now, you can give them during COVID and take them away and say, oh, that was
universal child allowance based, more based.
That's different. But you give them now, how do you take those away? Because what you're doing is if you do take them away, you're actually giving that family a decrease in their standard of living. Are you really going to do that? And that just puts more pressure.
I mean, this probably is, like we looked at some of the studies earlier, it's probably fiscal positive in the long run because you're, increasing a decrease in child poverty and, increasing their education and things like that.
On the deficit. So what do you think about, do you think that they'll become entitlements?
It's probably less deficit in the long run. But.
I don't know. I mean, maybe, but regardless of if that's true.
But also, based universal child tax allowance based policy.
And we could go into the benefits and the pros and cons of those credits. All of this would pale in comparison to any hypothetical destruction it would wrought on the economy compared to the global tariffs that Donald Trump is suggesting, which is that's like a doomsday scenario.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second if we can.
Let's talk about tariffs because this is
let's
where.
Talk about tariffs. So
let's see.
Today, the U.S. has a severe tax disadvantage to the rest of the world because the U.S. has no value-added tax. So if we export to France, that export gets a value-added tax of 20% tacked on. If we import from France, there's no value-added tax tacked on. So what that means is that
first of all, the solution to this is not tariffs. The solution to this would be our own destination-based tax, right? We should just do our own. Destination-based tax, whether it be a value-added tax or a destination-based cash flow tax. But also, it's not really equivalent. Luckily, the solution is well established, switching to a destination basis. A destination basis would tax the profits of a good at their location of sale, removing the capacity for such methods. Such methods being like being able to, base your company in fucking Ireland when you do all your shit in America. In practice, this would entail a reversal of how imports and exports are treated. Rather than taxing exports and leaving imports tax-free, a destination tax applies to imports and leaves exports tax-free. This process already occurs with value-added taxes, and despite what it may look like, the tax on imports is not a tariff. Under a tariff regime, imports are taxed more heavily than domestically created and consumed goods. Border adjustment, on the other hand, distinctly puts both on a level playing field by taxing the profits derived from both at the same rate. So it's not really the same, and tariffs have other negative effects that
French production has an advantage on their exports over a U.S. export.
Also, France is our ally. I don't really care, but
a tariff is one way.
Wait, can I ask a quick question on that?
Yes.
'Cause I genuinely don't understand this one. I thought that a value-added tax, I thought that you pay tax when you add value at a part in the production. If I were to export a good to France and they were to just sell it as is, can they VAT that?
Oh, absolutely. You VAT imports, you don't VAT exports. Exports are excluded, imports are taxed.
A destination-based
100%.
tax. Yeah,
Okay.
but like...
I'll take your word for it, sure.
Yeah, 100%.
It's
So,
not the same as a
we have that
tariff.
disadvantage. And while I'm not a fan of a tariff being the solution to that, what is the difference in your mind from a 20% tariff on a good coming in from France and a 20% VAT on a good going into France? What's the difference?
These are not...
Difference. It's the same number. It's 20%.
I don't think that's an accurate... I don't think it's accurate. But in my brain, it's not calculating why it's not accurate. This is taxes. Today, leaving imports tax-free, destination-based tax applies to imports and leaves exports tax-free. The process already occurs. Tax on imports is not a tariff. Under a tariff regime, imports are taxed more heavily than domestically created and consumed goods. Border adjustment, on the other hand, distinctly puts both on a level playing field by taxing the profits from both at the same rate. Border adjustment tax versus tariffs. Border adjustment is not a tariff. Tariffs are barriers that raise prices, reduce available quantities of good, and create economic burden on border adjustment tax is not a tariff. A tariff is a tax on products from foreign countries, while border adjustment tax is a comprehensive reimagining how the U.S. income tax works. Moreover, tariffs lead to higher prices for U.S. consumers and reduce trade. By contrast, a border adjustment tax is not expected to increase U.S. prices in the long run or to lower trade. Wait, is this not... Is this even in here? No. Okay, awesome. How does our destiny off in the debate? Bring up the times when his wife got railed in his own home live on stream. He melts down in 2 seconds. Yeah, probably because it's not... Probably because when you go into, like, have an actual debate with someone, you don't expect to just be arguing about whether or not you're a cuck. That's just, like, a dumb... Like, what? Like, why would you... That's just so bad faith to bring it up in debate. Like, yeah, obviously. This makes border adjustment policy at a levels of playing field. Okay, something like VT. Since exports are not consumed domestically, but imported goods and services are, this makes border adjustment policy at a levels of playing field. All goods are consumed in the U.S. face the same tax rate regardless of where they're produced. So, I mean, he's just, I don't know, maybe he just doesn't know this, or maybe he's assuming Destiny doesn't know it, but like, a tariff taxes foreign goods at a higher rate than domestically produced goods, whereas like a destination-based tax just ensures that both are taxed at the same rate. So, one of these is clearly different. But
I mean, I would have to read more of the comparison for the tariff stuff because I feel like let me think about that for a second.
Yeah, this is my whole thoughts on tariffs. Is we're just increasing the costs. We're indirectly passing down the cost to consumers.
No question. It increases the cost of goods. Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's in a way.
There's no question in all of the literature. There's no question that the consumer pays that tariff.
At least he bites that bullet.
Well, I think it ends up being split kind of 50-50, right? Ultimately.
I think it's higher than that. I think the consumer pays more of that. Than the producer?
Yeah, because you have to eat some of the costs because the consumer is going to eat all
right,
of it.
Right. Presumably, there is a limit to
elasticity. Wouldn't one different be for a tariff that a VAT is going to be applied evenly to everything in your economy, like things that are produced domestically as well, whereas for a tariff.
And that is the argument for the VAT over a tariff. You hit it right on, and that's why the Tax Foundation doesn't have a problem with VAT, but they do have a problem with tariff. But when you're looking at comparative purposes,
wait, why?
You're going.
So he did know. So did he just assume Destiny didn't know? Why wouldn't he at least say he should have? If you're making that argument, you should be clear. There is a difference there because the VAT just taxes everything in the country the same. I feel like that's
still
bad faith.
We're making it cheaper to buy a French good a good from France, then the French buy the same good.
France is our ally. I don't like. I say China. China, I would maybe agree if you want, but like I don't care. France is. If we're chill with France.
Perfect example is Boeing versus Airbus. Airbus, no VAT when they send it to the U.S. Boeing, VAT when you send it to France. That's a perfect example of a competitive disadvantage that we have. And absent us doing a VAT, which is wildly unpopular in the U.S., they actually tried that during Trump's first term, something similar, a border tax, something like a VAT. It's not popular. Frankly, the only way it would ever be popular is if you eliminated the income tax entirely by repealing the 16th Amendment. And then I think people might be okay with it. But until then,
so this guy does understand all the optimal policy, but somehow he's still in favor of Trump's tax plan just because Kamala's plan isn't optimal policy, and neither is Trump's. But okay. I don't understand how he thinks Trump's plan is better if he actually fully understands most of this optimal policy.
The challenge is you still do have a competitiveness issue when it comes to goods made in America shipped to France versus goods made in France shipped to America.
Okay, let's walk down this path for a minute.
Sure.
If that is the case, are we not just gaining an advantage by their government spending money to make a good or service cheaper for a U.S. citizen?
For who? An advantage to whom?
So
the
like,
consumer or the producer?
Like
you are making it cheap. You are saying it is an advantage. It is an absolute advantage to the American consumer.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
it's a disadvantage to the American producer.
Well, so the issue that I have with saying it's a disadvantage
but is the benefit to consumer bigger than the
American producer. I would agree with that if our production was hurting. But if we're deploying our capital in more productive ways, then isn't that just a net win for us? Like in the United States, let's say that we make like macro widgets, right? But we don't make any micro widgets. But the micro widgets are what are used to make macro widgets, right? Let's say that we import something from like China stand or whatever, right? And let's say that China is like, oh, we're gonna subsidize the fuck out of it and VAT or whatever to make it so we can export you a ton of micro widgets. With your economy, when you go, okay, well, if you guys want to waste your government spending and tax your citizens and all that to subsidize your shit, then we'll just buy that at reduced cost and we'll just make macro widgets, which is a more productive deployment of capital anyway. Aren't we just like winning from that exchange? Isn't that good? Like the other hand, it feels like what we're saying is like, hold on, we're not gonna let you do that. You're not allowed to fuck your citizens over and give us an advantage. We're gonna screw our citizens over too so that nobody wins. And now we're going to bring all this base manufacturing back here. We don't want to make Teslas anymore. We want to make gearboxes and we want to make wheels and we want to make fenders instead. Like I don't know why that would be the answer, I guess. I don't understand that, the connection there. Yeah.
If you were saying, well, China's going to give Chinese, they're going to make up for it to the Chinese.
At least we're talking about China now, not
producer.
France. I don't care. I don't care if we're losing in trade to France. Okay, even if such a conceivable thing is possible, losing in trade to France, I don't care because France is France and they're our ally. Like,
in order for them those two to offset, you might have a point. But the U.S. doesn't do that. We don't say, look, Boeing, we're going to somehow reduce your costs by 20% because you're going to have to increase your price by 20% when you send it to France. We don't do that. So maybe if we did some kind of a mechanism like that, maybe you're right. Maybe that would work.
Well, why do we even need to do some kind of?
Well, you were just talking about China. They're incentivizing it, but they're penalizing the producer if they're incentivizing us. Right?
Doesn't it free us up to do more like productive stuff though?
Inability to follow his point.
Would I be more proud? And this gets into very loaded, like normatively loaded territory because people feel a certain type of way about base level manufacturing. You know, like, oh, I want to make cars again in Detroit and the whatever jobs, right? And I understand to some extent, like there are emotional ties to that, but like. People aren't scrambling to buy China's airplanes or Russia's airplanes. They're scrambling to buy F-35s from the United States, right? Elon Musk didn't go to make SpaceX or Tesla.
There's a reason that they're not scrambling to buy Chinese electric cars, and it's only because of tariffs.
Do you really think that? You don't?
Oh, absolutely. Because we actually prohibit it.
What did he say? Sorry.
United States, right? Elon Musk didn't go to make SpaceX or Tesla.
Right, but there's a reason that they're not scrambling to buy Chinese electric cars, and it's only because of tariffs.
Do you really think that? You don't?
Oh, absolutely. Because we actually prohibit it. We don't just add tariffs. We don't let them sell their Chinese cars. When was the last time you saw a Chinese electric car in the U.S.?
Do you think that all of the higher level goods that the United States produces, you don't think they're that much better than any other part in the world?
No, absolutely not. No, do you think U.S. cars are better made than Japanese cars? Do you think a Chevy is a better made car than a BMW?
I don't think automobiles would be the thing I would push
for. He's talking about big tech. He's talking about iPhones. He's talking about so many things that make America's economy like actually unique, not just like manufactured commodities.
I'm just looking at an example that is, I think, a pretty relevant and obvious example because cars are one of those things that we make and other countries make.
Sure,
and definitely, I will tell you, my wife loves the Hondas and she loves the BMWs. I've never seen her even consider buying a Chevy.
Sure, but when we think about like one of the largest export markets I think we have is related to like information technology and services around services around that. Yeah. This is something that America does better than the rest of the world, right?
Agreed. Mm-hmm.
And I don't
And
see
right now, what you're seeing right now, so let's go to that one. So that's where we come back to this global minimum tax. What you're seeing is Europe is after those global technologies to tax them heavier because, yes, we're better. I mean, we're first, we're better. We own that. We literally own that market worldwide. Now, we're not better in things like semiconductors. Taiwan owns that market. We're trying to get that over here, my backyard in Phoenix, where we got 2 big plants going on. One, we're trying to bring those Taiwanese semiconductors over here, which I think is actually, I like the semiconductor bill because of that. But the question, and so what other countries are doing is that they're actually, I think what's missing in the tariff discussion, and I'm not a huge tariff fan per se, what's missing in the tariff discussion is what other countries are doing. And so I think where you have to be able to say, well,
I mean, I'm more like, even if other countries are whatever charging us to import, really they're charging themselves, right? But like, I don't see like that's to me, that's separate from the point of like, is it maximizing economic welfare to impose tariffs, especially universal tariffs? Because again, Trump's proposal is universal tariffs, not does include our allies, that includes countries that aren't tariffing us. Which it just seems fucking insane and unhinged, but...
Wait a minute, you can't do that.
Doesn't make points. He regurgitates Wikipedia. True, that's all for Israel-Palestine. That's actually all he did. He only ever read Wikipedia. I can't believe he was able to argue with Finkelstein and only ever read Wikipedia. That's crazy. Stop watching, and retarded streamers can't stop watching his videos. True.
With impunity.
Or advanced levels of innovation. Like
we are not going to allow you to ship your cheap goods to the U.S. with impunity and then tax our goods with impunity so that we can't export those goods, which is exactly what Europe in particular is trying to do with the technology.
Why wouldn't those, if we think that taxes are bad...
But they're taxed at the same rate as with VAT, they're taxed at the same rate as the domestic producers in the country are taxed. They're not taxed anymore. That's not true. They're not taxing the imported good anymore than they're taxing the goods in their own country. It doesn't put their goods at an advantage like a tariff does. Like,
if we think that taxes are bad in the United States, if you're telling me that they disincentivize investment and they disincentivize all these other things, why is it that taxes are good when other countries use them against us?
I don't think taxes are. I actually don't think our current tax rates. I actually think our current tax rates are pretty appropriate. I don't want to see them increased significantly.
Which I think do for everything, right?
Which I think, because there's, again, what we were talking about. There's this
elasticity. What is the explanation for? Because it feels like when we talk about taxes in the U.S., it's like taxes are bad. We don't want to, tax this stuff because it discourages all these horrible things, and we don't want the government using the money. But then when it comes to other countries, and it's like they put huge VATs on our stuff, and they put massive, taxations on all of our imports. Why is it that like taxes are good for those countries and it helps them, but it
doesn't help them? You said earlier our inflation rate is lower and our production is higher than every other country in the world. That's part of the reason. If you look at Germany, Germany has a 70% tax.
Value-added tax, really? That reason?
70%.
Oh, I guess he's not just referring to value-added tax. He's referring to all their taxes, 70%
at the point that
tax rate.
Tariffs might not be a good thing across the board.
Look, I think there are strong arguments because I spend a lot of time with my friends at the Tax Foundation, and they really hate tariffs. Okay, they really do. My challenge is I don't like this idea that that we pay taxes to other countries and don't expect them to pay taxes to us.
I don't understand what he means. We pay taxes to other countries. Thank you for the follow. What's that say? Sorry, I can't read it. Echo Shay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I know they're taxing those. We're not the what to some extent. Again, he's talking about VAT. So one, that's a simplistic point, but I agree to an extent. Like one, our exports of them are taxed at the same rate as the domestic producers under VAT, right? It's not like their domestic producers have an advantage like a tariff would do. A tariff would put their domestic good at an advantage. This just puts them on a level playing field. But also even if they do impose a tariff, to some extent, the tariff is the incidence falls on us to the extent that exporters lower their prices to compete. But the vast majority of the tariff incidence falls on the country imposing it. So if France imposes a 20% tariff, the vast majority of that, probably about a 20% tariff, is probably going to be over 18.5% of that incidence falls on France, not in the U.S. The study I'm quoting for that is looking at China and looking at the effects that tariffs on China had. And it found like 18.5% of the incidents being with the U.S. and not China. Only 1.5% was from lowered prices from Chinese exporters. It'd probably be even higher in other countries because China is a lot more willing to subsidize its exports than France would be, right? China is heavily export reliant, so it's subsidizes it. Non-fine, I rescind to confess I'm voting for Trump. Why on earth are you voting for Trump? Actually, no, maybe it makes sense for you. Maybe you really don't like trans people that much.
Wait, how do we pay taxes to other countries if there's a VAT and we said that most of the cost is passed on to the consumer? Aren't they just making their own citizens pay the taxes?
Well, yeah, but their citizens are paying those taxes, but
True.
Some of it, as you said, some of it is passed on to us. The producer is going to pay some of the taxes.
Well, it makes us less competitive.
It makes us the tougher part is it makes us less competitive.
It makes us the exact same amount of competitive as the domestic producers. Again, the value-added tax puts them on a level playing field. It's not like a tariff, which puts the domestic producers up ahead.
Because I mean, would you disagree that
which that's why Trump wants the tariffs in general?
The cost of production in the U.S. The reason we import so much is cost of production in the U.S. as a general rule is higher than the cost of production in a lot of other countries. That's why we buy clothing from Vietnam. It's cheaper to buy clothing from Vietnam than it is to buy clothing made in the U.S.
Yeah, but it also frees up our citizens to, one, have a higher standard of living, and two, buy other things, right? Like if I want to buy an instrument for my kid at a local shop that produces, high quality trumpets, if I can go to Walmart and buy cheap clothes, I can buy like a custom made U.S. instrument at home. If all of a sudden we bring all our manufacturing back and now I have to buy, $50 for a pair of like children's like t-shirts or whatever because they're all made at home, I feel like there's an opportunity cost. It's almost like a broken windows fallacy.
I actually agree with that. I think that you have I would not want to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. at any cost.
Which is what the tariffs are designed to do, right? So they just hurt us in every single way.
What I'd like to see is the investment incentive, so that, for example, take Musk and
why don't you trust like Kamala to do that way more? Like, didn't Biden and Kamala do that way more than Trump did? Like, why wouldn't you trust them to do it more? Like, what?
Teslas, okay?
I don't even know. Honestly, you could probably get. Listen, we made the Democrats YIMBY, okay? If the wonks somehow ended up making the Democrats YIMBY, the wonks can make the Democrats destination-based cash flow tax build. Okay, we could do it.
A lot of people to make a Tesla.
Why does his Destiny look so studious? He looks like a therapist.
It's all robotics. Right. And so it's innovation, it's technology. So what you want to see is, rather than having it cheap because it's cheap labor and they're in sweatshops in Vietnam and Indonesia, you want it cheap because the technology is good. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see that's why it becomes cheap, not because of cheap labor.
Sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, these are all market forces competing with each other, right? Like at some point.
He's too masculine to be lesbian librarian. Even a butch lesbian. He's too much of a Sigma male.
Machines are going to outperform humans. It just depends on how low the wages can be. But I mean, like there's weird moral values behind it too. Like we say, like, well, we don't want like there to be sweatshops in other countries. Well, what if you take away the sweatshops and then they go to like subsistence farming, right? Like sweatshops aren't great in the U.S. of course, and in a lot of countries sure, but it might be like a country's path towards industrialization and middle class wages eventually. Like there are roads and steps, and the country is free to negotiate as well, right? It's just one thing that I notice when we talk about a lot of like tax and econ policy is that for some reason other countries are doing things that somehow are so good for them and they're screwing us over. But then if we were to do those things, they become bad for us, and it makes me wonder. Like I think that deportation and tariffs, these are both great examples of this. People will say, in one breath, they'll say Mexico has this unfair advantage because they have so much cheap labor. They're killing us in manufacturing. We can't allow this to happen. And then in the next breath, they'll say, we need to deport all these guys back to Mexico. And it's like, well, hold on. If they're killing us in manufacturing because of all their workers, why don't we just let them fucking come up here and then make it in the U.S.? Like, wouldn't that be better? Like, if we really think that that's like killing us, why not just like eat all their workers and have them come up here and give them make here, right? Wouldn't that be better?
I mean, that's actually a supply side argument.
Yeah. So I guess when I look at like the people that support like the Trump tariffs, they're just so bad. And like, if you want to subsidize your economy and you want to make things cheap as hell, and you want to do that to the detriment of your own economy, because I think in a lot of ways subsidies can be good and subsidies can be really bad. I think we both agree. They're good subsidies, bad subsidies. If you want to subsidize the craziest stuff out of your economy, and then we get to import that, I mean, we're just like gaining off of your crazy tax planning. And again, there's pros and cons to everything. But man, a 20% tariff across the board, that would just like you agree that would be like devastating to the U.S. economy, right? Like that would be more devastating than any $6,000 child tax credit or whatever, right?
Well, certainly more devastating than $6,000 child tax credit. Baby
at least he says that. Thank you.
You know what? What's interesting is Biden, the one thing that he only kept one thing of Trump's, and that was tariffs. The only thing he kept. I just find that interesting. Well, I'm not going to make comment on it, but he did.
I think he didn't keep all of them. He did keep the steel tariffs.
I'll make a comment on it.
I bet you do love tariffs.
The difficulty, I think, when it comes to tariffs is it's very easy for me to tariff somebody. I can look at somebody and go, 20% tariff, screw you. But obviously, they're going to retaliate, right? Okay, well, fine, 20% tariff, screw you. To levy a tariff is easy, but to bring
even without retaliation, they appreciate exchange rates, and that reduces exports too. Tariffs are not just a tax on import. They are effectively a tax on trade altogether because you also reduce exports because A, like I just said, even without explicit retaliation, exchange rate appreciation hurts your exports, and B, it's very likely that they are going to retaliate, and that's going to reduce exports as well.
down, well, now I have to negotiate some kind of deal because I can't just remove my tariff on you while you've tariffed me because now I'm getting screwed, right? So I think it's one of the reasons why the tariff stayed around is because we're already engaged in kind of an awkward trade war thing going on with China, geopolitically with Taiwan, economically, and trade-wise with chip manufacturing and everything. It's easy to levy a tariff. It's hard to take it down. So I'm not going to give Biden the same penalty for maintaining a tariff that Donald Trump laid on somebody, right?
Would accept
and I
to
feel like
mentor you. Destiny streams literally like everything that he does. I don't really need him to mentor me just because I can just watch what he does if I really need to be like mentored by him. Like if you like watch what I do in debates, a lot of it is bad faith Destiny tactics. Like I will, like I noticed this when I edit fucking videos. Okay, I do talk like him sometimes because I have watched it for like 3 fucking years or whatever. Would you let Destiny groom you? Not fun. Absolutely. Where I'll be like, I always do the like, just to be clear, blah, 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 like Destiny does. Or I'll do the like, wait, do you acknowledge this? Do you acknowledge this? Do you acknowledge this? And I try to like nail them down on it. That's a Destiny tactic too. I notice your bad faith Destiny tactics. Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't think they're bad faith. I wouldn't purposely do a bad faith tactic, but
it was better for bringing manufacturing here for
it's cringe to be honest. Make a real point.
Semiconductor manufacturing.
I always try to make a real point. I don't know what you mean, but give me more than watching. I don't know what he would.
Then even just the tariffs, from
I don't know. I have Sample. Sample tells me how to be a good debater. Shout out Sample Text. Thank you for making me the master debater.
I totally agree with that. I have another question.
Are you a libertarian?
So
no,
Harris
I'm
has proposed
pretty closely aligned with establishment liberals. I would say
controls.
new liberal.
Yeah, I was literally
price controls on.
Oh my god. Okay, well, watch the price controls thing, and then we're probably not gonna watch the rest of this. A masturbator, exactly. First of all, Trump wants price controls. Trump wants price controls. He said so. He said, I want to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. Okay, he wants price controls. Kamala Harris said it's an anti-price gouging bill, which, by the way, is a law that 34 states already have it. Okay, including fucking Texas. Okay, so clearly this is not that consequential of a fucking bill. Okay, are you kidding me?
Groceries, price controls on rent, lots of different price controls. Historically, that has not played well in other countries. What makes you think, or what makes even the Democrats think, that that's going to work here when it hasn't worked other places?
This is my favorite thing about the Democrats. I don't care what Kamala Harris says about price controls because price controls are one of the most devastating ways that you can annihilate an economy. So I don't think that'll ever go through. I think if Kamala said, we're going to do price controls, there would be 50 million people around here who would go, absolutely not. This is insane.
Trump did propose it. Come on,
Go
Destiny.
out there and apologize and say you're not doing that shit. If Donald Trump says he's going to do 20% tariffs, you have to fall in line or he's going to annihilate your career, right?
True. And you should mention Trump. Oh my God, he should have. I don't know how he doesn't know these two talking points. That one, Trump wants price controls. And two, Harris doesn't really want price controls. She just wants an anti-price gouging bill, which a lot of states already have. So like
I think that's the difference. So there are some things, not to revisit it, but like the concept of unrealized capital gains taxes and wealth taxes, for a large number of reasons, these are almost inconceivably difficult to levy. It's how do you evaluate it? It's very, very difficult. I'm not even really concerned about it.
Yes, Trump wants price controls. Trump said so. Look up. Trump credit card interest cap. He says a temporary cap. We can't let them be 20%, 30%. We're going to cap it at 10%.
And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates at 10%. We have no choice. They're getting 22, 25%. We can't let people have to pay 25% and 22% interest because they can't afford to pay off their credit card. We're going to cap it for
this is the price. This is more of a price control than Kamala Harris's proposal.
We will terminate the Green New Scam and spend the trillions and trillions of dollars of
That's more of a price control than Kamala Harris ever proposed.
An unrealized capital gains tax is ever coming because of how difficult it will be to levy and how much pushback she would get because the Democratic Party is such a white tent party. Look at what happened to Biden when he had a disastrous debate performance. The leftist media.
And Destiny is also right here because, Trump does hate any resistance to him, whereas I have much more faith that Kamala Harris will, make compromises and work with advisors if they advise her, to do something less economically destructive. It's unlikely that these bills will even get past the Senate. So, absolutely.
He got bullied internally, and then people.
And tariffs. The president has the unilateral authority to impose tariffs now. Now it has to be for national security reasons. So I'd expect maybe some of them would get struck down in the court because they're clearly not for national security. And then the second the central bank independence as well is something entirely within the president's control. Although it might get caught up in courts as well. But
Internally bully them, externally make them leave.
big difference between that and price gouging. Gouging mandates only work in emergencies. You understand the bill Kamala is proposing. It's only in emergency situations, right? It says price gouging only in so that corporations can't take advantage of you during emergencies. That's what Kamala is proposing. That's much less of a price control than Trump saying a temporary 10% cap on credit card interest rates, when the average interest rate on credit cards is more than that.
Say the same thing about Trump's proposal to not tax Social Security. It's frankly because that money actually goes back into the Social Security fund. The income tax on Social Security goes into the Social Security fund, and that would be untenable to pull that money out. So that's an example of, and Congress has to pass that. So I would say, well, a lot of these.
How does that help everyday Americans? What the price gouging bill? It's not going to help everyday Americans because there's not an emergency every day. But
Trump has made. I think some of Trump's tax proposals are not logical.
And quite frankly, about some of Trump's stuff is that he can do a lot of it by executive action, which is the scary thing.
He can taxes, tariffs, yes, taxes no.
Taxes probably not, but the tariffs yes, and the tariffs are one of the scariest things that he's talking about, though, right?
Tariffs yes, yes. Now, do you think that an executive action like tariffs is, I suspect you do, is particularly worse than just unconstitutionally just wiping out student loan debt?
Are you kidding me?
No, I think
how's it? Tariffs versus student loan debt forgiveness. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wiping out student loan debt would be atrocious.
Which is what Biden attempted several times.
No, I don't think so. I
he did. He was shut down by the courts.
Sure. So what you just said defeated the argument that you made, right? So the Constitution is what powers the legislature, the courts, and the executive. Biden, his statutory interpretation of the education bill that said that in times the president can forgive certain types of debt or whatever, he attempted the executive their interpretation.
The price gouging bill is not saying that corporations are. It's not a greedflation bill. So who's winning it all? You mean the election? And I'm assuming you mean the election, not just this debate. So welcome to the stream. Jesus save Justin. I'm hoping Kamala wins. I would give at least a 60% chance of Kamala winning. The price gouging bill is not like a anti-greedflation bill. The price gouging bill is an anti-price gouging bill in emergency situations. Okay, it's just not true, localists.
Well, I can forgive this debt, and he tried it, and the Supreme Court said, we disagree with that interpretation, you can't, and then he said, oh, okay, I'll look and see what else I can do. I don't think that's violating the Constitution. The executive tried something that they thought that they had the statutory discretion to do, and the court said, no, you don't have it.
You agreed Trump's proposal not to tax Social Security benefits for seniors. In the short term, yes, but in the long term, no, because like he said, that money goes back into the Social Security fund, right? So it's going to mean bankrupt Social Security, but, faster, right? So...
I know they're going to shut us down because I know this is not legal. I'm going to do it anyway because maybe I'll get away with it.
I don't know if that's exactly what he said.
Not exactly, but it's basically anyway. I'm just curious. But you're right. You're right. You and I agree on one thing, and that is that anytime we can have balancing powers is a good thing. Okay?
Sure. If I was worried about stuff like that, not to be one for crony, but I'd be way more worried about Donald Trump trying to remain in office after he lost the election, because that was the thing they were trying to do unconstitutionally. They were advocating for breaking a law, the ECA under Pence, and Eastman himself said that not only can we break this law, there will be no checks and balances because the Supreme Court won't touch this because they'll invoke the political questions doctrine and they won't get involved. So we can just do this. That's arguably above the Constitution or above the court and eliminating checks and balances. So
arguably, so you have it on both sides.
So, no, you don't have it on both sides. That's an unbelievable comparison.
Right.
Well, hold on. That's not on both sides. It's absolutely what they tried to do on the Trump side, unequivocally, and they said as much. I don't believe Biden said, I'm going to go above the Constitution and I'm going to defy the Supreme Court and do all these things. Trump's side did say that.
Destiny, I don't want
to... Okay, anyway, I think they're done talking about that, but Invest agrees it's a great idea, reform Social Security to avoid bankrupting it. Yeah, but the not taxing the Social Security, income is a way to bankrupt it faster. So no, I don't think no. Anytime that anyone Trump truly wants to believe after a 4-year term is an absolute moron. Any ideas to reform Social Security? Yeah, remove the I forget what the cap is called, the income cap on it, where you don't pay any more after a certain income percentage. I don't know, but that was a interesting debate. Destiny needs to go on Destiny did a fucking Israel-Palestine research arc. When's he gonna do? When's he gonna do the economics research arc? That's what I'm waiting for. That'll be interesting. Yeah. How is unrealized gains not that bad? It would be Sorry. How is unrealized gains not bad? Would it not be hard to pay? It depends on how it's implemented. So I think there's like 2 ways to implement it. One is fuck. I wish that Twitter thread was still up, but the Twitter thread's not still up. I don't know what to Google to find the exact explanation. One way is to basically sort of retroactively make them pay an unrealized gains tax when they yo. Thank you for the 1 bit, Justin Save Jesus. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. One way is to, I don't know why the text to speech is not working, but one way is to basically make them retroactively pay the unrealized tax once they actually realize it. So it's not like every year you pay a 20% tax on your unrealized gains. It's that once you finally realize you pay you retroactively sort of pay the tax on the unrealized gains you had before you realized them. And there's another way too to sort of do. I think it's called like a unrealized gain deferral charge. There's like weird exemptions to it. Like it's like you can spread it out over a period of time. So like the 20% tax you pay like 9% per year or something. You don't actually pay the whole 20% at once. I like the idea, but if you make them pay an unrealized gains tax once when they realize it, then isn't it a realized gains tax? Yeah, but you're just increasing it. No, they tax you on your unrealized gains every year. It's just that they only finally calculate it once you realize it. I mean, obviously you only actually pay once you realize it, but yeah. And that, by the way, reduces the lock-in effect, which is arguably bad. But Universe demonstrating on Twitch, it doesn't ban Trump supporters. So salute to you, good sir. Thank you. I don't think I really have banned anyone from my chat. Yeah, I don't really care that much. I love arguing with chat, but I forget exactly how I was doing it. It's like it's spread out, like over fucking, like you pay. Deferral capital gains income. Households that accumulate don't have to pay until they realize. Distribution of unrealized gains. Research showed blah blah. Step up basis. Wealth inequality. Fuck, I forgot what I read that actually had the implementation of it. So for example, say a household has a stock portfolio of 50 million. On December 31st, the shares are now worth 125 million. They have an annual income of 1 million in cash and 10 million worth of stock options. And a household worth more than 100 million, this minimum tax would apply. They would have an unrealized capital gains of 75 million, 125 million minus current price, 75 million cost basis. As they would have another million in income, their stock options likely exempted from income taxes. As a result, they owe 19 million in taxes. However, one problem with unrealized gains is that the value of 125 million. Securities investment may go back down to the original 50 million or even below it at any given time. This means the household paid a 25% tax rate they may have never received. The details of this proposal remain speculative. Neither the Biden administration nor the Harris campaign have said exactly how they would like to enact or enforce this policy, since no jurisdiction has passed a wealth tax security. Okay, I guess they didn't say, but what's up, Ricky? Welcome back. Are you just horrible for wanting poor fixed income seniors to pay tax on Social Security benefits? They still get the benefit, and the taxing it ensures that the benefit continues for many years for future generations. Yeah, let's put a deferral on unrealized gains tax until the gains are realized. Yeah. So actually, like, the implementation of it is different, and then And then like some proposals have like there's the issue to do with like what do you do when you have unrealized losses, right? So I think some also like give you tax credits. So if you have unrealized losses one year, then you actually get a tax credit for the next year. Why not subsidize that contribution? What do you mean subsidize? Subsidize with what money? You understand, I'm in favor of giving poor people so much money, okay? I want to print so much money to give it to them. I don't know why you keep, like, attacking me for, like, for hating poor people, okay? I want to give them so much money. But, like, the point of taxing, reason why it's taxing or not taxing Social Security is still dumb. Is because, one, you're complicated the tax code for, you're adding another like random exemption that is hard to enforce, and it's just another way to complicate the tax code, which is dumb. Our tax code is already too complicated. And then, secondly, like he said, the income tax paid on Social Security goes back into Social Security, so it makes Social Security last longer. Okay, I want Social Security to be around in 10 years, okay? If you get rid of the income tax and Social Security, then it might not be around in 10 years, okay? That's the thing there. I want the benefit to be around for longer than you do, apparently. Again, I'm in favor of, motherfucking UBI and, like, a universal child tax allowance, okay? I want to give everyone free money, and everyone with a child, even more free money, okay? I don't know why you keep saying I hate poor people so much. I don't. I really don't. So anyways, implement it. Just do it, LMAO. Fuck these people with billions. So true. I don't know. Clearly, it's not gonna have like disastrous. The inflation effect is like so clearly. With formerly spent on military and reducing overspending. I don't think reducing a military budget is the best thing. Just considering. You are horrible. I guess I'm horrible, guys. I guess I can't argue against it. I'm horrible. How much our military budget? I don't think is close to how much do we spend on Social Security per year. Our military is probably important. Social Security. Yearly spending. Yeah, 1.35 trillion, which is like I think our military budget about 800 billion. So UBI is World Economic Forum pipe dream. I love the World Economic Forum. I love Carl Schwab. World Economic Forum 2023. You're all nothing and be happy. Are you ready for the new world? I love this song so much. As a liberal, I listen to this song every night.
We have made you smile.
Oh, this is a song. It's a song. Really easy advice. Exactly. If you don't tag your program, guys, so your feelings will understand the solution is change the program. Exactly. You are unreasonable for still wanting huge military budget. Well, servicemen are mostly low class, paid like shit. Do you not hear when I say I want to give everyone $3,000 a month? Energy drinks. An angrier world as Agenda 2030 is unfurled. You will eat the bugs in the metaverse. You will comply and it will get worse. Are you ready for the new world order? That part is phase 2, the no more borders. I love no more borders. I love the open border. Bad idea? What's the bad idea? Giving people money? You hate poor people, Malibu. You don't want to give people money. You hate poor people. Don't give everyone. Means testing is an inefficient tax. I've gone over this with you so many times. Obviously, even though Jeff Bezos is receiving the $3,000 a month, I'm taxing him way more than $3,000 per month. So on net, he's not getting the benefit. On net, only poor people get the benefit. It's just you do the universal benefit in the progressive tax system, okay? There's no point in means testing the benefit because that's an inefficient tax. Why would I do that when I could just make the benefit universal and then do a progressive tax system? Okay? You hate poor people because you want to do an inefficient tax means testing on poor people. That's what you want. I don't want that. Nice voice cracks argument, not an argument invalid. Damn it. Damn it. You're right. Watch. Greg Mankiw. Universal benefits. Where is it? Benefits. Does it? Oh yes, this is it.
I'd like to start with what I hope is not
Malibu.
a controversial.
Listen the fuck
controversial statement. Rich people are not all the same. I bring up this fact because we live in a time of
Hold
high
on, you're not
inequality.
going to like this part.
$1 a month. Okay, I only consider two possible social safety nets.
Listen, Malibu, listen.
So word deficit issues. The first one is a means-tested transfer. So we give everybody $1,000 per month aimed at the truly needy. So the full amount goes to somebody with zero income, the person at the very bottom. The transfer is then phased out. Recipients lose 20 cents for every dollar of income they earn. These transfers are financed by progressive income tax. So there's no taxes on below $60,000 and a 20% tax on all income above $60,000. Now the second policy is closer to what Mr. Yang is proposing, a universal transfer of $1,000 per month for every person, financed by a 20% flat tax on all incomes. Now think for a moment, would you prefer to live in a society with safety net A or safety net B? Now, I'm not gonna...
Malibu, I wanted an answer, okay? Malibu, safety net A or safety net B? A or B? A or B? You're going to answer this, Malibu. You're going to answer this. I don't even know if they're still here. They might have left. College admission scandal shows rich people are not the same. Oh, but he's not. You don't. Yeah, I didn't play that part because that's not the point he's making. Okay. Malibu, A or B? You're not going to answer. Anyway, anyone watching on YouTube right now, trying to hit 1,000 subscribers. Really help out if you subscribe. If you're watching on, Twitch or Kick, and Twitch, the link is pinned, and Kick, you just do ! YouTube, and my YouTube link comes up. I'm just non-followed on YouTube, NONFON. Really help out if you guys subscribe right now. I would really greatly appreciate it. And silence. One with modifications. Okay, guess what? These two programs are identical. They're the same program. Everyone pays the same effective rate
They take us to a bunch of Harvard students
in every
graduates,
program.
And I gave them exactly this experiment. And they were unequivocal in their preference. Absolutely unequivocal. Over 90% said Plan A is clearly better. And the argument particularly ran as follows. Plan A targets the transfer payments of those who are truly needy. As a result, it requires a smaller tax increase. Moreover, the taxes are levied only on those people with really high incomes. Plan B is crazy. Why should rich people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos receive government transfers? They don't need it. And if they give it to them, they have to raise taxes more to pay for it. Well, superficially, these arguments seem appealing. But here's the rub. As the economists note, these policies are exactly the same. Look at the net payment. That is taxes less transfers. Everyone gets exactly the same under these two plans. A person with zero income gets $12,000 per year in both cases. A person with annual income of $60,000 gets exactly zero. A person with income of $160,000 pays $20,000 in both cases. And everyone pays the same set of incentives, 20% effective marginal tax rate for every dollar of income. In other words, everybody's welfare is identical under the two plans, and everyone faces the same set of incentives. The difference between Plan A and Plan B is only a matter of framing. Now, I bring this up. This is kind of obvious to the economists in the audience, but I bring this up because it teaches really two important lessons. First, if somebody finds something like Plan A attractive, which all Harvard students did, and once they still recognize the logic that it says Plan A and Plan B is equivalent, they should find something like Plan B attractive. Many critics of universal basic income seem to fail to make this leap because they don't notice the equivalence of the two approaches. And I've had debates with some economists who didn't notice it the first time they saw it.
Malibu,
Once you see the equivalence of Plan A and Plan B is much easier to embrace. I think what's even better when you realize that universal benefits and flat taxes may be easier to administer than means-tested benefits and progressive taxes. The second lesson from this example is how misleading it is to focus on taxes and transfers separately. Now, it is fully accurate comparing Plan A and Plan B to say that Plan A has lower taxes, Plan A has more progressive taxes, and Plan A has more progressive transfers. That's all true. But so what? Those facts don't stop it from being precisely equivalent to Plan B. The equivalence of these two plans is clear only when you consider taxes and transfers together. Now, I stress this fact because it's all too common to see academic papers and media.
Still want to burden the average poor and lower class with filing taxes. Is your plan going to not have them file taxes at all? What?
Articles describe the distribution of taxes without considering the distribution of the transfers they finance. In fact, Emmanuel did that with us just a few minutes ago. From my perspective, such presentations of the data are incomplete to the point of being deceptive. With that kind of incomplete reporting, you would conclude that Plan A, the society using Plan A, is a more progressive society than a society using Plan B. But that is obviously not the case because the policies are functionally the same. Finally, I should note that the safety net described in either of these plans, which I use equivalent, and the difference not being important, the plan is really just a version of the negative income tax. Milton Friedman first proposed it in a book. I don't know if he's probably in the first, but I first read in Milton Friedman's book, Capitalism and Freedom, back in 1962 when he wrote it. I remember reading it as a student 4 years ago and thinking it was a pretty good idea. And it turned out I was not alone in that judgment. A few years after that, there was an open letter in 1968 signed by more than 1,000 economists endorsing a negative income.
Could have fucking been filing taxes. You know what? A lot of poor people already don't file taxes. Like if you're I forget what the limit is, but Plan A already exists. It's called welfare. Well, I mean, obviously, yeah, to some extent, we take money from rich people and redistribute it to poor people, and we do means-tested transfers. Like, obviously, we already do that. The point of showing that is to illustrate how a means-tested program and a UBI could be exactly equivalent, but the UBI is more administratively efficient. Malibu doesn't get that. It's a confiscated wealth and most of the mega rich. Transfer stock to those who work there over 900 hours. Okay. Doesn't seem like a super serious proposal to me, but all right. Oh, wait, you know what? Actually, before we go, Travel Earth, there's a new one. Armenia to Egypt. So Israel, Syria, Turkey. Wow. Put it with Social Security, welfare. Thank you, Diablo, for the sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. It helps out a lot. If more of you guys are watching on Twitch, I'm assuming it's the same Diablo from Twitch, and you are not subbed, or if you're watching on Rumble and are not subbed, or if you're watching 10 people watching on YouTube, yeah, after the hippy dippy thing, YouTube's been popping, bro. Shout out Dylan Burns again, and Danabo. Danabo gets the real credit. He's the one that actually invited me. Shout out Danabo. Shout out Dylan Burns. Shout out Jubilee for making content I can leech off of for reaction content. Yeah. So, if any of you watching on YouTube or any of you watching on YouTube Shorts, I know that some people inevitably scrolling by right now on YouTube Shorts and you're not subscribed. Subscribe. It would really help out a lot. Any of you watching on Twitch that are not subscribed to my YouTube, subscribe to my YouTube. Even if you don't like watching on YouTube, that's fine. Just subscribe to it so I can get 1,000 subscribers so I can be monetized. Is your subscriber goal yet? No, you can see it over there. Still 13 subscribers away. Anyway, you can go ahead and go over to I guess Kid Not Kin. All right, thank you guys. When do I usually stream? It's really messed up right now, Echo say. But you know what? If you subscribe and follow, you'll know when I usually stream. You know, I'll say I usually stream at about 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. To 2 a.m. That's about when I do it. I was a little late today. I will hopefully stream again tomorrow. I can't promise tomorrow because I also have college work. I want to stream again tomorrow. Maybe not, but definitely the day after that for sure. Thank you guys so much for watching. Head over to Kanutkin. Bye, guys. Love you guys. Love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. Love you guys. Bye, chat. Subscribe to the